The future is driven by youth. And here, at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, we'll find out what's next. With a legacy of champions like Andy Ayers, Joel Parkinson, Gabriel Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, and Ethan Ewing, the Junior Championships are an indicator of surfing's future.
New Australian World Champion, the latest, the greatest, Macy Callahan.
48 of the best under-20 surfers arrive from 7 regions around the world to determine who will be crowned World Junior Champion.
Cowley Boss taking off switch foot, switches into the barrel. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian.
Plus, this year's winners will receive a spot on the 2023 Challenger Series, a key boost to reaching the WSL Championship Tour. Time to find out who will be surfing's next big name. The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western starts now.
Tell it on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade. Now I'm going all American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
Good morning and welcome to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. It is a crisp morning here at Seaside Reef, North County, San Diego. The swell has continued to pummel the California coastline, and we are excited to get our second day of competition going. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, it was very, very good to see this morning that the storm has passed and the waves looking epic.
No, it looks very consistent out there, Kaipo, and we talk about consistency. We're definitely going to see it throughout the day, especially with the lower tide. It's going to be quite difficult to compete out there, but I got a gem for you. 47% of the finalists since 2010 on the men's side have qualified for the championship tour. This is an important event, not only for the juniors, but also for the future of the championship tour as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, it is. It's the launching pad, if you would. The best 20 and under surfers in the world. And what's at stake at the end? Well, you are a junior world champion. We're going to crown both a men's and women's junior world champion here, as well as those champions. They secure a spot in the Challenger Series for this year. So a big, big launching pad. You can see here, Mitchell, how we've got to those 24 competitors, all 20 years and under.
Yeah, and it's great that they actually allotted a lot of wildcards for this event too, because we hadn't ran this event since 2019. The last time it was in Taiwan. But you see the different regions right there. You see North America. They're hosting the event, obviously, but they also have a lot of competitors out there that really want to win on home soil. It would be the first time a surfer from mainland North America would win for the men. But we also have some great women out there, Kaipo. It seems like we're going to start with them.
Yeah, 7 regions represented, all 7 that make up the World Surf League. And as we kick off today's action on the water, elimination heat, round 1, Luana Silva representing Brazil against Nanaho Suzuki representing Japan. Now that we are in this elimination round, Mitchell, one-on-one matchups, and the loser packs their bags, goes home.
Yep, and it's a long travel home for both of them too if they do end up bowing out in this round right here. But both have a lot of experience competing at the highest of levels. Luana Silva, former championship tour surfer. Not only has she won a Challenger Series event too, she's also made the quarterfinals at her home break in Sunset Beach last season. Nanaho Suzuki, on the other hand, has won a QS 5000 in Taiwan just a few months ago. She's on the up and coming, and she's only 19 years of age. This is going to be a fun heat to start the morning off, Kaipo.
Yeah, as you said, Nanaho Suzuki with that win at the Taiwan Open. That's her first, probably the biggest win in her young career. Luana Silva here from the North Shore of Oahu. You mentioned the quarterfinal finish last year at the Championship Tour event at Sunset. She had another quarterfinal finish on that Challenger Series at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. She started the Challenger Series off with some great surfing and some great results, but the back end of the year is what took Luana Silva out, finishing that Challenger Series number 16. And remember, for the women, we only take the top 5 on that Challenger Series to advance on to the championship tour.
And then she still actually has to do her regional QS events too in order to qualify for the Challenger Series, because she wasn't within the top 10 either.
Yeah, and so, well, that's why this competition here is so important. It is important as well to Nanaho Suzuki, who, you know, put on a great show in the opening round. Just came short of that heat win. To refresh everyone, the opening round we had 3 surfers in the water,
right?
And the surfer that got first skips this round straight into the round of 16. Second and third are in this elimination round, but Nanaho came very close to a heat win in that opening round.
No, and she has a great backhand attack too. I think in particular what a lot of Japanese surfers bring to this wave is the exceptional bottom turn and technique that they have. Kaipo, you've seen it before. Sarah Wakita, Taichi, her brother on the Challenger Series too. And now you have a younger generation like Suzuki. She's only 19. She's looking well to do great out here. It's a really tough draw to get Lulu out here with these kind of conditions, though. I definitely have to say, with her experience of growing up on the North Shore, she's not only capable of obtaining those excellent scores, definitely the contender to win this event too when you look at these size waves.
Yeah, lots of swell in the water, but Mitch, I just noticed, I mean, Seaside Reef is a tricky wave. A set has rolled through. There's open priority in the water between our 2 surfers, but neither surfer were able to get into the proper takeoff zone with that set. So out of position at the beginning of this heat, and the clock's just ticking down. No rides as of yet.
And it's going to be a tough job for our priority judge, too, to really establish positioning with the primary takeoff zone. A lot of these bigger waves do tend to either slide off the reef or be too deep, Kaipo. But during the free surf, the best wave I saw was actually Jet Schilling. He looked completely out of sync during his opening round heat, and it seemed like today, with the bigger conditions and maybe more people spread out, he was actually able to find a diamond in the rough. I think what today is really going to offer are those inside waves that maybe aren't as big, but they will offer a lot of scoring potential because they're way shorter, but much more compact when it comes to those critical sections.
Tide coming in throughout the morning, right, Mitchell? So we have been, you know, the coefficient on the tides right now, pretty high, and the tide will change a little over 5 foot. Here's Luana Silva on the opening ride. So Lulu just gets a little snap to begin with. You talked about that long bottom turn, setting up for another snap there. Silva with some warbly water, but negotiates that candidly. That was a nice finish in some difficult water. Hey, look, just setting the stage, so we'll be waiting for the opening number for Luana Silva, Mitch. And that's not just our opening number, but this is really when we see our judges take a look to set today's scale.
Right, and you got to look at the criteria too, speed, power, flow, but look at how difficult the waves are to really not only ride, but understand to be able to read this. It takes a lot of experience, Kaipo. Here's Suzuki with the answer.
Suzuki eased through an opening cutback, now just staying with the whitewater, hoping this wave will steepen up on the inside. The wave does so. Still a bunch of setup work for Nanaho Suzuki, but she times that finish and rides out of it. So all of that setup work, you could see she was projecting down the line, but timed that last backhand re-entry beautifully.
Woo. She put in the work right there, Kaipo. That was excellent timing, precise turn right there at the end. And look at the amount of whitewater that was pushing her towards the beach, too. This was excellent to me. Let's look at Lulu's wave first, though. Just a setup turn right there. You know, gets hung up a little bit on the whitewater coming out of it, too. But then does well just to fit in 2 right here at the end. More of a setup carve right there, too, and a lot of whitewater. But as you said, that was a difficult section to manage at the end. Not very vertical, a little bit more lateral, but still going to be a decent opening ride. This, to me, though, was crazy. Setup carve, and then she was eyeing the section the whole time, Kaipo. I was talking to you about their exceptional bottom turn and technique that Japanese surfers usually have. How about that timing right there? Just precise, right in the pocket, most critical section of the wave. That should easily be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and that was a difficult ride out as well. So
Gnarly.
to be able to hang on there is definitely going to get the attention of the judges. First score in for red, Luana Silva, a 3.67. Waiting for score of that exchange for Nanaho Suzuki. Suzuki, a 5.67. Early advantage to the Japanese surfer. Mitch.
Yeah, no, I mean, a great score to start things off. Basically, anything better than a 5.5 in the first 5 minutes of the heat is a great start. And you look at the competitive savvy of both of these ladies. They've obviously won at a very high level. But I think when it comes to, one-on-one heats, it's really anybody's game. You see the average right there, a couple of 6s, 3 other scores of 5.5. You throw out the highest and the lowest, and everything else averages out. But I just think this is a great start to the morning. You really see what they're looking at, Kaipo. Half of the scale, basically, for one turn right there for Suzuki.
Yeah, so you get an outside turn with a big finish like that, and then you're into the very good to excellent range.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
Well, you know what? Let's find out what's going to happen all day long, and I'm going to throw it to AJ. She's with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. Take it away, AJ.
All right, Travis. So we know the contest is on. The women already in the water. Walk us through the format for the day.
Yeah, AJ, the schedule for the day is women's round 2, the elimination round, followed by men's round 2. Waves are absolutely firing. It was an easy call.
So tell me a little bit about what we can expect from the waves today.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than the first day, but conditions are still great in the 6 to 8 foot range. It's supposed to hold all through the day. Tomorrow's looking amazing. Friday's looking amazing. This could be the best World Junior Champs ever.
Best World Junior Champs ever. And you can watch it right here on WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, AJ. And always an excellent job by former championship tour surfer Travis Logie. And Travis, he walks the walk, talks the talk, keeps a keen eye on all levels of competition, and is still absolutely ripping.
And seems like we have a ride-up. Silva.
Here we go, Luana Silva. This is wave number 2 for the Brazilian surfer. Nice carve off the top, and that's going to be the finish for Luana Silva to back up that 3.67.
It's more like it, Kaipo. She really needs to find those waves that offers up her style of surfing. I think primarily what you need to be looking for out there, obviously you want to get the open face, but whenever you get a critical section like this and you really take advantage of it, judges are going to take notice. Once again, just a setup carve right there. She's having difficulty with that first flat section, but once she actually reaches the lip right here, does well to bring it down. Going to be her best wave out of her first 2, 22 minutes on the clock. She's right back in the heat, but now Suzuki, it's an interesting decision right here, what you're going to do with priority with this much time. Are you just going to be patient and wait? And we've seen, in the first day that it's a game plan that doesn't necessarily work out 100% just because you either get moved off the reef or you get pulled too deep too, Kaipo. So I don't mind being a little bit more active up until the last 10 to 15 minutes of the heat. But right now, with 22 minutes still on the clock, it's going to be a very important decision. If I were Silva right now, I'd be looking to better the 3.67 and extend her lead.
Yeah, and Luana Silva really, comes from a strong competitive background throughout the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association, our HASAs. And so she's been in a jersey since Menehune, and I'm talking, those are the 10 and unders.
Yep.
So she knows she has a high heat IQ is where I'm going with that.
Absolutely, and you look at a rookie class last year, Gabby Ryan, who ended up being Rookie of the Year, Berilu Sakura Johnson, all 3 of those ladies obviously from the state of Hawaii, but I think that the Haleiwa International Open, the HIO, is a great platform for a lot of these surfers, especially being from the North Shore, to really showcase their skills on bigger waves like these, Kaipo. And for Lulu, having that experience in these larger, more consequential waves, she's been around competing in these high-level events for a few years. But I think what you mentioned about the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association, you see the people that didn't even go pro and still were very successful free surfers outside of it. To me, one of them that really stands out, Nick Mita, Greg Nakamura, Double G, all those guys were excellent surfers, but they didn't want to pursue the qualifying series outside of their region. And that's just because they wanted to stay at home and surf good waves year-round.
Yeah, hey, Double G, Greg Nakamura, and Nick Mita. So Nick Mita's just happy to stay home and get some good waves. Greg Nakamura, why would he walk away from all Moana bowls?
Yeah.
It's one of the best waves in the entire world.
I agree. I did a QS there. Actually, you were there in 2015. The waves are firing. I think Joel Centeo won.
Yeah, and we did have a qualifying series event over there this year. Well, Luana Silva, like we said, coming through all those ranks and the progression of that through the juniors, but she's already had some success on that Challenger Series. It was back in Portugal in 2021 where Luana Silva took out a big win over in Ericeira, Mitch.
Yeah, and it was a comeback victory too, Kaipo. She won on the very last wave here, and, you know, waves were firing. It was definitely big all event long.
And Luana Silva was able to attack the long rights of Ericeira.
And the way she was able to handle pressure right at the end too, obtain the victory, and obviously some of these heats out there in Ericeira, Ribeira de Ilhas, they can be victory at sea, Kaipo. It's a very difficult wave to really understand and comprehend where it's moving, but she was able to capitalize on the victory and eventually qualify for the CT that season.
Yeah, that was key for her championship tour qualification. She was unfortunately not able to survive that mid-season cut. That format on the championship tour will continue on this year in 2023, where after the 5th event, we will be reducing the field, but it makes for an exciting storyline when you look in the context of the tour. Is, hey, those first 5 events, you're surfing for survival to stay on and give yourself a chance to have a full season and ultimately be in that final 5.
Right, and that's what's so impressive about winning an event within those first 5, because if you're able to do that, you not only secure your spot for the back end of the year, you're already in contention to qualify for the finals too. And it's a big moment for a lot of these surfers. Brisa Hennessy winning at Sunset Beach was huge. Here goes Lulu, though.
Luana Silva with a scorching turn off the top. That's all she's going to get. Who kicked the board away just in time right there? Could have got nicked by the fins, but what do you think about that turn?
Well, for sure going to better her 3 that she has on the board. I like it, though. As I told you, I think it was imperative for her to really add some pressure and better her low score at this point of the heat, especially when Suzuki was out of position for the first wave, wasn't able to capitalize on priority. And looking at this turn right here, great bottom turn, a little bit more lateral, so she was thinking down the line still, but nevertheless, that was a heavy section and it was very critical, Kaipo. Get a better than 3.67, and also understand you're in the first heat of the morning. You don't know necessarily where to say, what to look for, or what the judges are expecting either, so you're kind of the guinea pig out there right now.
Yeah, the initial heat is always the guinea pig heat, right? As we set up both the scale and positioning, and it's a lot of times just the tempo of priority. You know, right? Speaking of the tempo of in priority, Mitch, in Nanaho Suzuki, still with that 5.67 and priority, I feel is playing a smart, patient game.
It could go 2 ways, obviously. You know, whether the very positive and enthusiastic one, or the one where you just wait too long and you can't really get your waves under your belt.
Here we got Louise Leprand from South Africa. She's going to be coming up in the 2nd heat of the day. Her shaper right there. Graham Smith.
Yep.
The father of Jordy Smith, and the mastermind inside of Smith Shapes. That surfboard line you can see right behind Louise, those Smith shaped boards.
We got 2 surfers from South Africa on the women's side. They're both very young, and we have 2 Lulus in the event, Luana Silva and Louise Leprand. Louise Leprand, though, is the youngest competitor in the event. She's only 14, so the young goofy foot are going to have some fun out there. Surfing beach breaks for the most part, and then a lot of long right-hand point breaks coming from South Africa. It's going to be interesting to see the way she actually competes out here in a 2-person heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, Louise Leprand, just 5'2", about 90 pounds. So you think those boards, you know, volume-wise, I'm going to say about 20 liters max.
At the most. I would say, you know, 18 to 19 is a pretty good volume for them, which is around 20 liters less than what I ride. You know, it's dude, surfing in a wave like this when you're that small, and that's why Erin Brooks' victory in the first round was so impressive, because what she was able to do, you know, display all that water and just really capitalize on those bigger waves. You're talking about a surfer that, you know, didn't break 100 pounds yet, even wet, with a wetsuit on, and that's what's so difficult about it, controlling your weight in a wave like this.
Scratch it into that one, unable to do so. Luana Silva, last ride for Luana, a 5.9, so she has extended the lead over Nanaho Suzuki, Mitch. Nanaho, however, just needing a mid-range score of a 5.07, and Nanaho with priority and 14 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, halfway through the heat, Silva extends her lead, and just as I was saying, Kaipo, this is usually what Lulu does. She'll get to that close to 11-point, 12-point heat total, and all of a sudden, she's just applying strategy towards her opponent. She had Suzuki out of position there. She paddled for the first wave of the set thinking that Suzuki was going to go on number 2 or number 3, but all of a sudden, Suzuki can't even be in position for that wave because she's so far deep on the reef, the thing's just breaking on her head. So I think what Silva's looking to do right here is not only just keep doing the same thing, if he can capitalize on a smaller wave and better your 4, then all of a sudden, Suzuki's needing a 7 or an 8 to move up into first. It's a really smart strategy, and you normally see it from people that have been successful through their junior careers, especially as an amateur too, Kaipo.
Well, I just noticed on this wide shot that both surfers, again, out of position. Both had to duck dive that wave coming through. Definitely that wave had some scoring potential to it. So the confusion out in the lineup is evident to both competitors right now.
100%. And the other day when I surfed out here in the afternoon, I surfed with Josh and Sierra Kerr, and I was talking to Josh a little bit, and I told him, dude, I haven't surfed here in a few years, but it's so confusing because with the scaffolding set up, I don't have my normal markers out here either. And it's even more difficult to really align yourself with a spot that you're normally thinking, okay, this is my takeoff, this is more of the channel, a little wider one. And next thing you know, without having those normal markers, you really do need the experience of having, some local knowledge in your ear, say like Rob, Taylor Clark, all those guys. I know even the local surfers are talking to them too, Kaipo.
Yeah, some local knowledge is helpful. Here we got a set coming through here. We'll see if the surfers are in position for this one. But it appears, again, that the shifty nature of this swell is taking advantage of both surfers, because both of them, one more time, out of position, and a series of waves right now, Mitch, they're pretty walled.
Yeah, and you see those, even if you do catch them, they're quite fat. Ooh, I think that's a block, though, Kaipo.
We'll see what our priority judge deems that. Both surfers took a look at the wave. Nanaho Suzuki with priority decides to pull back at the last moment. Suzuki evidently is going to hang on to priority because here goes Lulu. Nice carve on the backhand there. Finds the corner here. Luana Silva waits patiently off the bottom. A nice hooking turn to finish off there. Looking to better her 4.83. Some patience on display in her surfing on that wave.
100%. 100%, especially with the second bottom turn too, Kaipo. She measured it extremely well. I think this wave is not only the best wave of the heat, but I think it's really going to set the standard for what we're going to see from the women. Great first carve with a lot of power, and the second turn straight up into the lip. I really love her aggressiveness with the way she uses her body torque too coming out of the turn. I mean, you talk about one of the premier surfers coming out of the Hawaii region, now representing Brazil. Lulu Silva's got everything it takes to really become a world junior champion, Kaipo.
Yeah, she sure does. Well, here's Nanaho Suzuki, a little awkward roll in the whitewater. Needs to make up for that, looking down the line, looking to time the finish again, and goes up and upside down for that finish.
Great turn, but I think at this point in the heat, not really the wave that she was looking for now, Kaipo. Especially after Lulu's wave, you got to think she's probably going to need at least a mid-6, close to a 7. So I think wave selection right now for Suzuki is really going to be the only way she's going to make it out of this heat. I just think that Silva kind of found her rhythm overall, and if you look at her first 3 waves, she's better to score on every single one of them. Let's look at Suzuki, though. Decent first wrap right there, more of a setup turn, and just eyeing this last section the whole time. And how's that technique right there? Straight up and vertical. A little late to the party, so route out of it a little dirty, but still, nonetheless, great maneuver. I just think, though, at this point of the heat, you really should be thinking that you need your best wave. You already have that backup score of a 5.67. You should be thinking at least a mid-6, close to a 7.
Yeah, and for someone like Nanaho who sat for so long with priority,
right,
to kind of almost reactively took that wave after Luana caught one. That wasn't one of the better waves out there, and so that was, questionable use of priority. What she needs now is a 6-point ride. Nanaho Suzuki does, because last wave of Luana Silva checks in at a 5.8. So the 5.9 for Luana Silva combined with that 5.8 has put a lot more pressure on Nanaho Suzuki. Suzuki 4.4 for her last ride. Not enough. She's going to be seeking that 6.03. Now remember, before that last ride of Luana Silva, all Nanaho needed was a 5-point ride. She needs a full point more now, and the pressure applied by Luana Silva, like you were talking about, kind of building a house out there, is what we're seeing in these final 9 minutes.
And especially in the first heat, I think it's a very smart strategy. And a 6, nobody's actually gotten a 6 so far. So what do you need to see in order for that score to actually be given to? That's another big question. But right now, 9 minutes to go, if I were Lulu, say the wave does come through to better your low score, go for it. If not, I just wait out the back and hold priority and just block Suzuki on any wave that comes through.
Squeeze that clock.
Yep.
And you can certainly do that, because we're looking for diamonds in the rough at this moment with the tide and this swell angle. A lot of closeouts still.
What a lot of young kids still don't understand, Kaipo, especially, a lot of the amateur events that I work, is that time is their biggest adversary. And once you kind of really wrap your head around that, you understand that you're not surfing against your competitors for the most part. You're surfing against those 30, 20 minutes that you actually have in a heat. What can you accomplish in that period of time, especially if it's a short one? We have Western Surfing Association events, 6-person heats, 15 minutes. And you have a 6-wave limit, too.
Well, that's a swim race at that point.
Basically, you have no idea how many small scores we get in those events, too.
Rachel Presti getting ready for her matchup against Louise Lepront. That's going to be the second heat of the day here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Yeah, when you talk about a 30-minute heat, Mitch, you can really look at it in thirds, right? The opening 10 minutes, the middle, and you should be doing something in each of those thirds of the heat.
Yes.
So make sure you're on a good wave. If you're on a good wave in the first 10 minutes, in the middle 10 minutes, and the last 10 minutes, generally you're coming out of that heat, because all you need is 2.
Yeah, and as you said, you're normally coming out of it, but I would have to say that Owen Wright is probably the best strategist when it comes to that. If you look at any of his heats, there are very few heats that he lost in the last few minutes.
Right.
I remember the one final that he lost against Gabe in Tahiti in 2018. It was a very small year, though. He used priority in the last 10 seconds, won on the first wave of the set, and then Gabe got the second one that was just a miraculous wave that came through. But besides that, I would have to say 80% of the heats that he's controlling in the last 5 minutes, he tends to be winning. Same case in point right here. What I tell you 3 minutes ago, Lulu does not need to move a muscle. She just needs to sit out there and eat that clock up. Just pressure Suzuki into making a mistake herself, and when the actual good wave comes through, you can be on it. Nobody's pressuring you to make a bad decision, Kaipo. It's only yourself.
Yeah, well, Luana Silva certainly wants to get back on that Challenger Series and have another go at qualification for the championship tour. She's done it she's done well in a variety of different ways. She actually started off, last year, 2022, on the Challenger Series with a great performance at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Luana Silva did.
Kind of surprising, honestly. Like in those types of waves, I didn't expect her to do that well.
Yeah.
She had a great first heat performance at Snapper Rocks, and then after that bowed out quite early, but I wasn't expecting that result at Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, that's the adaptability that you have to have on that Challenger Series, given all the different locations that you go to, comes to play.
Kika. Great performance, the highest single wave score of the first day.
Bom dia.
Bom dia, yeah.
Well, I think she's Portugal, so I think we got to go with dia on that one.
The more proper, yeah.
Bom dia in Portugal, bom dia in Brazil.
We're getting it down, Kaipo.
I
hope to be going down to Saquarema again this year. I
know how you fell in love with the little beach town down there.
I know that was kind of your secret spot right there, but I'm bringing my board next time, and
yeah,
that place is beautiful,
isn't it?
surprised there's not more successful surfers that have come out of there either.
Jaime Montero, Lucas Chumbo,
Joao.
Chumbo.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few, but
There's going to be more.
yeah, that is true.
5 minutes remaining, Mitch, and Luana Silva using your playbook, letting the clock tick down, priority, and the lead, heat control to Silva. The Naho Suzuki is going to have to sneak away and find a wave with enough quality for that 6-point ride. It would be the highest single wave score in this opening heat.
It's going to be a tough task, though. If you notice right here, it's difficult to see, but Lulu's doing something very smart. She's always keeping the inside of Suzuki, knowing that she can keep her off of any wave.
Here's our heat recap, Mitch. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, I mean, Suzuki off to a great start. 5.67 right here for basically the one turn. And as you can see, great technique. I kind of thought that score was going to be a little higher personally. A great first wave. But then Lulu just came back, and she's been full throttle, Kaipo, dropping a couple of fives. Really love this last turn right here with the body torque, great extension, and then backed it up again with the 5.8 afterwards. But I really think it's been her resiliency so far. She knew she was in second at the beginning of the heat. One big hammer turn right there, and then came back and now has capitalized on priority and used it very well here in the last 6 minutes of this one.
Yeah, Luana Silva, just 18 years old, but showing maturity in her surfing, being patient to place those turns, to really give the emphasis on those waves is what I'm seeing from Luana. And that does take, you know, some maturity to slow your surfing down sometimes, because your initial reaction, you got a jersey on, everything, you want to fit as many turns as you can in on a wave.
Yeah.
But it's quality, not quantity, that's going to get you the score.
100%, especially today, too. I'd be thinking 2 turns at the most, and if you look at Lulu's waves, they've either been 2-turn waves or 1-turn wave. The one single turn still in her top 2, and with 3 minutes to go, I think you're spot on right there, Kaipo. You really need to be selective when it comes to getting those best waves, and both of them have been very patient so far. Only 4 waves each, but as I mentioned before, Lulu's been increasing her score line after every single one of them.
Well, 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Priority with Silva. A little bit of a lull in the action here. Silva holds down the peak, and the Naho Suzuki, we got to get eyes on her. She's out there in the blue jersey, probably trying to sneak away, get away from the peripheral of Luana Silva and find a scoreable wave.
It's a smart strategy right here, though. Still keeping the inside, knowing that she just needs to block Suzuki in case she does get an extra wave to really move up into first. As I said before, though, she'd have to be getting the best score of the heat so far at 6. It's going to be difficult, and past junior champions, there's been one from Oahu, Mahina Maeda, but surfers from Oahu have actually been very successful when it comes to the World Pro Juniors. Maeda made 3 finals in a row, Kaipo. She won 1 of them. Alessa Quizon has made the semifinals, finished within the top 3. And Lulu now, obviously, with a good performance so far this morning, too. Yeah,
and on the men's side, for past Oahu Junior Champions, Kikoa Bam Bam Picasso took out a win. Finn McGill as well. Maui boy Kai Barger, he took a win in 2008.
Narrabeen.
Remember that one? Narrabeen, yeah.
He beat Jadson in the final. I think that was one of the first broadcasts that I actually saw. And I'd have to say it's actually probably my favorite World Pro Junior, just because I'm a huge fan of Kai Barger.
Me too.
Jadson was great. Pat Kudauskas made the semifinals that year. Travis Beckman was in the event. Dusty Payne, some big names. It was a fun one.
Yeah, well, that is all the path. The path starts right here on the World Surf League in the juniors. Well, we're down to just a minute remaining, Mitchell, and Luana Silva is really reeling in a win at this moment. She doesn't want to let it get off the hook, however, but she's almost got it, in the cooler.
And this is what Sean Ward does to you. Having him in her corner really applies a lot of competitive knowledge. Almost made the championship tour a couple of times at Sean Ward, and now working with a lot of young surfers like Lulu, like Eli Hanneman and Baron Mamiya, implementing that kind of strategy that people had on the QS back in the day, especially when priority was such a big key to their success, Kaipo. What I tell you, you don't necessarily need to catch a wave in these last 10 minutes if you are in the lead. Just let time fly.
I love it. 9 minutes of heat control by Luana Silva, And I talked about the maturity and the pace of her surfing. She also has shown maturity and constraint here in constructing this heat.
Yep, absolutely.
And now it's time for her to go because the clock is down. She just does this final block. All she needed to do. There you go. Luana Silva off to the round of 16. And the Naho Suzuki eliminated from competition. We're going to step away just for a little bit, but we'll be back. Heat 2 will be in the water. Rachel Presti and Louise Leprant when we return to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
And we're back at Seaside Reef here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Heat 2 in the water in this elimination round, and this is Rachel Presti up and riding. Presti finding a little slingshot section here, but wave really tapering off. Nice closeout section, needs to time it. Does so. So that's going to be the opening ride for Rachel Presti to set her heat. She's matched up against Louise Leprant from South Africa. Rachel Presti representing Germany. I'm Kaipo representing Hawaii, and we have Mitchell Salazar also on the set representing Mazatlan.
Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico. You got to go city, state, country. But yeah.
What do you think about this matchup, Mitch?
It's a fun one. Regular against Goofy out there in the water. Leprant, only 14 years of age. Very impressive. Coming off of winning the Open title in the U14s over at Ballito for the South African Nationals. And this is Rachel Presti from Melbourne Beach. And the surfer that represents Germany, Kaipo, had a kind of a shocker of a first round heat. Remember, she only needed a 3 at the end, did the one run around, and was looking for a right, one of the few rights out of the entire first day. Decent finish right there for Ray Ray. I think the biggest thing watching that replay, Kaipo, was that she wants to get off to a quick start and kind of start off with the right foot too after the first bad performance.
Yeah, to your point, Rachel Presti had that heat. She could have won that heat easily, but it was just the strategy that she employed halfway through that heat, doing that run around in the opening round, trying to surf the rights, which just were not doing anything. I don't think she's going to make that mistake again in this heat.
Not at all, especially with the elimination round now being gone too. I think a lot of times we have to consider the age of a lot of these surfers, but it's hard to consider that when you've seen them compete for so long and at such high of a level too.
Oh, it was surprising to me. Rachel Presti, 20 years old, has been on the junior and amateur circuit for
a long time.
We see just an up and down there from Louise catching a rail on the takeoff. And she's had, like you said, she's had some success.
Yeah, right? She's won a QS before. She's been an ISA World Junior Champion. She's been around for a long time, and especially on the East Coast, there's a lot of amateur events over there that you gain a lot of experience, Kaipo.
Interesting story, and I ask you, from Melbourne Beach, Florida, Rachel Presley, but the flag that she represents, Germany.
Yeah, German mother,
Huh?
so she decided to represent Germany herself. You know, looking to qualify for the Olympics eventually too, but her main goal is really to qualify for the CT Kaipo. You know, making it there is really anybody's dream, and I think long term, you'd be one of the few Floridian women that have actually qualified for the CT2. Karina Petroni, Lisa Anderson, maybe the top two in my book.
Yeah.
Caroline Marks, obviously, now on tour as well.
And if we go further back in history, we have a multiple world champion the way of Frida Zamba coming from Florida as well.
I didn't know that Frida was from Florida.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great stat.
I'll got more for you. Here we go with Rachel Presley. Just a nice clean carve to open. And again, just clean rail work. Patient. Inside section here is not going to give her any opportunity for a finish. But just staying busy under priority and backing up her opening ride of a 3.33.
Well, you have your base now out of your two-wave heat total, Kaipo. It's not going to be a very large one, but at least you have something to build on afterwards. Her opener was a 3.33, and you know, if we're very analytical about this, there's times where it's good to know who your opponent is too, because there's different ways you can approach a heat Kaipo. Here's Ray Ray's last wave, wraps it back. Get amount of spray on that first turn right there. Nothing critical really on this one. More of a wave that she was waiting for to stand up the whole time. So just the 2 wraps. Should be around her first wave, around a 3, maybe a high 2. But to me, it was always essential to know who I was surfing against, because if I had somebody that was way better of a rail rider, I would always want to try to keep them off of the best waves, especially if they were barrels. If it was somebody like Louise, who's much smaller, I want to force her to be on those big set waves, because she either has to capitalize on a big section, but it's going to be way more difficult to her because of her size.
Yeah. Well, when you talk about knowing your competitor, I come from the late 80s, nasty 90s era where there was rivalries, and there's a lot of us didn't like each other openly, even before the heat. You know, that's what surfing was. A little more barbarian then.
It was.
I'd say there were, you know, some times where holes would be poked in competitors' boards.
Judges' towers.
Things thrown at the judges' towers. We got through that raw era, but it did make for some exciting rivalries. Here we go with Louise Lepron, the South African. And you can see the tiny frame trying to just contain all of this Pacific Ocean right now, kind of getting bounced around there.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for her to really be able to surf those bigger waves well, especially with how small her boards are for the most part, Kai. But, ooh, get under this. That shore break isn't something we've really talked about this morning so far, but it is going to be hectic. If you get caught inside and you're out of position, ooh, you're going to take a couple big poundings right there. And here's Louise's last. Just comes in at a 1.33, the one setup turn. And at this point, I think it would probably been smarter for her to kick out of the wave Kaipo. Too much froth. Wasn't really going to offer up a big section right there at the end, at least a clean one.
But then now you can see she's inside of that seam because she continued riding. So she's got a lot more duck diving to do. And, hey, the water, I mean, I think the water temperature probably dropped overnight. What do you think, Mitch?
Probably a little bit. I told you the other day it was around, what, 57, 58? Today's probably going to be 55, 56, I would think. And the surfer from Scottsboro in the Durban region of South Africa, some great waves around there. One of my former travel partners from South Africa, J.J. Harris, also from Scottsboro, great surfer as well. And I think that area of South Africa has obviously produced some very good surfers, Kaipo.
Right.
One of them being one of the world's best. I would have to say future Hall of Famer and maybe going to go down as one of the best surfers of all time, Jordy Smith.
Okay. I'm with you on that one. Hey, it's not over for Jordy Smith. We're going to see him on the championship tour. We kick off January 29th over a pipeline. Could this be Jordy Smith's year to win a world title? He's
fingers crossed.
Definitely he's got the talent, and it's something that's been expected of that surfer for years, the expectation on his shoulder. Rachel Presley paddling through some clean water right now. She's got the lead with a 3.33 and a 2.3, but we're only a third of the way through this heat. 20 minutes and 55 seconds on the countdown, so lots can change.
Yeah, and Ray has a lot of competitive experience in California. She's won a QS event in Costa Rica, a QS 3000 before, working under the guidance of Jim Hogan, who is, one of your former rivals too, Kai. But this guy is a wealth of knowledge. But it was interesting that, they did go to that decision in the first round, looking for the right when she only needed a 3 at the end. I don't see Ray making one of those mistakes in this heat.
Yeah, well, let's hear from the first winner of the day into the round of 16, Luana Silvas with AJ.
So, Luana, you were the first heat of the day. It means you had to get in the water first. What did you do to make sure that you were ready for your heat?
Yeah, I was kind of a little bit indecisive on whether I should surf before being the first heat of the day. So I just went out there, got my feet wet, then changed wetsuits, which is pretty tough when you're wet. And then, yeah, I'm soaked with that win on the heat.
Got to change the wetsuit because it is cold out there. How did you attack the waves to make sure that you got the ones that mattered?
Yeah, I was stoked to find a few. It's pretty tricky right now. It's kind of really shifty. I think the first day was actually better than today, but I couldn't even feel my board for a second because my feet are so numb. But I'm stoked I found a few.
How do you get through that when your feet are so numb?
I don't know, just push through it, I guess.
Well, you push through it, you're on to the next round. Do you want to say anything for friends and family back home?
Yeah, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está assistindo em Brasil, meu pai que está em casa, minha família lá, e obrigada a todos.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Luana Silva thanking both her family in Hawaii as well as in Brazil. It's 1:46 over there in Brazil, and on Oahu, everyone's just waking up. It's about 6:46 in the morning. So aloha kakahiaka, everyone over in Hawaii, and for all of my Brazilian fans.
Portage?
Portage. Sim.
Sim.
Getting good, man.
Hey, I got to get you back on your Duolingo. You had a good streak going, Kaipo. You've broken it.
Here we go on the heels through the drop. Big wave for the diminutive surfer in Louise Laprant, just 5'2". That wave was triple overhead for the South African.
Yeah, I mean, great drop, though. Easily the best drop we've seen all morning, but I just want to see her get a chance, Kaipo.
Yeah.
It seems like she just can't find herself in position for these best waves because of her small stature. And that's, one point where I think a lot of small surfers tend to do very well in smaller beach breaks, smaller waves. But when it's like this, you want to have as much weight as you possibly can. Late drop right there, and you can definitely see the amount of power that this wave here at Seaside Reef has. Was right about to make it around that section 2, but the whitewater just took her out. Still has plenty of time, though, 18 minutes. And Ray's going to use priority here, be very smart about the next wave she catches. But it's still an open heat.
Yeah.
Ray only has a 5.63 heat total. I would be thinking that she's at least going to get something in the mid to, high fives on her next wave, though.
Yeah, and we've talked about it on the opening day, in that really to have a lockdown and real safe heat total, you got to be in that about 11 to 12 point range, I feel. It's still in this round. This is the second round, the elimination round. And then that requirement, as we go further through this event, is going to grow.
Right.
When, by the time we get to the final, I'm saying you're going to need 15, perhaps 16 points to take out a win.
Well, the quality of surfing increases, obviously, but the quality of wave knowledge and wave selection increases even more because they've gotten more experience out there. They've really understood the lineup better. But right here, all that matters is moving through. This is the one round where you don't want to lose in because this is the biggest losers round. You're thinking to yourself, oh man, I finished last in the event. This is my worst performance. You want to get out of that kind of mentality. And for somebody like Laprant, who has a big chance of competing here, she was actually a surfer that wasn't within the top 2 of the junior surfers originally. Zoe Stein was supposed to be here. She declined the opportunity to compete. So Laprant gets an opportunity to be here. Now having your shaper, Graham Smith, in your corner, having the intensity of being at the World Pro Junior Championships. This is a big deal, Kaipo. When you get to do this at a young age, even bigger deal.
Yeah, and you got your shaper, you got your sponsors. It looks like we have Garth Harlow talking to G. Garth heading up that team over at O'Neill.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not just a competition, it's also a place for, when you look at sponsors, as to do some scouting reports on some new talent, you know? So a lot of eyes on you here, and a chance to really elevate your whole standing. Hey, you pick up a solid sponsor from a great performance, and the exposure that you get here, that just helps you all the way down the line in your professional surfing career.
100%, all the way from Santa Barbara. I would actually have to say Santa Cruz all the way to San Diego. It's the mecca of surf culture, and you get all those big brands. You know, riding for O'Neill's a huge deal, especially, you know, with Jordy riding for them too, and having Graham Smith in your corner, Garth Harlow right there.
Ooh, you know what's the best way to start the day? Is with a SAMBAZON acai bowl, because that's just going to kick you in, and no matter what, if you start your day there with a delicious SAMBAZON acai bowl, everything's bright from then on.
I like mine with a bit of fruit on top too. Bananas, blueberries, strawberries. Gotta get some granola, a little bit of peanut butter kaipo, and some honey to finish it off.
I'm an acai and peanut butter guy. That's my jam right there. Stan, thank you to SAMBAZON for supporting this World Junior Championships. Rachel Presti, nice looking wall, nice looking carve. Coming around the corner again, one more strong carve on the backhand before she gets into that shallow section on the inside. 2 turns, she's going to better her 2-wave total with that performance.
No doubt, and great surfing, great maneuver selection right here by Presti, Eiffel, Kaipo. The second carve especially wasn't a necessity to go up into the lip and really pursue a big finish. The smart thing to do was just finish this wave off. Decent first carve right there to set things up, but how about that second bottom turn straight up into the lip line? And a difficult section too to ride out of. There wasn't necessarily a lot of power when she was coming out of that turn, but Presti was able to stay on her feet. Easily going to better the 2.3 and going to add more pressure to the Safa Lepron.
Yeah, and you know, that's just constructing your heat. So Rachel Presti doing a good job of heat construction at this moment. 13 minutes 45 seconds and no priority established as of yet. So that tells me that Louise Lepron is still on her paddle back out to find the peak, and that's got to be exhausting for the young South African.
Yeah, remember we saw her, she was paddling around towards the right, which is a bit longer, but it's less taxing on your body. As we see former champion at the World Pro Junior level, Kira Pinkerton on screen. Second generation professional surfer, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Father Jim, a great surfer. She's got a good heat though against Rubiano Browno.
Yeah, that's going to be heat number 3 of this elimination round. Kira Pinkerton, certainly one of the favorites in this competition.
Especially with these types of waves too.
Yeah, especially for powerful waves,
yeah.
right?
But Rubiana, I mean, growing up in Costa Rica, she's been able to surf a lot of heavy beach breaks. Goes to Pavones and visits the McGonagalls quite a bit too down there. It gets big in Pavones too. That's why both Leilani and Noé are such good surfers when it's heavier. But I think this heat in particular is going to be one to really look out for, because you have the former champion who's a great regular footer surfer. How are people going to approach it from the backhand? And Rubiana, who's got an incredible forehand attack. It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Well, if you're a goofy footer, no better place to polish up your technique than Pavones, where you'll probably get about, I don't know, 14 turns before you kick out. 6. I think I got the longest wave of my life there. It's a miraculous wave. That was years ago though, but yeah.
Hey, it don't matter. You still have those memories in your head, and that's
for sure.
That's the important thing. And some amazing surfers from there too. Actually, one of the surfers representing Germany, Leon Glatzit, is from that area, and he's in incredible areas. You have the McGonagalls. I'm trying to think of one other person that's from that area too.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I'm going to check in with AJ, because AJ, you're out in the elements, AJ. Give us a little bit of the feeling out there.
I know, the soft San Diegan in me is coming out. It is definitely a little bit chilly this morning. Kira, I got a chance to catch up with for her heat. She said she got a chance to free surf this morning. She was cold. Luana told me before we did our post-heat interview, she couldn't feel her feet. And I learned how to surf right here in Encinitas. And I remember those ice cream headaches. So you guys, as former competitors, I wanted to ask you, how do you manage? What are some of the mental techniques that you use in the middle of a heat when you're in cold water to keep yourself focused on the task at hand?
I'll let you take that one, Mitch.
One of the most important things for me was warming up really well on the beach or on land. I always felt, and this was even in a warm water place too, I just always felt if my blood was flowing, if I was in tune really with my body and my mind, I was going to perform well despite the cold conditions. I actually felt a little bit more motivated when I was going to cold water events too, especially at the Cold Water Classic.
Well, there you go. Air temperature 50 degrees, water temperature 59. If that's not going to wake you up, nothing will. So that'll snap you straight into alertness. AJ, what are the tides looking like today?
Well, the tides today, I actually talked to Kira about that as well. She said that the amount of water is similar to what she surfed in her heat on Monday, but it is something to watch because the women are going first today as opposed to the men who started us off on Monday. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on, Kaipo, as we see how much water is moving in and out of this reef along with the swell.
Thank you, AJ, as we see Louise Leprand up and riding. And this is going to be her best wave now, kind of putting it together, the young South African. Stretching through a couple of turns on her way to a nice wave and just, again, gets bullied by the Pacific Ocean right at the end.
Still, though, I mean, that's a big sign of improvement right there. I really like what I saw from Louise. Much better, obviously. She's going to easily better her low score. Still needs a 6.33 to take the lead. Ain't going to be that, but, you know, she's at least building momentum when it comes to getting those better scores. But she needs to get to work soon because there's only 9:30 on the clock, Kaipo.
Yeah, so we are anticipating a score for the South African, and that should change the requirement for Louise Leprand. By how much? That's up to the 5 wise men over there up in the judges' tower, and they're certainly taking a look probably at a replay of that wave to make sure they get the number right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you really want to be as honest as you can and compare everything, especially to the highest wave you've seen so far, which is the high 5 from Luana Silva, 5.9. But, you know, this is still going to be her best wave. The issue is with how small she is and how light she is, she's never really able to engage her rail that well, Kaipo. That was much better of a carve right there for Lulu. And then finishes it off with a little wrap at the end. Was going for the big finish. Just unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of that. But, you know, getting something that diminishes the requirement easily helps your mental balance too. You go out there, you compete a little bit differently, and now you only need a high 4 in comparison to a low 6.
Yeah, that's right. 2.73s checked in for Louise Leprand. Now just needing a little under a 5-point ride to turn the heat, so put herself in a more comfortable situation.
And speaking of psychology too, Kaipo, this is one thing that I used to do. It might sound a little weird. I used to hype myself up before heats so much. I used to yell and pound my chest and everything.
Wow.
I needed to get in that kind of spirit because there were some times where I'd be so down on myself, thinking, oh man, last event I did so bad or something like that. There were events where I need to be, you know, in tune with myself and really give myself that confidence I needed to go out there and perform. Especially listening to music was a big thing for me too. Depending on the waves, be something softer. I'll be competing at Sunset Beach, I want some house music. Be surfing at Huntington, I need something to get me going.
Rubiana Browno on the beach preparing for her heat, and I'm sorry for the little giggle, but I just did not put sunset.
I love house music.
Sunset and house music together. But
It's
everyone, hey,
perfect combo.
Everyone's got some different, you know, got a different vibe right there. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, when it's heavy,
Because
for
me, for sunset, I need like some angry, like,
you do
speed
I'm
metal.
the opposite.
Because I need to get the fangs out and hype myself into just paddling into some of those bombs. You know, like you're not going to do it. Oh, do it. All or nothing. You know.
No, that's like too much for me. Like I'm feeding the beast too much if I'm doing that.
I gotcha.
And I'm maybe like over amping, and that's bad at Sunset Beach. You get out of position, you get caught inside. Next thing you know, 20 minutes have gone by, you're losing the heat because you only have a 2. I needed something to really bring me down, and then when the waves were kind of rippable and small, I'd be playing, you know, the Four Horsemen by Metallica, Little King Star, some Nas, Tupac, something to get me really hyped up.
I didn't know you were a Nas guy.
Nas is my favorite artist of all time. New York State of Mind.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a nice pick. I'm more of
You're a Jay-Z guy.
I'm a Jay-Z. You know I'm a Jay-Z.
I know you are.
You know it's a Jay-Z guy because...
They squashed their beef, though, so that's fine.
Yeah. Both good choices there, although Jay-Z's
superior. I love Jay-Z too. I'm not saying
just
that I don't.
the body of work
What are you talking about?
up front by Jay-Z is just a much more broad. But hey, shout out to both to all the East Coast legends there and ultimate wordsmiths. Okay, down 5 minutes 45 seconds, and Rachel Presti still hanging on to that lead. She's been pretty quiet, hanging on to that priority as well. She's allowed Louise Laprant to get back into this heat. Laprant just needing a 4.93, and there's a picture of Rachel Presti.
But she's never lost control of the heat, which is the smartest thing. She has the 4, she has the 3.33, but she's always been very aware of her surroundings, where Louise is, what the beach announcers are saying. So she's in control of the heat, and she's known that. 5 minutes to go. Still would have probably liked to better the 3.33 if she can. If she doesn't, that's fine. Just take the heat win. But there has been a German surfer on the men's side on the championship tour, Marlon Lipke, back in the day. There hasn't been a German surfer on the women's championship tour. Would be fun to have Rachel there.
Hey, I mean, the flags represented on the championship tour continues to expand. We're going to have the Indonesian flag this year on the championship tour. We're going to have the Moroccan flag this year on the championship tour. Why not? I'd love to see the German flag as well.
Yeah, I remember when the Euroforce was really in full effect. They had one of my favorite surfers ever. Tim Boll was on there. Michelle, Jeremy, Mickey Picon, Thiago Pires, Marlon. And am I forgetting one more? No, I think those are all of them. And then on the women's side, they've also had some great surfers. A few that even haven't qualified for the CT before. Justine DuPont's one of them. She's a great big wave pioneer too. I really like the way former world junior champion Alize Arnaud used to surf as well.
Here we go at Presti. Nice carve to open up. Good looking wave and pokes the nose. That was
I know.
That was extremely disappointing right there, because I love the opening carve there. The wave looked like it had some great quality to it, given today's playing field, and just poking the nose. We'll take a look at it again.
Yeah, great first carve right here, Kaipo. Beautiful technique right in the pocket. And this second turn, I'm right there with you. Thought it was perfect. But I think she just had too much weight on her front foot coming out of it. She didn't want to poke the nose, but ended up poking it too much with that weight distribution right there.
Looks like she wants to shake it off. She's back up and riding again. Rachel Presti, check carve, eyeing down the line, bangs the oncoming section. Waters converging, needs to hang on and cannot.
Where's Louise is the real question. There she is, 3 minutes to go. And I'm looking at our monitor right now, Kaipo, and it doesn't really seem like she's still in position to really get something close to a 5 based off of where she is in the lineup. Look at Rachel's 4.33. That was a decent wave. You got to be way over on the shoulder right now and actually get some open face in order to get something in that 5+ range. I still think that, both of her best waves, Louise's ones, the 1.33, which was the big drop, she was right on the reef, and the 2.73 was almost a late drop too. She needs to be a little bit closer towards the shoulder to really capitalize on that open face. She still has 2 minutes and 30, but priority at this moment doesn't really matter. You just need a wave to come through.
Yeah, true statement here.
Ooh, there she goes.
And it's a good looking one. Get into that.
Oh.
And again, the offshore wind
pushed her back.
And you talked about the smaller frame there and trying to get down the wave face. Classic example.
Yeah, and look at this. It seems like she's going to get caught out of position too.
And then exactly what you don't want to happen when you don't catch a wave, turn around and see a bigger wave behind it in a couple of series of sets that you're just going to have to duck dive and fight that ice cream headache at the moment.
And that's why committing to your paddle is so important, Kaipo, because with the amount of set waves that we've seen, the size of the set waves that we've seen this morning, if you paddle for a wave, you really need to be committed to that wave 100%. And if not, you're going to get caught inside. You might get out of position. You could potentially get suspended priority if that happens too. Next thing you know, you had 30 minutes on the clock. 20 minutes have gone by, and you're needing 2 scores.
Yeah, and as you see, Louise still does hold priority, but she is nowhere near the takeoff zone. So she's first has to get out the back to give herself a chance at another score. It looks like Rachel Presley's going to call it heat. She's feeling comfortable.
Probably a smart thing to do. Don't wear yourself out. Kind of look at the lineup. If a set does come through, know where you want to be positioned. But for Louise, though, I mean, she still has a chance. 50 seconds. She needs a 5. The only issue is they're going to be a wave on the inside that's really going to offer up that scoring potential right here. There's the Safa crew.
Yeah, the South African crew taking a look and giving some good energy out there to Louise Laprant, who's actually gone into just that suspended priority position.
So just to explain that to our audience, suspended priority means that you still have priority, but you're not in the rotation. So since you're not at the primary takeoff zone, you can't block somebody from catching the wave, or you won't have higher priority than them at that moment.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm just looking at what's going on in front of Louise, and there's no chance she's going to make it back out to that peak.
A lot of positives to take, though, Kaipo. First event, you know, here.
14 years old.
You got the whole world ahead of you. Like,
you either win or you learn something. And
yep.
I think Louise learned a lot, is going to take a lot away from this in the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Those are the numbers. And it will be Rachel Presti moving on into the round of 16 and our third day of competition. Rachel got her job done this morning.
This next is going to be a fun one. Pinkerton, Brownell. I'm looking forward to it, Kaipo.
I sure am.
Ooh, Heat 4, Sarah Wakita, Ella McCaffrey.
Woo! It's non-stop action here. The action is going to continue right after this break. And we'll be back. We'll be back with Chris and Rosie, and they'll talk you through Heat 3 and 4 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
Welcome back to Seaside Reef here in North County, San Diego. Chris Cote with Rosie Hodge. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We have the best under 20 surfers on the planet, and we are now officially in our elimination round. So the surfers that won on day one got to skip this round, and lucky for them because it looks challenging out in the lineup, and you've got an incredible list of surfers in this second round, so it is not going to be easy to surf your way out of this one.
It is a cutthroat round and super nerve-wracking. I think, yesterday we had the day off. You've got time to kind of contemplate what your game plan will look like going into this elimination round. Like you said, Chris, there's so much water moving out there. I like what Travis Logie said in the opener, though. This could be one of the best conditions that we've ever seen for a World Junior Championship.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, I would say as a surf fan of watching competitions, you want to see a lot of waves ridden, and you want to see a lot of quality waves available for them to choose from, and I think we have that today. Of course, there is that needle in a haystack kind of feeling with so many waves coming through, so decision-making, of course, becomes paramount. Rachel Presti in that last heat made it through with a 7.66. So while the waves are bigger, maybe there's more opportunity finding those opportunities to give you those major scores. Probably a little bit more challenging today. You know, it's like you're at the buffet. Where do you start? How big are you going to make that plate? That's what it feels like out there.
Yeah, it definitely can feel like that when you've got this playing field, multiple takeoff zones, lots of swirl running. I think knowing your lineups and having a little bit of a beat on the pulse of what Seaside likes to do at this size is going to be really crucial.
Well, our surfers have plenty of time out there. 30-minute heats, top 2 waves will get them through. As always, we do have championship tour level judges in the building today, an international judging panel, male and female. Our priority judges, of course, right there, you know, scoping down the line. There is a predominant takeoff zone. It's going to be obviously way bigger today. You know, on day 1, it was a pretty clean peak, but today it's going to be shifting around a little bit. So they're going to need every second of these 30-minute heats. We've got Kira Pinkerton out in the lineup in red, Rubiana Brownell in blue, Costa Rica versus USA. I've seen Kira Pinkerton surfing here a lot. She's from San Clemente, just about 30 minutes up the freeway. So she's definitely has, I would say, the advantage in terms of knowledge of this break. Rubiana Brownell, though, coming from Costa Rica, I mean, she's been around the world and back, 19 years old. So I would say both these surfers are veteran juniors. 25 minutes ago, no takers yet. That gives us the chance to catch up with AJ McCord standing by with that last heat winner, Rachel Presti.
Rachel, the guys were talking about the wind in the booth. You said it was something that you didn't really pick up on until you were in the water. You couldn't see it as well, but you felt it in the water. How did that affect your surfing?
Yeah, because of the swell, I decided to ride my step up. So especially with the extra length, you feel all that like wind blowing against you, and it looks very glassy and nice, so you can't really see it. But since there's some swell, you also have a lot more speed on the wave and feel it for sure.
So when you were going for your turns, how did that affect the way you attacked it?
I was trying to approach it earlier and come up sooner, and then try to drive it down really hard to fight against the wind. Which was helpful on the ones that I landed, but I also had a couple late turns and didn't land.
So this is your second time surfing here for World Juniors. What did you learn in this heat that you want to carry forward into the next round?
I think I need to make sure that I'm on like the best waves that come in, because I keep getting very unlucky paddling back out, and I get a lot of sets on my head, so it takes me a lot of time to get back out, and also just a lot of energy. So,
well, it worked today. We'll see you in the next round when you can improve upon it.
Thanks.
Rachel Presti fighting her way through that second round heat. Rosie, I'm so impressed with what I've been hearing in these post-heat interviews. Rachel right there, you know, she's still a teenager, but her heat IQ and basically what she just gained in that heat, what she's going to apply to her next heat. It's fascinating to hear these juniors talk. I mean, you would not be able to tell that these are up-and-coming surfers, and you would think they're all veterans by the way what Rachel was talking in that post-heat.
Yeah, you think about the term lost at sea, and sometimes you can come in and just have no clue what went wrong, but that is a very, just a clear, concise breakdown of what was happening in the heat, where she can improve, and what really worked for her in that heat. So really good to see all of these surfers having that big heat IQ and applying it into the further rounds.
22:50 on the clock. We just saw Rubiana Brownell, 19 years old, representing Costa Rica. She's a powerhouse goofy footer. She's been climbing the QS rankings for the past few years. She is your Costa Rican national champ, which I feel like is the trend in this field. Most of these surfers that we have competing here at the World Junior Championships are national champions from their respective regions. Rubiana has a pretty cool story. She was born in LA, moved to Costa Rica at age 4, now lives back in Venice, so she's gotten a taste of all different types of surfing lives. Her dad, Trey, he was on the USA surf team, so an absolute ripper. Her brother as well, and she cites in a few interviews that I read, she's inspired by Sally Fitzgibbons, mostly due to her attitude. You know, obviously we all know Sally rips, but I think Sally's presence and her attitude, you know, is definitely a great person to be inspired by. And then she cites Mick Fanning as well. So 2 pretty good inspirations there if you want a big surf career. And Rubiana is known for a vicious backhand, and she can lean on that more often than not to get herself through heats. She's got a big competitor here in Kira Pinkerton, who is I mean, she's stacking up the accolades. 2018 World Junior Champion. She won ISA Gold in 2022. So this is going to be a tough heat for Rubiana. And, you know, again, Kira with, say, a little bit, well, definitely a lot more local knowledge than Rubiana, but you know, she's going to be used to the conditions here, the temperatures and all that coming from San Clemente.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And it's so interesting looking at this pulled back shot of the lineup, just how far out these competitors are. And I think you touched on it the other day. Just, you know, this is one of those pieces of reef that kind of set you way out in the ocean, and you got to try and kind of figure it out. Land kind of feels quite far away when you're out at Seaside.
Here's Kira Pinkerton in red, part of that San Clemente Cyclone. She surfed 19 major events in 2022. Her first contest ever was at age 6. She did her first WSL event at age 11. So she has been working at this basically since she was born. Her dad, an incredible surfer as well, Jim Pinkerton, he's probably got a full trophy room still. So she grew up seeing those, going, okay, I want some of those.
Yeah.
And she's got a lot of them already. She is basically, you know, I would say coming into this event, this being her last junior event, have to put her on the list of favorites on paper to win. But Rubiana right now putting things together. This is going to be a patience game as well, not just waiting for the wave that you're going to get that opportunity on, but once you get on the wave, trying to maximize the potential of these waves without making it look forced.
Yeah, so true. There's I think, you know, Rachel touched on it in that post-heat interview, the wind that's out there that you can't really identify from the land, but like when you're out there, you're really feeling those ruffles up the face, and maybe indicative of that was that wave there from Rubiana. As we just watch her, you can tell there's like a little bit of fin chat on that wave through that bottom turn. Board really chattering around under her feet. She's waiting for something that's going to stand up. The board looks good. Everything's looking great. I'm just noting what the conditions are throwing at our competitors. So finishes off that wave neatly.
So it's a testament to getting yourself out there and acclimated to today's conditions before the event starts. I mean, that decision can be a little daunting, knowing that, okay, well, you're going to surf early between 6 and 8 when the contest starts. That's the coldest time of the day. And if anybody, you know, if you've surfed in Southern California on a very cold day, I mean, relatively speaking, this is not, you know, Santa Cruz. It's not a cold water climate, but it's definitely chilly. And if you surf early, you're going to be cold for the next few hours after that. So warming back up, I mean, that's a kind of a tough decision to make sometimes.
I got in my car this morning about the time that you'd be hitting the water, and the temperature gauge said 48 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was in San Clemente. That's pretty cold. That's chilly. And then you only have a quick turnaround. Do you have a dry wetsuit to throw back on? Do you have hot, like something to warm up your feet and your extremities? Because a lot of times when you lose that feeling in your hands and your feet, it's a really hard thing to get back when you feel like you've got hams at the end of your legs instead of feet. Yeah, it is a decision, tricky decision. Do you go for the warm-up surf if you're in early morning heat when it's cold?
Tough to surf with foot hams.
Foot hams.
And in this little area we're at right now, so this parking lot backs up to a big estuary, and it's kind of a valley that goes, I mean, all the way to Arizona, basically. And through that valley, I mean, this parking lot is the coldest parking lot in town during winter. The wind whips down that valley, so it feels 10 degrees colder here than anywhere else in Encinitas. And I'll tell you, the competitors are definitely feeling it. And then when you look at this paddle out, we're talking, you know, 3 football fields, a lot of waves coming through. It's a lot of duck diving. So it's definitely going to be a challenge for these young surfers out there. They've been training. They've been around the world and back. They faced conditions like this all the time. As you can clearly see, Kira Pinkerton looking very comfortable out here at Seaside. Her backhand has got her through many heats. So I feel like this is going to be a really fun matchup. Not only because we haven't seen these surfers compete against each other too much. I know they've had heats together on the QS, but for Kira Pinkerton, you know, coming in here with all that momentum, all those accolades, you'd have to say she's the favorite in this heat. But my surprise this morning when I looked at the draw is that Kira Pinkerton is even in this second round. She is one of those surfers that seems to always be skipping heats anytime she surfs.
Such a good point. That second maneuver there was just such a good hook on her backhand. It looks like she's going on a longer piece of equipment. The way that she handled that takeoff when that lip was breaking on her back was really cool. I think Kira, she's got a lot of things heading in her favor in this heat, probably sleeping in her own bed, acclimatized to the water temperature, knowing the lineup. So yeah, she's using all of those advantages right now. But it is very interesting to see her in this elimination round. I look at the draw as we get started, and you're like, Kira Pinkerton, as a former World Junior Champ, she's a favorite coming into this event. So I'm sure this is going to be added motivation if she gets out of this round to kind of close out her heat and really make a push.
Well, she's started with a huge number, 7.33, so the high mark of the day set by Kira Pinkerton already, and she has 15 minutes, 50 seconds to go. We talk about the 19 major events that Kira did in 2022. One of those events was huge for her. That was the Haleiwa Challenger. Kira surfed her way all the way to a 5th place finish. So this will give you a great example of, waves that Kira feels comfortable in. 2-foot, fun, playful surf, all the way up to solid 6 to 8 foot waves. I mean, Kira can really do it all. To me, she's a prototypical CT style surfer. She will be on the championship tour soon.
Definitely. I mean, just such a powerhouse. I love her style. During 2020 when the world was locked down, Kira was spending time in Indonesia, getting so barreled and just doing what she loves. So such a huge talent.
And she kind of found this one midway out through the reef. Looks like it could stand up for her. She's patiently waiting for this thing to form up, and goes up into the lip, rides out clean. I love that. No hesitation at all.
That was nice.
She's fearless, and not just in big barreling waves, but when it comes to, attacking a section or going up and, using that lip to excite the judges. You will not see her hesitate ever.
No, she's so good at attacking and so good at waiting for the right moment. I think her timing is just really great. Surfing for the San Clemente board riders, I think she's also been able to keep surfing in a lot of heats and just keep that competitive feeling alive.
14:18 to go. Glad you brought up the board riders. This is home of the Encinitas board riders. And for one time, the San Clemente board riders came to Seaside. They went home in 2nd place.
They did?
They did not like that.
And
Encinitas held our ground.
What
got the
happened
win
in the
here at
championship
Seaside.
at Lowers?
I don't remember that one, but I do remember the event here.
I think we won.
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we smoked
I think
the
Kira
field.
helped you win.
Yeah. San Clemente. Oh, well, let's take a look at this wave. So Kira does so well to stay with that whitewood and just identifies. Look at her eye line, the way that she's identifying this lip line. Just attacks it right there. And then staying low so that she's able to ride out all that bump and chop through the whitewater. Really good surfing.
Yeah, you can, there's a few surfers in the field here that you can kind of just look at and go, okay, that's a CT surfer. Kira's one of them. I'd say Alyssa Spencer, the other one. Both of them obviously very close to qualifying in 2022 and in 2021. And, I would say between 16 and 20, I would say that's kind of like the bulk of our field in that age group. What do you think the difference is between a 16, 17-year-old surfer and a 19, 20-year-old surfer, kind of to split the field?
I think it's experience. I think a lot of times you talk about the Kiras and the Lessers and the Sawyer Lindblads. They've already had Challenger Series experience. They've had very character-building moments. They've learned how to manage heats. They've learned how to manage wins and losses. And they've really have that high heat IQ because that comes with experience. So when you're thinking about someone that's green and young and coming onto the scene and really motivated and has a lot of energy, you learn a lot in that 3-year period when you kind of get a bit more experience under your belt.
And it doesn't hurt when you're surfing against Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore. You surf against them, and then you come back and you're surfing against your own age group. You're like, you got to be a little bit relieved, like, I'm not going against Steph Gilmore. But that being said, everyone who qualifies for this event is at that level, so no easy way out.
The little fish in a big pond goes from a big fish back to the little pond, and just, I guess it can really help that mentality.
Yeah, it's like going into high school as a freshman, everything's like, wow, this is crazy. Coming back as a senior, you go, I know everything about this, it's all good. But Kira, I would say she is in her senior year of junior competition. This will be the last her last junior event, I believe. A lot of I would say almost half the field citing this as their last Pro Junior. How do you want to go out of your Pro Junior career? Holding up a giant trophy here at Seaside Reef, and that will happen in the next few days. Rosie, I know that the Surfline forecast has been right in our favor and spot on all week long. The call yesterday, it's a little bit different here. You have to make the call early, and Travelogi does not have an easy job. The good news for him and for all of us surf fans is there is plenty of swell all the way through to Sunday. So, and then beyond that, of course, so the locals after this event are going to be hyped. You watch some of the world's best surfers at your home break. We know that motivates you. And so when this thing ends, the Seaside grommets are going to be going off.
It's true. I mean, just watching these events as a younger kid, you do get so inspired by them. And yeah, thanks to all the Seaside locals for letting us have the break for this week.
Well, Kira Pinkerton is doing what we thought she would do. Dominate. 7.33 is 6.5. 13.83 total. That would have got you through any heat in competition this week so far. Flip side of that, Brunel, maybe a little bit lost out there. Only one wave ridden with 10:20 to go. So vastly different than our first day of competition, where we saw surfers getting 8, 9, 10 waves ridden per heat with 3 surfers in the water. Obviously with 2 surfers in the water, you do have the opportunity to be a little bit more selective, and you have more options with that 3rd surfer out. That being said, though, when you're now sitting with just a 3-3 and your competition is high into the teens, it's got to be a pretty daunting feeling. And then, of course, the area that they're surfing in is 3 times bigger than it was on day 1. So it's almost like a totally different break.
Yeah, you'd think that maybe that heat total, you could think about it as a snack when you have more opportunities to come your way, but then really thinking about trying to eclipse what Kira's doing at the moment. Rubiana, she's got her work cut out for her. It's got to start now. I mean, she's really got to put something up in the excellent range and then back it up quickly.
We got 9:15 on the clock. Big set rolling through. Kind of just missed the reef a little bit. You see it went really flat on the face. Back to Kira Pinkerton, your current leader. Read an interesting interview with her where she basically said she wants more friendly rivalries with the women, because she grew up and she still, surfs with day in, day out, Chloe Andino, Griffin Colapinto, the San Clemente Cyclone, and, you talk about friendly rivalries. I don't think there's any crew in the world that has a more entertaining kind of friendly rivalry situation than the surfers from San Clemente. And I love that Kira's right in the mix going, okay, well, where's my rivals? I want to do this, So it's cool to have surfers like Sawyer, Sam Sibley coming up kind of in that same area, the same age demographic, that they can start to develop those rivalries, which I think helps performance rise. I mean, we saw it with Kelly and Andy. We've seen it, Tom Kerr and Aki. I mean, the best surfing comes from those rivalries, and you don't have to hate your competitor. It doesn't have to be a heated rivalry, but just, using that to help push your own surfing to the next level.
Oh, definitely. I think, if you think of people that don't have those other competitive people to kind of measure themselves up against and to kind of push them, you can kind of stay stagnant. You can kind of feel like, oh, I don't need to improve. Like, this is good. Like, I'm good.
I'm the alpha at my break.
I'm the alpha. Like, what more can I push to do? But when you see other people do stuff, you're like, oh, I want to do something better than that. Or if someone has a good result, you can be stoked for them doing well, but then also be like, okay, that's what I want for myself. I want that winning feeling.
Now that right there is something that you will only see in a few sports. Hand jives while you're watching the waves. Alyssa Spencer right there breaking down this lineup. She surfs here every single day. If she's not out on tour, she's here at Seaside. She is excited to get back in there. She doesn't have to surf in the second round. She won her first heat, so this is our first look at elimination round surfing.
She also looks like she's down here helping some of the other competitors.
Very cool. Building those rivalries.
Yeah.
Friendly
to that
rivalries.
Competitive, friendly rivalries.
Looks like a little bit of calm, but you can see, with every set that comes through, we're looking at 3 to 5 wave sets. and there is a lot less definition today. You know, we're coming off of yesterday, which looked like straight up victory at sea. I mean, you wouldn't be able to identify where the reef was or anything. It was just water moving everywhere, and some of our competitors still got out there just to familiarize themselves with this break.
So, Chris, as a local, on a day like today, what would your game plan be?
Wait till the sun comes out.
Yeah.
Drink a lot of coffee. be a lot troll for a couple hours.
Kicked it.
Gentleman's hour is right about 9 or 10 o'clock. So this place it's icy in the morning with that wind coming through. So a lot of us wait till later in the afternoon. But definitely I would say one of the best parking lot scenes we have in surfing, definitely in California. So always fun to hang out and just be part of it. And speaking of being part of it, Kira Pinkerton mentioned earlier, very familiar with this wave. She's here a lot, and it shows. Rubiana Brunel, little bit, maybe just a little bit more confused into this lineup, which understandable.
Yeah, hasn't quite got the opportunity. This is the 3.33, her only wave of this heat so far. Actually, only 3 waves ridden in this whole heat at the moment. Kira Pinkerton has got some amazing scores, the 7.33 and the 6.5. This is the 6.5 right here. This maneuver, just finding that lip line, looking down the line, eyelining what she wants to do, and attacks it. Does so well to stay composed and ride out that white water.
I can't fault Rubiana for being a little bit confused in this lineup. There's tons of water moving around. It's pretty hard to identify the takeoff zone. Kira Pinkerton, though, I think we're watching Kira right now in about 3rd gear. She still has 3 more speeds to hit. So for her to kind of be able to casually surf through this heat, get herself a couple big scores at about 60-70% of what she's capable of. She is a really powerful clutch performer. So, she has to be excited because she still has a lot of room to grow and open up in these next coming heats. Well, we all know it's only just going to get more difficult from here on out. So for Kira, this is definitely a confidence builder. 4 minutes, 11 seconds to go with priority out the back. You have Rubiana Brunel having a look at this wave. And it just passes by them. Either just a little bit inside. Interesting though, like these sets, they're all different. They kind of have a lot of different sizes. The first wave of the set is 2 feet overhead. The next wave is like head high, and then an even bigger one. So it's there's a lot of different things happening that your research over the past few days might not really come into too much of a play unless you're sitting next to Alyssa Spencer soaking in all that knowledge. That's definitely going to help.
Yeah, that's all good knowledge right there. And I think even though the swells are mixed up and they're one on top of each other, you've got storm surf out there, there's a lot happening, there should still be the takeoff zones.
The boil's still there. The
boil's still there. The indicator of where to sit can still give you an idea, and that can almost anchor you in a lineup.
Yeah, when, in free surfing out here, sometimes it's fun to kind of sit wide. You're not going to get the super critical opportunity for your first turn. And, obviously when you're free surfing, doing big, calm, kind of casual carves, down the line cutbacks feels really nice. Judges don't love it. They want to see some really critical surfing. So, yeah, you do have to push yourself deep into the takeoff zone. Your top wave scores of the event for the women so far, we had Francisca Kiki Vaselko with that 7.67. Sawyer with a 7.5. Kira Pinkerton in this heat got a 7.33. Aaron Brooks from day one with that 7.33. I do like where the judges are in terms of, kind of centralizing those scores. If you get a great wave somewhere between the 7.75 range, it seems to be that benchmark. Of course, they do leave the upper echelon of that score line open for surfers that go above and beyond. We've seen that just a handful of times already. I think the field we have, there is a perfect 10 in this field, and with all the swell we have, I'm almost sure that we're going to see a perfect 10. I'm going to knock on wood because I want to see multiple perfect 10s, but do you think the perfect 10 is out there? Do you think the field is capable of achieving that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've got such a talented field, but I like that the judges are keeping that excellent range open and really asking more of the surfers and identifying that the surfing that's been done so far is just a smidge shy of that excellent range.
Yeah, you got to be perfect. You got to surf the wave perfectly if you want that 10.
Yeah, they don't make it easy. I remember there was maybe when we were getting into like the changing of the guard, that new school was coming in, like the Johns and Gabbies and Felipes. There were a lot of 10s, and then the judges went, okay, let's reassess. Let's look at what we're doing here.
Yeah.
The next year, when we started off at Snapper, everyone was like, I can't get over like a 6.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely took note of the level that came onto the championship tour. 50 seconds to go, Kira Pinkerton well into the lead, and this could be a victory lap for Kira. Powerful surfer. I mean, I was just about to say perfectly placed. The turn was perfectly placed, but coming out of that turn, you saw that wave kind of bowl up a little bit, which, you know, the two waves she had before that one, the section was pretty flat right there and forgiving. That one wedged up right underneath her. You see her in the white water right there. That was a pretty wicked slam.
That was hectic. I mean, this wave is really pushing you out and then just sucks you back in that vortex, and it almost looked like the fins kind of went all squirrely on her and just gave out.
Well, second wave ridden for Brunel, and went for it, but was unable to maintain control. So Kira Pinkerton, the convincing victory, a 7.33 and a 6.5. The San Clemente Cyclone rolls through Seaside Reef. We do lose Rubiana Brunel representing Costa Rica. Pura vida, Rubiana. We will see more of her in the future. She's a great surfer. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Sarah Wakita and Ella McCaffrey coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're live here at Seaside Reef. This is going to be a great heat elimination round 4 featuring two surfing superstars, Sarah Wakita and Ella McCaffrey. Japan and USA represented in this heat. Ella McCaffrey is a Seaside local, surfs here pretty much every day. If she's not surfing somewhere else around the world in a contest, she is here training with her brother Cole and her dad Bill. Dad's probably got 4,000 hours of footage of Ella surfing here at Seaside, so a lot of research, a lot of R&D for McCaffrey. Starting off, Sarah Wakita. Wow, what a way to start, Rosie.
Yeah, that wave well overhead for Sarah. I love Sarah's style. It's very Coco Ho-esque to me. Whoa, this turn was super cool. Unfortunately, doesn't stick it, but that low center of gravity does give her just such a good shot at staying on her feet.
I was thinking the same thing. As I was watching her, even just kind of the high line that she hit, I was thinking, I want to surf like Sarah Wakita. Well, Sarah grew up in Japan, lives in Hawaii, moved there in 2011. Her dad, Takayuki Wakita, one of the greats at Pipeline, one of the best to ever do it. Her bro, Taichi, another amazing surfer. Sarah's first contest was at age 7, 2022. She surfed all 7 Challenger Series events, 4 QS events. She did win the Asia Open 1000, and she surfed in 3 Pro Juniors and took home 2 third places. So Sarah definitely no stranger to the jersey, and also no stranger to waves of consequence, open ocean situations. You see this paddle out right there. No matter who you are, wherever you live, wherever you grew up, that is a grueling paddle out. That's about 15 waves coming at you in rapid fire succession. Talking ice cream headaches all day long. Do not envy these surfers in these situations when, if you're sitting on the beach getting ready to go out, sometimes you can kind of time it. But, in the span of a 30-minute heat, you have to just start paddling when you get off that wave. There's no timing it. So there will be some work put into getting back into the lineup today, no doubt, as Sarah's showing us right now. And Ella, you see, getting back out there.
I mean, I think when you're looking at a lineup when it's far offshore like this, or further offshore like this, you just look at how slow the lip is falling, and that really gives you a sense of how big the wave is. Because sometimes you're looking at it, you see this wall coming at you, and it looks so perfect, but then you watch that lip just going, when you're like, that's a pretty solid wave.
Well, if you're wondering too why Ella's paddling back out there in the soup and we don't see a score on her board, that's because she just got absolutely steamrolled by that last set. It was about a 12-wave set. Caught her just a little bit inside, and now she's got pushed over even further into the impact zone. From this angle you can see, so of course today still predominantly a left coming through. You can sneak around on the right to get out to the takeoff zone, but today that's going to be a little bit more daunting. We still see Ella paddling back out, so this set has just been non-stop.
That is the worst feeling when your competitors had a wave and then you're sitting out in the lineup, you think you're sweet, and you just get obliterated all the way to the inside again and have to start paddling all over again.
It's a rough start. So a full 6 minutes already that she's been paddling. Ella McCaffrey, like we said, born and bred right here in Encinitas, California. Her and her brother Cole McCaffrey are fixtures in this lineup. Her dad Bill McCaffrey, legendary wake surfer, wakeboarder, one of the OGs of that sport that made it what it is today. Very supportive to the kids, of course. Ella actually crushed it this year on the QS. She had back-to-back second-place finishes in Indonesia at Krui and Nias. 4 Pro Junior events, so she spent a lot of time traveling around the world. She's a Sambazon team rider as well, so the rest of us, we get those free Sambazon bowls for this week only. Ella gets them year-round.
That's nice.
It must be nice.
That must be nice, especially after surfing. That's like such a good treat, such a good fuel up.
Can you heat it up? Can you make like a hot Sambazon soup? 23:50 on the clock. Sarah Wakita in the lead for now with that 3-point ride. Both surfers struggling to stay in position as they get back out there. Luckily, there's a little bit of a break in the sets, so they can get to the lineup, and that will give us a chance to catch up with Kira Pinkerton, who dominated that last heat. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
Kira proving that it is all about quality, not quantity. The 3 waves that you took in that one, all giving you scores. What were you looking for in the wave selection?
Yeah, it's really tough out there, a lot of current, and I was on a bigger board just because there's so much water moving, and I just wanted something that wasn't too bowly, and so I wasn't falling, and nothing that was too flat, so I wasn't getting a score. So finding 3 waves, I felt pretty lucky just to even get that with so many waves coming in.
Now on your 3rd wave, you went down, you came up here limping. What happened?
Yeah, my last wave, I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for broke, and went up and came down with no speed, and my board just whacked my knee, and my whole leg went dead, and I was like, well, that was probably not smart. I was already making the heat, but luckily I can feel it again. So.
Okay, so we can feel it again. We're good for the next round.
Yes, definitely.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah, we noticed that after that last heat. She kind of spent a lot of time just floating there in the white water. Glad to hear she's okay. with her being an absolute veteran already, at such a young age, right there, you could just tell all these surfers they have a little computer in their brain, so they take what just happened in that span of 30 minutes, decipher it quickly, and if you go to the competitors area on any given day down here at this event, I would say each and every surfer has a coach. Some shared coaches between a couple surfers, but it is quick to get in the tent, debrief, the pros and cons of your last heat, and I think what makes these young surfers stand out and what makes them great is their ability to adapt and listen and learn quickly, and then put those learnings into your next heat, which could be later today, most likely tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, it's so important to turn that information around quickly and really digest what happened in the heat, instead of kind of stewing on stuff too, because that never helps. Like just getting it, like having a talk through with someone, it's so fun just to have that person that you can be completely honest with, and they can be completely honest with you. If you're able to take that criticism or take those compliments, it's massive to have a coach that you can have a good relationship with and a good rapport with.
21 minutes to go. Coming up next, there's Gemma Hanafe from East London, South Africa.
Yeah,
What can you tell me about that town?
Oh, it is a really small town on the east coast of South Africa. It's wave rich. We've got everything. Beach breaks, right-hand point breaks, couple sneaky lefts. So she'd be used to kind of open ocean, raw power. And yeah, I'm excited about this. I mean, I think for surfers traveling from places like South Africa, this is pretty far. It's expensive. So when you get this opportunity, you don't want to squander it.
Yeah, I talked to her and her mom earlier this morning. I said, that was a bit of a trip. And, they said, yeah, but we did go to El Salvador last year, so that was about 15 hours further. So they're used to it.
Yeah. You got to go up to go down. Yeah, it's a grind. Traveling from South Africa was not easy. You'd be like South Africa to somewhere in Europe, 10 hours. Then that flight to Los Angeles is another like 10, 11 hours. Or you could do the dog leg and go through like Abu Dhabi or Qatar or whatever. So yeah, there's a couple ways you can skin the cat, but none of them are easy.
It adds a week onto whatever the waiting period was.
And then the jet lag is horrendous. So
what time would it be? What day would it be in South Africa right now?
It's about 9 hours ahead.
So it's the future.
It's the future.
19:30 on the clock. So Rosie, I know you've been in a million heats. You've been in this situation before. When you're surfing in a heat that has so many waves coming in, we're seeing this heat right now, which has basically been a paddle race. Sarah Wakita is still paddling out after that opening wave that she got 10 minutes ago. How hard is it to settle yourself down and just pick one of the 400 waves that are coming through at any given minute?
I think in this instance, it's all about the preparation that you did before. So I would have taken my time to really sit, look at the waves, find a marker on the land and find like a cross marker of where I wanted to sit. And then once I got back out to the outside, just kind of stick to that point. Like know that was like my game plan. This is where I saw good waves coming in. When I free surfed, this is where I really felt the best. And that's, you kind of make these game plans before you go out, and obviously there's leeway for it to change a little bit here and there, but I think in this instance it'd be a really good idea to stick to that game plan, knowing that it's taking so much time to get in and out after you've ridden a wave. So when you take a wave, be sure that it's a good one and make the most of it when you get to your feet.
Well, thankfully for Sarah, she got a respite from the washing machine that she's been in for the past 10 minutes, so no sets coming in right now. Both surfers will have the chance to get back into that proper takeoff zone, and while they do that, Sarah Wakita, mentioned earlier, lives on the north shore of Oahu, so she is definitely accustomed to paddling out in scary conditions. Like, I would put this in that kind of wheelhouse. It's definitely a challenge. But let's look back at Sarah Wakita's best waves from the Challenger Series event that happened at Haleiwa, the Haleiwa Challenger. So this was 2022, and of course, surfers have to be ready to adapt to all conditions. This is what Seaside looks like on most days. This is Seaside 300 days of the year. So it's interesting to kind of look back and go Hawaii, and then of course, there you have proper Haleiwa and Sarah Wakita, her fearless approach shining.
Yeah, just thinking about this event, I mean, we had everything and then just finished in such spectacular fashion. So, you know, you mentioned that word adapting as a competitor, and it just shows you what you could be presented with at any given stop on the tour.
So Sarah with a solid result there. She's just climbing up the QS, and with 7 starts on the Challenger Series, I mean, that's the first huge step in getting yourself on the championship tour. So this, again, will probably be Sarah's last Pro Junior event. She is definitely on her way to becoming a surfing superstar. The contingent coming out of Japan for the women's in the last 4 or 5 years has just been stunning.
Yeah.
I mean, so many amazing surfers. Amuro Suzuki, the list goes on and on. I mean, the development of women surfing in Japan, to me, I would put them among the most improved group of any, nation in the world in terms of surfing. So it's only fitting that we see Sarah here competing for a world title.
Totally fair, and it's cool to see them traveling together. I think that's really created even more competitiveness and fun to watch.
And here we go, Ella McCaffrey on her backhand. So Ella spent the better part of the first 15 minutes of this heat getting herself into the takeoff zone, and unfortunately for her, that wave just collapsing around her. So she has to straighten out, and now she finds herself in the unenviable position of having to battle her way back out into the takeoff zone. We'll see if she can sneak around the left to get out to the outside where Sarah is waiting. What happened here, Rosie?
She played her cards right, Chris. I feel like, she went on what would have looked like a really good wave that had some section to it, but unfortunately it just crumbled before she could meet it. So, yeah, she rolled the dice. She took off on that wave. It looked like it had opportunity on it when she got to her feet, and unfortunately it didn't play out the way she would have wanted.
I think with all this swell and with the weather and kind of the conditions still cleaning up from yesterday, the hometown advantage is kind of edged away a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because even Rob Machado would be out there, missing a few sections. This is definitely a wild look at Seaside. So, all that R&D that you've done over the past few years, if you're a local here on a day like today, I feel like it equalizes the field. And then, of course, I mean, everyone in this event is so good. I feel like in the past decade, at least leading up to where we are now, home turf advantage, that kind of home field confidence has been chipped away. Anywhere we go in the world, same with the goofy versus regular argument, everyone's that good that no matter what waves they're surfing, everyone's going to shine and make it difficult for their competitor.
I think, similar to Loa's, Seaside is one of those waves where it's super consistent. It breaks a certain way 360 days a year, and this is one of the handful of days where it like completely changes. And like you said, it's like you could be so used to surfing it one way, and then it shows you, a 180 of what you'd be used to. So like you said, that kind of home court advantage is definitely watered down a little bit.
But we do have the tide coming up for another hour. It's 9:53 Pacific Standard Seaside time. So a 4.9 high tide. That's pretty high. So we're going to see more water moving across that reef and kind of deepening the takeoff zone as Ella McCaffrey here now finds a little bit of a face to work with. That wave closes out pretty quickly. So Ella did have the opportunity for one big turn, and she has to be thankful knowing that Sarah Wakita is still kind of just finding her spot in the lineup, only with one wave ridden. Ella's first wave was a 1. She did stand up, but nothing after that, so she'll probably improve just a little bit there. 13 minutes to go, a lot of time left, but I feel like the time has been going so fast with all the kind of extracurricular things you have to do in these heats to achieve success. In that last heat, we saw Kira Pinkerton ride 3 waves. Fortunately for her, she got 2 huge scores. But just getting yourself into position is going to be a paramount key to success out here at Seaside today. And I would say I would only put Kira Pinkerton kind of in that position of somebody who controlled the lineup. Everyone else so far a little bit lost out there.
Yep. Well, Ella's in the lead now with that last wave.
Yeah, it came through at a 2:17, so kind of similar to that first wave. I mean, a win is a win. If you do win with a 3.17, good for you. You dodged a bullet, and you did it. But most likely won't happen. Sarah Wakita is an incredibly talented surfer, tenacious as well. I mean, you have to have tenacity to get to this level, competing for a World Junior title. So there's still plenty of time for both these surfers. Just under 12 minutes to go. We have heard a few mentions of step-up boards being ridden. What would you say the average quiver brought to Seaside would be for this event by these junior surfers?
We'll come into a standalone event. You'd have to think they'd be bringing between 4 and 6 surfboards, I'd imagine. I mean, you're probably going to have like your 2 favorites, a step-up, and a backup of your favorite, and another backup of your favorite, and another step up. And maybe if you're lucky enough, you could pick up boards when you get here. So yeah, I'm thinking you'd be traveling with a pretty stacked board bag.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the surfboard capitals of the world. You got Sharp Eye right down the road. You got Pyzel in Oceanside. Channel Islands just up the road as well. So all the boards are here. We've got a bunch of great surf shops right within a 1 mile radius. Surf Ride, Hansen right up the beach, Encinitas Surfboards. So it's all here. It's not like you're going to the Krui Pro in Indonesia where if you didn't bring enough boards, you might be in trouble. Any of these surfers have 1,000 surfboards within half a mile radius. But favorites, those don't come easy.
But that's also a fun idea for the traveling surfers to get into town, try these different shapers. I mean, much like Hawaii, when you get there and try some of the local shapers, it's always more fun, or like sometimes more of an advantage to ride a local shaper because they know the waves that you're going to be riding, the extra volume that you might need. I mean, we're talking about surfers from South Africa coming here, used to right hand point breaks and such, and a lot of power in the waves. I would always like to ride kind of local designs and local shapers just to have a feel of what they would make specifically for a break.
Yeah, and the difference in traveling with or without a coffin board bag?
Yeah.
It's massive.
No check bags.
No check bags. Well, I would say Encinitas is underrated for what culturally we've done around here for surfing and skateboarding. Arguably skateboarding invented in the hills of La Costa, which is just inland Encinitas. And then you think of the surfing heritage and history around here. Hansen Surfboards, Don Hansen, basically one of the founders of the entire surf industry. Incredible surfboard shaper as well. You kind of go up. This was a hotbed in the 80s. Companies like Nectar Surfboards, Donald Takayama right up the road, Agua Surfboards. I mean, it is steeped in surf history. We do have the California Surf Museum in Oceanside just up the road as well. If you want to learn more, definitely a great place to check out as Sarah Wakita now weaves her way through the inside. Not a clean, pretty wave, but she made it look nice. I can't agree with you more, Rosie. Her style is so good. I mean, everything's in its proper place. Really fun surfer to watch. Ella McCaffrey now. We have a medium-sized set wave with opportunity. Quick snap there to start. Waiting for this wave to form up through this inside parking lot section. She's building plenty of speed. Didn't really get much of an opportunity for a critical turn. She does go down in the end, so it's kind of like a fighting against that wave. Whereas usually when you see her surf, she's nice and fluid and smooth, but having to force it with all that chunk and whitewater coming up the face. So that was a case of trying to manufacture something in a pretty tricky situation for McCaffrey, but 2 scores will come through nonetheless with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is fun to see how these scores are going to kind of maybe mirror each other or be different. For Ella, I like the fact that she kind of found that open face, that wave settled her a bit more. I feel like that was her first complete ride where she could kind of show her ability and approach. Sarah was kind of going through the motions on her wave. The style was looking pretty, but she didn't really attack any of the sections. But yeah, cool to see both of these women kind of settling in, even though we sub 8 minutes in this heat.
Next surfers getting their way back out of the lineup. Here's a look at Sarah Wakita.
So Sarah kind of winding through the motions here, taking her time, just good flow through it. I feel like she could have tacked that section maybe a little harder. Now she starts to get to work. This is one of the best waves of the heat, so you know she's improved her situation. Ella here on this bigger wave.
That was a cool drop.
That was a really cool drop, watching this wave in its completion. Yeah, that was her second last wave. I think that was the 217.
Yeah.
Now she's just locked in another score. So that medium-sized wave where she got to kind of let out a little bit more rope and show us a bit more of what she's capable of.
Well, Ella McCaffrey, with the luxury of being the hometown hero in this heat, did not have to pack a coffin board bag. She could just go into her garage, where I'm sure it is absolutely stacked with surfboards. AJ McCord can talk more on that. AJ, tell us a little bit more about Ella McCaffrey's surfboard setup.
Her dad, Bill, told me that she went out and warmed up on a bigger board this morning, but went back to the 5.8.5 Sharp Eye that she rode on Monday during her heat then. And he did say there's a level of comfort with her being able to sleep in her own bed, but he said this is funky, these conditions today for everybody. And so really, he feels like Ella's advantage in terms of local knowledge is just that comfort of knowing if there is a big set wave coming through. You've seen it out here before, but as we've seen another set coming in here, it looks like shortly, and it's a challenge out there to find the right position for everybody, including the locals.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is it's been equalized with the size and the direction of this swell. Local knowledge chipped away a little bit as Ella McCaffrey makes her way back out there. So Rosie, you know, going back and forth from board to board, obviously she's ridden all of her Sharp Eye surfboards enough to know exactly which one to go to, but you would think that paddling, having a little bit of extra length in that board is going to help you just get through these heavy water conditions a little bit better. But then, you know, positioning on the wave, the comfort level of riding your, you know, your just kind of day-to-day 5.8 board, like she said. So where do you kind of draw the line, and what do you risk in either riding a step up or dropping down to your normal board on a day of this size?
Well, I would like the early entry on a bigger board. I think a bit more foam underneath you gives you that ability to paddle into the wave with confidence a little bit earlier, get to your feet and really suss out the line on the wave. I would maybe go to, you know, an inch or two bigger with a bit more volume on a day like today, where your normal shortboard might feel really comfortable under your feet. So yeah, there's pros and cons. It depends what you're comfortable with.
That's Dad Bill McCaffrey, Hall of Fame wakeboarder, one of the inventors of that sport and of wakeboard media, had a wakeboard magazine for a long time there. But say he's a full-time parent, coach, filmer, transportation, logistics coordinator for both his kids, Cole and Ella McCaffrey. Cole is probably, let me go to the Coconut Wireless. Yes, he's sitting out at Pipeline right now trying to work his way up that pecking order. He's been getting some great waves out there. So the McCaffreys are doing work today. 4 minutes to go. They got to be a little concerned right now. Ella McCaffrey needs a 3.75, which on most days, I mean, that is something that any surfer at this level can get in their sleep. But on a day like today, it's going to be tough because we've already seen some closeouts that looked good on the takeoff and haven't given that opportunity for a major score, as we see Sarah right there. I mean, that's a great illustration. The wave that she just took off on, that was not a wave that anybody would have been looking at when they were doing a surf check. But the reality is, you know, with so many waves coming through, I feel like rolling the dice every once in a while. One of those medium waves that could stay open a little bit longer will definitely help. It's working so far for Sarah. All her waves have been pretty subpar quality-wise, but she's made the most of them.
Yeah, I just like watching a little bit of a slow-mo and really picking apart her style. Look at the way that she's able to shuffle her feet and just weight and unweight with her, the way that she's positioning her body on her surfboard. So even looking at a wave that doesn't really offer many maneuvers, just seeing what she's doing in between those turns, that's fun to analyze.
I would love a slow-mo of that wave. Honestly, I want to surf like Sarah Wakita. The back knee, the way it's kind of tucked in nicely. You nailed it with the Coco Ho kind of, you know, comparison there. Just she has that style that would have been you know, fitting in the 70s on a single fin at Sunset Beach. It's fitting now. You know, it's like it's timeless. And you know, the Wakita family, obviously we know that name. That's a iconic name in surfing. So it's really cool to see what she's done, to be able to take that classic, really silky smooth style and apply it to competition. You know, there's only a handful of surfers, I think, in the upper echelon of competition that marry perfect style with, you know, the technical skills and all the tricks. So Sarah's right there in that conversation.
Yeah, it is. I mean, style has just become one of those points of emphasis, I feel like, in the criteria. When you're thinking about Steph Gilmore, like,
she's got a pretty good style, doesn't she?
She's pretty fun to watch. I mean, very pleasing on the ice. So it's cool to see this young generation and what they offer on the style spectrum, and who we can look forward to seeing on different kinds of waves. Because I'm watching Sarah in these conditions, and then you're like, man, what would she look like at, like, Jeffreys Bay or just any one of the stops on the championship tour.
Spencer crew, they're watching right now, and I would say they're low-key cheering for Ella McCaffrey as both Alyssa Spencer and Ella McCaffrey Seaside locals. A minute 26 to go. You know, I can almost feel the tension coming off the lifeguard tower where Ella McCaffrey's dad is watching right now, trying to will his daughter away. 1 minute 15 to go. You know, there will be no shortage of drama throughout this event. This is where, you know, you're going to see the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. You know, it's got to sting a little bit more if you are a local or, you know, a hometown surfer. And I don't want to project anything with a minute left, as Ella McCaffrey has a look there. Does hold on to priority as Sarah Wakita is still paddling out. Sarah's probably paddled 8 miles in a big circle. She just keeps kind of having that unlucky proposition of getting back out there after heavy waves. We see a late drop for Ella McCaffrey, and she is just obliterated by the whitewater there. So too much, too late. She goes over the falls, and now she is in the washing machine cycle with 28 seconds to go. A heartbreaker of a wave for Ella. It looked like it had a little bit of opportunity, but it just came up too quick.
Yeah, it's so tricky out there. I mean, we keep saying it and it keeps replaying, and you also think about, she is small in stature, and these waves have a lot of push to them. So yeah, it's
still a chance with 5 seconds left. She's up before, and she only needs a 3.75. So one turn out the back. She's hoping for this wave to reform if she wants any chance of getting that score. It's starting to perk up a little bit through the inside. Quick snap there. Little float finish. This wave kind of becoming the gift that keeps on giving. Is it enough? You know, the judges like to see maneuvers, but they don't like to see forced maneuvers. She didn't really have a lot of opportunity on that wave. I mean, that is cutting it close. It wasn't a good wave. She made the most of it. Did that do enough in the eyes of the judges to warrant a 3.75?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think the judges are going to, you know, have another look at that. We're going to have another look at that, because the 3.75, we haven't seen much in this heat. You know, is that better than the 3.43? Yeah, we're hearing it from the beach announcers now, Chris.
Well, this lineup is trickier than today's Wordle word, which I did not get, but I will not give it away. That's on you. Sarah Wakita unofficially getting the win over Ella McCaffrey for now, with more action to come. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and we'll be right back with Kaipo and Mitch.
Welcome back to Seaside Reef, site of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and it is a raging Pacific Ocean. Day 2 of competition. I'm Kaipo. This is Mitch Salazar. And Mitch, we just saw on the women's end, the local girl, Ella McCaffrey, eliminated from competition. That's a tough one for the home team.
No, it definitely is, and unfortunately for her, you know, she bows out in her last year of junior competition too. She's going to have to look forward to the regional QS and the Challenger Series now, where she has been in the past. So, you know, she's had success there, and we wish her the best of luck moving forward. But great performance nonetheless by Sarah Wakita. And how about former champion Kira Pinkerton moving through too? Yeah, another great heat on hand here, Kipes.
Zali Kelly out there in the red jersey. She is versed against Gemma Hanafe. Is it Gemma?
Yes, it is Gemma.
From South Africa. So quite a matchup here. Zali Kelly out of Australia, 19 years old. Started the year on the Challenger Series pretty strong. Ninth place finish at Snapper. Another ninth place finish over at Sydney. Finished the Challenger Series number 18 on that leaderboard. If Zali is able to win a World Junior Championship, she's going to be back on that Challenger Series. And here's her opening ride, Mitch. It's a 6-point ride.
Yeah, it came through as a great score. One of the best we've seen all morning. Great bottom turn right there. And to me, immediately, the wave selection really is the thing. Zali, with a couple of great turns right there in the pocket, was looking for the finish. Let's see if she was able to get it or not. And she did, Kaipo. Get a wrap right there, too. She's going to kick out with a good score already on the board in the first 3 minutes.
Hey, that 6 is a keeper here. We turn our attention to Gemma Hanafe. And Gemma just got a little out of sorts there. As far as turn selection, it just has to kick out.
Right, I think there was a bit of hesitation right there, Kaipo, within the second turn. Decent first one, but it's not going to score that well, especially when you're considering what Zali was able to do and what we have seen from the ladies in the past 2 heats as well. But you were talking about the stellar performance last season on the Challenger Series for Zali Kelly, 19 years of age, finishing number 18 in the rankings. And besides that, she's still a junior, too. It's crazy how well these ladies are competing at such a young age. But I think more importantly, the consistency they're having with those big results, too. She just really needs to get a win, though. On the Challengers, if you're not at least making finals, Capo, you're not really going to qualify for the CT.
Yeah. When we look to the Challenger Series, at the end of the year, the top 5 women on that leaderboard are able to graduate to the championship tour. But it is a hotly contested series of events for those top 5 spots. We saw that last year. I'm sure we're going to see that again this year.
100%. I mean, the fact that Teresa Bonvolo won an event and still didn't qualify for the championship tour. Alyssa Spencer, same thing for her. It's difficult out there. And looking at Hanafe from East London, South Africa. Got a crew coming out of South Africa right now. Daniel Lemsley, Luke Thompson, among others.
You know who is another great surfer out of East London, South Africa?
Zoe Stein.
Roseanne Hodge. Rosie Hodge is from East London, South Africa. The OG.
Hey, I said Roseanne when we were in Brazil, and you got kind of mad at me. It is her name, though. You know, we love her as Rosie, but Roseanne.
Stop saying it. It's Rosie Hodge. We got some scores on the board. 2-point ride for Gemma Hanafe and a 6-point ride for Zali Kelly with that early advantage. And we've seen how important it is to stack your numbers early because we have a wild Pacific Ocean right now in wave selection, so forth, come into plan. But you know what? Speaking of Rosie Hodge, let's hear from Rosie Hodge because she's with the winner of the last heat, Sarah Wakita. Take it away, Rosie.
Yeah, guys, I'll take what I can get, so thanks for the props anyway. Sarah Wakita making it through that heat, the warmth of the booths, watching the conditions on the screen. I mean, we can sit there all day and pick it apart, but give us an assessment of the conditions from a competitor's standpoint.
It looks really fun when you're out of the water, so I was so excited, and when we got in the water, our rhythm just didn't really match. And when the sets came, we were on the inside getting caught, and then when we paddled back out, there's like nothing left. So it was, I wish I could have caught one of the sets and make my first wave, but yeah, it was fun, and I'm excited for tomorrow too.
And you've got such a beautiful style. Who are some of your style inspirations?
Steph for sure. She's been really like a big inspiration for me, and I've always watched her videos, and Yeah, I watched her videos before this contest too, so yeah, she really inspires me a lot.
And what would winning a World Junior title mean to you and your career?
Yeah, I had a hard time on the CS this last year, and to get back on the CS, there's a couple of QS's opportunities for me still, but it's kind of hard for the budget to travel around, so just to get the win and re-qualify for the CS is one of my biggest goals right now, so to accomplish that would be super good.
I'm sure we'll see you get that. Thank you, Sarah, for your time. Back to you, Cops.
All right, thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Sarah Wakita. We'll see her in the round of 16. That'll be day 3 of competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs, hosted by Best Western.
One of the greatest surfing families in the history of the sport, Kaipo, the Wakitas. Taichi, also a Challenger Series competitor, the older brother of Sarah. I also see a lot of bit of her auntie Coco Ho in her style too, if I'm honest. Rocky Point local as well. But Sarah's definitely one of those people that I think she mentioned that she didn't have as much success as she wanted to have on the Challenger Series. She had a lot of great heats though. And, you know, she dropped some excellent scores throughout those events. The difficulty is if you don't find consistency within those same heats, Kaipo, you're just not going to have those good results in order to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, it is, like we said, just 5 women come off of that Challenger Series onto the championship tour.
That's crazy. You know, like with the amount of talent that we have worldwide.
Well, that's what makes the championship tour the best of the best. The elite, the top of the heap there, Mitchell. You know, it's just making it on that championship tour is an accomplishment in itself.
There's only been a few select people that have been able to do that over the course of time, and you look at the people that have been world champions, and you look at the predominant world champions over the last few years, there haven't been more than 2. It's either been Steph or Carissa for the most part. Even Sally Fitzgibbons, who has had a stellar career so far, has still not been able to win a championship tour world title. And Courtney, who's come through the junior rankings and through amateur rankings too, it's difficult out there, and it all starts through the World Pro Junior, Kaipo.
Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it, Mitchell, it's we got, what is it, 14 years of world titles split between just 3 surfers.
Right.
Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, and Tyler Wright. Yeah,
that's a good point. It goes to show you the dominance of those ladies too, and how difficult it is to really stay at the top too. And you look at what Steph did this year, qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL finals, being the number 5 seed, surfing every single match up until the final, and then beating Carissa in 2 matches too. I think it's better than ever, really, especially with last year's rookie class, Gabby Bryan, Sakura, Luana, Molly Picklum, who's back on tour. It's going to be a fun one next year, and obviously the addition of Sophie McCulloch qualifying at the last event too. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Well, we have an international field here at the World Junior Championships. That's why we call it the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. Let's look at our nation count right here. 11 junior titles to Australia. Look at Brazil with 9. This is the combined men and women World Junior titles, but Australia clearly on top of the pack when it comes to juniors.
Yeah, and you go all the way back to, I think, year 2000, Pedro Henrique won the World Junior titles on Maui, I believe. New Zealand has one with Ella Williams. French Polynesia has one with Vagina Fierro. Japan, our last women's World Junior champion, Amuro Suzuki, winning the final against Encinitas' own Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, Portugal, Vasco Ribeiro with a powerful win. And
at home.
At home, yeah. Jordy Smith took a win in the World Juniors for South Africa.
Yeah, over Adriano Souza, who's a former champion at this level too.
That's right.
Some good names have come out of here. Kai Ubeli, he had the surf-off against Garrett Parks in 2011. It came down to 3 events. They tied points, and they had a surf-off heat. I think, was it a Currumbin or one of those point breaks in Australia?
Yeah. And can you believe, for the title count for the US of A, for just 1 World Junior title, that was Kira Pinkerton.
It is surprising.
Zali Kelly wants to up that title count for Australia, and she's doing a good job on this wave so far. Some foamy water to deal with. You could see that coming. A couple of turns before that, opened up with a 6. She's going to back up that 6. She will extend her lead, but that was a brutal finish.
I love the commitment at least, but whoa. That was a heavy section, not enough speed right there for Zali, unfortunately for her, but look at the warrior she is. She's paddling straight back out.
And Gemma with a paced approach on that first turn, lines up off the bottom, fits in another turn. This wave really slowing down and giving her a little bit more opportunity rather than running down the line. Has to hop through this double up inside section. Again, fades that bottom turn. And just finishing off that ride.
And Gemma's coming off of a third place result at the juniors in South Africa, I believe in October. So she's had some consistent results, especially in the juniors. That's why she's here as well. But, you know, I think the talent pool from South Africa, it's difficult for them to travel a lot internationally because they're so far away from everything, Kaipo. Getting here alone is a trip. This is Zali's last wave. A 3.67 was the score. 2 decent carves right there in the pocket, but just that one hesitation, Kaipo, of going up into the lip, whether or not she was supposed to commit to the last section, put her out of rhythm for the last one. Ended up as a 3.67 when the wave could have been more than a 6-point ride. And Gemma's last, just another mid-2 right here, Kipes. A couple of decent wraps on the back end for the South African surfer. And as I mentioned to you before, I think the generation that's coming out of South Africa right now, including Gemma, including Lulu, who was in a couple of heats ago, Luke Thompson, Daniel Emsley, Greg's nephew's a great surfer. Jose Faulkner is another great surfer that I really love watching. A couple of guys from my generation, Chad Dutoit, and I also used to love Warwick Wright surf too. They've always had some excellent surfers down there.
And make sure those jerseys are tied on tightly because you got a lot of duck dives out there. Janire preparing for her heat.
And Adur Amatriayin is also doing, you know, some extra work right there. This is a good heat. Eve Wong, Janire Gonzalez. 2 different styles, one a goofy footer, one a regular footer.
I love it when you say the full name. Just go for it again.
Janire Gonzalez Etzabarri. You love it, right? That's a very Basque name, too. Etza.
That's super Basque. Well, we're going to see the prep there. And you know what? A couple of bites out of your Sabazon acai bowl. Get you going.
I haven't had one so far, Kaipo. I know.
I'm going to order one for you.
The thing is, once I get on a roll, I'm not stopping. I'm usually having like at least 2 or 3 in a day. I need to watch myself right now. We're working. I haven't been able to surf in a few days.
Eve Leula Wong coming up. Eve Leula Ikalani Akea Wong. Let's go for the whole name there.
Proud Hawaiian surfer. Also from one of the inland parts of the island, too. If she is from Wahiawa, I believe. Right, Kaipo?
I think so. She's, her and Pua Makamai DeSoto are emerging talents out of Hawaii. And interestingly, both of the surfers, both Eve and Pua, are also fluent in Olelo Hawaii, in the Hawaiian language, which is really impressive because, look at, like, I speak Hawaiian, but, like, in bits and pieces.
Right.
They put paragraphs together. You know, they can tell a story, and it's a lot. It's a lot to learn your native tongue. Why? Because of some generations of oppression of the language. You know, it wasn't until 1976 in Hawaii until we saw the kind of the Hawaiian Renaissance, in which
embracing the culture.
It was okay to come back and embrace the culture, and now it's full-fledged. You know, so.
I think that's
we're
beautiful.
seeing that around the world, actually, aren't we?
We're seeing it a lot in Australia too. I think when you see, you know, Aboriginal Australian flag, I think it's something beautiful. A lot of fighters do it actually. Taitui Vasa, Bam Bam, loves to carry that flag whenever he's going into the ring and stuff like that. And I honestly think that not only is it something beautiful, I think it's a very honorable thing to do. When you honor your ancestors, the people that came before you too, Kaipo, I say embrace it. Go out there and do your thing, especially when it's something that brings you a lot of happiness too.
Yeah, and you know, we had this representative from the Paiom Kochimo people here, and of the Native Americans that were all stewards of this land and gave us an opening blessing on the first day. So, yeah. It's just we're all part of the territory here. Native name is the Kumya territory, and it's really nice that everywhere we go now we have an indigenous blessing to kick off our competition day. Zali Kelly speeding into that one, grabbing the rail on that bottom turn, scooting down the line. Zali again, nice slice off the top. So far so good for the Australian. Building up for the inside section. One more snap for Zali. And I can say, Mitchell, pretty confidently that she is going to improve upon that 3.67 that she has in her scoreline.
Yeah, no doubt. I also like the way she's just fearless, Kaipo. She goes for things. That nice little grab rail bottom turn on the first one was subtle, but it was cool, and that's something you don't normally see. I remember seeing Nat Young do that a lot before, and something that I think definitely deserves a lot of attention, because it is a variation of maneuver too. It's the same bottom turn, but you're just grabbing the rail, and it's a bit more difficult to do that, but it stabilizes your board. So a decent first carve, a second one right in the pocket too. This was a difficult wave to serve with all the froth on top, and you see that mayhem underneath her feet. Working well here at Seaside, and a great finish too, Kaipo. So she's been very effective on the waves that she's caught. Even on the 3.67, she still went for the big closeout re-entry, but not only efficient, but I also think her wave selection has been very precise so far. 3 waves that have had an open face and that have been quite clean.
Yeah, definitely the look of determination on Zali Kelly's face as she was finishing off that wave. Laser focus at the task at hand. We can see here Seaside Reef nearing the high tide mark today, and the swell that had been brought in by yesterday's storm still very evident in the water.
As we see Janita on screen, she's a great surfer, dropped a 7 in the first heat, was making a comeback to win that heat, Kaipo, and just barely got edged out. She looks focused. There hasn't really been one surfer from, that part of Europe that I've really said, okay, CT material for sure. I thought Grazi Sanchez was a great surfer, a great candidate. So was Leticia Canales, but I've never really said, okay, this person could qualify for the CT and eventually be a contender too. Now you're seeing a younger generation really go out there, and it's because they've been competing at such a young age and within a rule set that really specifies what you're eventually going to see on the championship tour as well.
Well, we had the Ritz coming out
on the men's side.
On the men's side. So, but it has been a long time since we've seen, like you said, a Basque surfer on that world stage.
Yep. Jose Colasso had success. Goni Suizarreta was also a great surfer. Is a great surfer.
Goni, yeah. Eve Wong and the Hawaiian is going to have to acclimate to the chilly waters of San Diego in this upcoming matchup.
She had a board switch too, Kaipo, riding the Channel Islands now as well. Used to be a TNC surfer, and got a sponsor switch too. Keanu is seeing in her corner here. Been living in San Clemente for a long time now. It's a good person to have, especially when he was successful both at the junior and the CT level too. Anu boy, definitely one of those best minds to have in your corner.
Yeah, it's important to have that sounding board on the beach for the support. Well, the number's in for Zali Kelly at 4.6. She did extend her lead over Gemma. Gemma now needing an excellent ride of an 8.17. You can see that in the needs column on your screen.
It's a big score.
Well, Gemma's got priority. That's good news for her, but that is a monster of a number to manufacture today. And here she goes, rolling into a whitewater takeoff and kicking out, and that's going to cost her nothing but time. Priority error going to Gemma Hanafi.
Yeah, I just wanted to see her put the board up into the lip, Kaipo. I thought she was going to have enough speed to do it. Seemed like her timing was a bit off, though. This is a great young surfer coming out of East London, South Africa, traveling here with her mother. Not only has she been traveling to the Americas so far in the last year or so, she went to El Salvador for a junior event last year, but this is really her first time competing here in Southern California, and a huge event to compete in at your first one too. But as I said before, it's really difficult for them to get the right amount of exposure being from South Africa, especially from a place like East London where there's not too much around. You don't get that much FaceTime when it comes to having all the cameras around you. as we're seeing Brent Power from Channel Islands to your left, Keanu Singh on your right, former CT surfer, former Quicksilver Pro champion in France too.
That's right. Heart over height. That was Keanu Singh's saying, and he's a fighter, and like you said, a high heat IQ. So good guy to have in your corner. And hey, congratulations to Eve Wong. I was just getting that news that she's on the Channel Islands program there with Brent. So
pretty big deal.
Really big deal.
Yeah, they got 2 people back to back, Eve and Imai Kalani Deval too.
Well, they make magic up there in Carpinteria. It's almost like Santa's workshop up there for surfboards, though. Just some great minds thinking over there. They shape, mill, glass, everything all under that one roof. I mean, they do contract out stuff, but that's like the global headquarters there, the think tank. And one of my favorite things to do visiting Channel Islands surfboards is you go into the Team Rider section where all the old Team Rider boards have been returned.
Yeah, the trade-ins. Yeah.
The trade-ins, and there's so much history in there, you know.
You've been able to snag one of those for yourself, or?
I like new boards actually, but I respect like trade-ins and stuff, you know, and I like the history of it all, but I prefer just having a new board for myself. Yeah.
I saw a video of Lakey Peterson going into the factory the other day. I think she said that she orders around 150 boards a year,
That's
something
a lot.
like that.
You know who used to go into the trade-ins rack and grab boards and ride them and ride them brilliantly? Tom Curran.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't need new surfboards. The guy, he'll just go and grab someone else's used board.
I feel like that guy could ride a fridge door and
he can.
Would be fine, and he'd rip on it. Remember that one time at Bell's? I think it was the Heritage Heat against Aki, and he dropped like a 7 on a board that's like 3 foot long. Like, it was crazy.
He rode his little skimboard thing out there.
Yeah,
with the fish
it was
fins,
that
huh?
thing.
Yeah,
and he was still surfing better than a lot of people.
Love you, Tom. Never change.
He's a cool guy.
World champ Tom Curran, yeah.
His kids rip too, Frank and Pat.
Yeah. True. Well, 6 minutes, and the story out in the water still is Gemma Hanafi requiring an 8.17, big number for the South African. Looks like she's regained priority, however. So, I don't know if I missed a paddle there, probably.
Well, remember Zali was still going up and under.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, she had to go all the way around because it was that one set. That
so Gemma was able to get back into the takeoff zone and re-secure priority after taking the closeout.
So that was the good thing about jumping off her board early rather than actually going for the attempt and not completing it.
Yeah, great point.
Is that she was actually able to get back out before Zali was able to. But at this point, either way, that's not mattering because she's still needing an excellent score, and we haven't been able to see anybody reach that excellent score mark so far today, Kaipo.
Yeah. Hey, these guys are going to be coming up later in the day. We're going to be running heat 1 through 8 of the elimination round for the men's here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western.
Joel Vaughn right there to your right. Oscar Berry, who won his heat.
Ozzie Berry. I'm starting to cheer for the Ozzie Berry fan club right now.
He's a cool kid, too.
Great surfer.
And I want to say, it's not normal when you come to a junior event and somebody has a mustache. He rocks it, though. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of digging it out. I can't really grow a mustache myself. I was jealous of you. I texted you during Haleiwa the first day. You had a killer mustache.
Yeah, thanks. I'll show you after we get off air. I actually have a picture from me from the Worlds as a junior with a mustache.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So that you brought that up right there. Yeah.
And he had the 80s glasses on, too.
Yeah,
those Oakleys, Richie Collins
Hey,
style.
man, if you're 18, 19-year-old and you can grow a good mustache, go ahead. That's like a flex right there. To all your other young junior competitors, check my mustache.
For real. It kind of shows authority, too, doesn't it? It feels like I'm going to get pulled over by that person eventually.
Hey, I got to put me in a mustache. I want to write people tickets all day long.
Reno 911 kind of style right there. Back to the heat, though, Kaipa. I mean, still needing that 817 is Gemma. Just under 4 minutes to go. The real question here is whether or not, first of all, if she's going to get an opportunity, but if she's in the right position. Both of her best waves, the 2 and the 2.43, she's just been out of position for that first section outside and hasn't been able to capitalize on it. And unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like during her free surfs she's been able to really get those good waves in order to accommodate herself during a heat. It's difficult. You know, you go out there, 50, 60 people out there in the water, hungry juniors that are looking for those best waves, and you don't want to go on the scraps, Kaipo. Sometimes it's the only thing you can take, though.
Zali Kelly is going to go right here. Here's our heat leader, and that's just going to be a quick one because you can see, Mitchell, how quickly the right just dissipates into the deeper water there.
That big set that broke during Ella and Sarah's heat, though, there were actually a couple of decent rides because it seemed like the left almost even closed out in the channel. The right was actually standing up.
Hey, we're going to have to, in looking forward in days of competition here, we're going to have to pay attention to that right, in that we have another swell forecasted, and it could coincide right about, you know, the finals day, around, you know, the back part of our waiting period, and that may be an option if it's, you know, 5 foot bigger than this, let's say.
No, you're right, and with a little swell direction change too, I think it's a little bit from the north, which would actually benefit the right. More of a west, you're usually getting the left. Same with a south swell here too, but it could be.
Yeah, you can see those sets, and you know, Surfline is always giving us really good information about, you know, what to expect. So we're in constant contact with the crew over there at Surfline, and they told us this is what was going to be happening today. Increase in swell size. Sure did.
It's big out there, and you see that closeout section right there.
Hey, Mitchell, let's just dig into the forecast right now. Here's Surfline, and you can see an active North Pacific.
Well, it's been nonstop for the last few days, Kaipo. Got here on Sunday afternoon, was able to really feel that size, and you look at the next 2 days, 4 to 7 feet tomorrow, so it does drop a little bit, but it should actually better the conditions out there, kind of really be more appropriate for the reef.
What about Friday, Mitch? Look at that. Offshore, 6 to 10 foot.
That's big again.
Thank you, Surfline.
It's going to have to really be those committed turns on those final sections, Kaipo. Whether or not people are going to be able to ride out of those big sections, we shall see, especially with the lower tides. It's going to be a show this afternoon with the gentlemen paddling out. Hopefully the wind doesn't pick up too much. It's pretty nice on day one of competition. It was like that little west wind. It was just very light, kind of gave you that little coping.
Well, we're under a minute right now, and Gemma is in desperate need of an excellent score, an 8.17 to be exact. And she's been hanging on to that priority, being very selective. There hasn't been a lot of opportunity. Now just down to 25 seconds, Mitch.
Yeah, and, you know, you got to take the positives of being here. You get to call yourself one of the best junior surfers on the planet, taking a lot of experience competing against a surfer that ranked number 18 on the Challengers. She was really able to control the heat with the first 2 waves, especially starting off with the 6. It's as good as it gets right there, Kaipo. So Gemma's just going to have to go back home, regroup, eventually qualify back for the World Juniors, and then we might even see her back on the Challengers too, but huge win for Zali Kelly.
Yeah, we'll see Zali Kelly in the round of 16 when we resume to the women's division. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. When we return, Eve will be in the water versus Janire. Stick around, we'll be right back.
oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Like oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I, oh I. Like oh my, oh my.
There she goes. Erin Brooks drops into this one. Well overhead. Nice opening carve up in the lip. Very hangs on.
Such a beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice, too.
Alyssa Spencer with the sharp rail work, as always. Back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Elimination round heat out in the water. Eve Leula Wong versus Janire Gonzalez Extabari. It is Basque versus Hawaii in this matchup. And on the set, it's Hawaii and Mexico represented with Mitchell Salazar.
You better not get like very competitive in this heat, Kaipo. my last name does come from the Basque Country, though. So
Salazar.
Salazar, yeah.
Oh, see.
But I'm a Japa, though. I'm a what we call mestizo. So a little bit of everything.
Yeah, me too. Eve Leula Wong out in the lineup. 17-year-old from Oahu, an ISA World Junior champ.
Last year in El Salvador.
Yeah.
Actually came from behind and won that final, too.
Yeah. And coming off a career highlight, the last Challenger Series event of the year was at Haleiwa, Ali'i Beach Park, where Eve made the final there against the best in the world. Janire is going to start off the goofy foot from the Basque Country, swings through that opening carve. Off the bottom again, one more beautiful on-rail carve on her way to a big score. Kicks out wisely before the closeout on the inside. So nice opening ride for the Basque surfer. Hawaii now up and riding. This is Eve Wong fading into the whitewater, waiting for the wave to formulate. It does not present itself at all. So early advantage to the Basque surfer, Mitch.
Well, Zorionak to Janire, that's congratulations in Basque. She's a three-time European champion, Kaipo, defending that title this year. Her and Vitor Garita Onandia were last year's junior champions in Europe, and both coming from the Basque Country and both goofy footers. This wave really suits their styles, and I told you in the heat previous to this one, she started off with a 7 in her first round heat. This is going to start off with another big score right here, too. I really love that combination.
Yeah, Janire, I was so impressed calling that live with the ability to keep that board on rail through an entire turn, a long arcing turn, and then flawlessly, with no interruption, getting back into another beautiful rail carve. That was great surfing. We're waiting for the opening numbers for both of our surfers.
Yeah, and the surfer from Zumaya in the Basque Country of Spain surfs a lot of great waves over there. San Sebastian, Zarautz. A lot of them tend to go to the southwest part of France too. Kaipo surf those incredible beach breaks over there. But this is one spot where you see the experience of competing in cold water waves and heavier surf too will benefit Janire a lot. Tends to travel to Canaries quite a bit too. A lot of events over there, especially for the regional QS and the juniors, tend to be over at Lanzarote and those kind of areas. So she has experience competing in a wave like Seaside.
Talked about the boils out there. There's a lineup, couple boils there, and she's going to be quick to back up her opening ride. She opened up with a 7.33. Janire up and riding again. A great style from this young surfer. Patiently waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside, sees the oncoming section, meets it with a big smash off the top, and she is, the water's cold right now, but she's heating up this heat.
Yeah, she is. Opened up with a 7.33 and easily going to back it up with another decent score right here. I think this is the smartest strategy she could have had at the beginning of this heat, Kaipo, and she's going to have at least 12 points on the board right here. But what a way to start things off for the Basque surfer.
She's going to put a lot of pressure on Eve Wong. One more time. Here's the replay.
So this is the second ride. The first kind of setup wrap, gets stuck a little bit in the white water, comes back again. But I love the way she approached this inside section right here. Fades back a little bit and goes straight up into the lip with no regard for her board either. And that was just a beautiful finish. Slid the tail. And here's another angle of it. This is the first one, actually. Beautiful first carve. You were mentioning how difficult it is to go back-to-back with a carve like this. The second one even better, Kaipo, and kicks out right before that wave closes out. She had already done enough work to kick out at that point. And then Eve starts off with a 2.5, coming off of a career best result, 4th place at Haleiwa as well. But the Hawaiian surfer really needs to get to work right now, Kaipo. She's in a combination situation.
She is, as the second score for Janita dropped to 5.67. Now Eve Wong needing 2-wave score of 13 and better. Watching Eve to see if she's going to use her priority here. Decides not to use her priority. So with that, I want to hear from the last heat winner, Zali Kelly with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, great heat win, Zali. And just chatting offline, you're saying you're staying with Alyssa Spencer, local girl, local competitor. Saw you catching up in the competitors area. How helpful is it to be staying with a local and learning the lineup so quickly?
Yeah, it's super helpful just to have that local knowledge and have support behind you, like going out before your heat, have them tell you what to do and kind of just, yeah, give you good luck and a little rev.
And also, you've competed on the Challenger Series. You've done extremely well. But coming to the World Junior Championships, how much of an honor is it to be competing here and to have qualified for this event?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I was so lucky to get a wild card here. And yeah, it's been, I think, 4 years since my last World Juniors. So that feels like a lifetime ago. So it's cool to that they brought the age up and we're all allowed to do this. And it's awesome.
And what would a win here mean to you?
Oh, it would mean everything. That would be the best thing I've ever done in my life. I'd be so excited. That's what I'm going for.
Huge stakes here at the World Juniors, guys. We'll send it back to you, Cops.
Thank you, Rosie. Congratulations to Zali. We'll see her in the round of 16. Another step closer to that World Junior title. Bottom of the screen, you can see all of the matchups that we are anticipating in this elimination round. 8 total heats in this elimination round. Then we're going to switch gears and get into the men's this afternoon, Mitch.
Yeah, it should be a fun afternoon, Kaipo. Really looking forward to a couple of heats, and more than anything, the performances of a couple of competitors after they did poorly in the opening round. Alan Cleveland Jr. is really the one that comes to mind. I think these conditions really benefit him. It's going to be a fun one. I saw Jet Chilling have a great warm-up this morning. He'll be coming up this afternoon, too.
Eve Wong.
More like it.
Looking to make a comeback here. The wave really gets very tapered after that opening turn, but the double up on the inside presents itself with some opportunity, and she's going to close out. Needs to stay on her feet. Ooh. She does so. Almost tripped up there, but pulls the completion.
Yeah, well, that's a comeback right there. At least going to break the combination. Good start here for Eve. Still has plenty of time, 20 minutes. But just the first turn alone, you could definitely see the body language improving a lot, Kaipo. She knows what's at stake. She knows what's on the line. And as you mentioned, she still has a couple of years left in the juniors, but don't want to leave it for later. Want to do it right now. Great deep bottom turn right there by Eve. Nice execution right in the pocket. Gets a little hung up coming out of it. 2-stage cutback. And then this turn right here was critical for the score. Straight up into the lip and almost, falls coming out of it, but did well to stay on her board. So still has plenty of time. I think the issue right now is that with a very experienced competitor like Janita, who's been a 3-time European junior champion, Kaipo, 13 points, it doesn't seem like she's going to be content with that. I'd be thinking that she's going to be looking for at least another 7 in this heat. And the easiness, the facility that she had to get that 7 on the first wave, I wouldn't be surprised to see an 8 or a 9 in this heat from her.
Yeah. Well, watching Eve Wong paddle back out and waiting for that last wave score, we mentioned that she had a sponsor shift over to Channel Islands. She's riding a 5.6 out there, 17 3/4, 2 3/16, only 22 liters of volume. It's a new prototype from Britt Merrick, Al Merrick's son, who's now the master shaper there at Channel Islands. So Evie's got cutting-edge equipment right now from the good folks over there at Carpinteria.
That's cool. It's nice to be, the person that tests out a lot of this equipment, Kaipo, especially when, you get the newer models. I know Joao had a lot of success on his model especially at the U.S. Open. You got second place there against Ezekiel Lau.
Hey, we got time right now. The score hasn't dropped. What's your favorite Channel Islands model? Right off the top of your head.
The Proton.
Oh, that was quick.
I really love.
You like a lot of rocker, don't you?
For good waves, yeah. I was a big fan of the DFR too. But I think right now, if I were to pick a board from them, probably be the Happy Everyday.
Oh, there you go.
What about you?
New Flyer round pins all day long.
So you like something that's flat, that's just going to go fast.
But the round pin giving it some curve in the outline
Little
towards
stability.
the tail, so it gives me some stability and some turnability with that lower rocker. That's what uncles like.
A Flyer for California waves is actually like the perfect board, I feel. Because it goes good in everything.
It does.
And it always has a lot more volume, less rocker.
It's like the Swiss Army knife thing. Is a good tool for everything.
Mm-hmm. No, I like it. The Flyers are good.
5.9 has dropped for Eve Wong, so she's right back in the picture now, needing a 7.11, Mitch.
Yeah, well, and surfers from inland Oahu have had success at this event before. You mentioned Kikoa Bam Bam Picasso, former champion in 2005, over Michel Perez, actually, at that event.
Yeah, I mean, he was draping himself in the Mililani flag, getting chaired up the beach, you know, and just really proud of that because, you know, even within the state. Okay, so Hawaii's interesting, right? So, because, like, we have, okay, we're a state, but then we're separate islands.
Yep.
So, like, that makes us, you know, separate little states within a state. And then within your island, you have your different sections, or ahapua'as or whatever. And so then you have your different sections within your different islands, within your different state.
So there's a lot of separation, I feel.
There's just a lot of different flags. You know, Mililani's got a flag, got the North Shore flag, Kapahulu flag. I'm making that up, of course. Little towns don't actually have a flag, or maybe they do.
It would be nice. At least a little crest would be cool, just to have, like, representation.
You could have a mongoose on one crest, you know what I mean? A myna bird on the other one, you know?
Oh, look, I know there's a little click from, like, Haleiwa, Wailua, and then you go more towards Sunset Beach, and then you go to Laie and more towards the east side. It's a completely different thing.
True.
Because the Kahuku Red Raiders have a huge football following.
Yes.
And then you have, you know, a couple of schools from town where Marcus Mariota went to school.
St. Louis High School,
Yeah. So, now there's some cliques out there. They definitely like to, not necessarily separate themselves, but they like to make their presence felt and identified in a different way, I feel.
Yeah. Everyone has their hometown pride. Well, we're halfway through this heat, Mitch. And Eve's done her job of getting back into position to take that lead off of Janire. But Janita has been actually, I would have put Eve Wong as the favorite in this heat, just on paper. But this young bass surfer has been doing this through this heat. Again, more clean rail work from Janita. And she's just been steady, great rail game. Decides to kick out instead of punching that oncoming section. Maybe feeling that she didn't improve upon her low? What do you think that the strategy was there?
I think the only way she was probably going to better on the mid-5 was really going for a huge turn at the end. It didn't seem like she had the right quantity of speed going into that last section. Too much whitewater kaipo, and you know that this wave at Seaside, that whitewater will eat you up if you don't have the right amount of speed to match it. So I think a smart decision right there, especially when your confidence is already so high.
Right.
You don't want it to get dropped down after a fall. So better decision to just kick out right there, knowing that she's not going to better her low score.
Yeah. Great analysis there. I mean, in reality, Janita Gonzalez Exabati hasn't even utilized her leash in this heat as of yet.
No need.
No need. Hey, you only need a leash if you fall. It's, you know what I mean? You don't fall, you don't need a leash.
It sounds easier said than done, honestly. It's not that easy. I tend to fall a lot, so I need a leash every time I surf, basically.
Hey, we talked about some of the favorites going into this heat, and our Best Western has been providing us with the Best Western fan picks. I thought that Eve would have been the favorite, and the fans, 77%, said the same thing.
Well, this is still an open heat, though, 77 to 23%. I understand, especially based off of her last result in Haleiwa. She has a bigger fan base, too. But you got to put some respect on the surfer in blue because she dropped a 7.33 in the first minute of the heat kaipo. I don't think people understand how difficult it is to get anything better than a 6 in WSL competition. And to do it in the first minute, it's even more difficult. To keep your composure, to really understand the criteria they've been looking for. Tell me who else has gotten a 7 so far this day. Just Kira Pinkerton. It's the former World Junior Champion that's been able to achieve the same feat that this young lady has done. So, you know, I think she's very capable of winning the entire event. And she's obviously proving that she's a giant killer, too, at the moment, taking out Eve.
Yeah, well, I'm extremely impressed on the control that Janire is able to provide whilst on rail and making it look smooth. And this is not an easy wave to surf right now. And to be able to understand that leverage and the mechanics of a turn that she did on that opening 7.33, especially when she went seamlessly from a carve to a bottom turn
to an even
another
better
carve.
Yeah.
You connect those turns, that is, you know, that's liquid dancing right there. That's boogieing at Seaside. And here she is up again. This time easing through, a bit of a cut back. Wave stands up on the inside, snaps it up into the lip. No problem there. No more for her, but looking extremely confident.
I'm a huge fan. The way she was able to go up and over the section right there on the second turn, that was so difficult with the size of the wave, first of all, and that lip line coming down on you. And if you don't match it with the same amount of speed, you're usually going down. Remember Zali in the previous heat?
Yeah.
She went up into the lip line, and she didn't have the right amount of speed. She went down badly. And this time, Janire, just perfect execution right at the end here, Kaipo. Just under 12 minutes to go. And if you notice, she kicked out of the 417 early, got back out there before Eve. So even recognized where Wong was before she even kicked out of the wave, too, and knew that she was going to beat her out to the primary takeoff zone.
Mitchell, I'm feeling like I got to start learning to say this name over and over again because it's not going to go away. Janire Gonzalez Ixtabari. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so more of a two-stage cutback right here, but look at this bottom turn setup. Straight up into the lip right there. A lot of commitment and just a radical turn. One of the few we've actually seen completed at the end of this wave, too. And I'm just loving what I'm seeing. Adds more pressure to Eve now. She needs something close to an 8. Does have priority, and obviously can easily achieve that feat, too. Dropped to 5.9 on her best wave. But you look at the average right there, Kaipo. One person even going up into high 6s. Definitely can see that. You know, you talk about the risk, the commitment, the degree of difficulty of that last turn. It comprised that.
Yeah, and although style is so subjective that we can't put that into the criteria,
she has
Janire
she
has a beautiful style. And you know, for me as a surfer, and maybe because of the generation I come from, style is still really important.
It matters.
It matters.
Yeah. And especially here at Seaside, goofy footers galore.
Yeah.
To be able to make this wave look good, it is not easy.
Yeah, because everyone's going to be comparing you to the lines that Rob Machado draws out here, and so if you can come close to that coloring book right there, then you're going to say, hey, good style.
Mm-hmm. No, and there's been some great goofy footers that have come out of here. Obviously, our co-worker, Chris Cote.
What about Doug Silva?
Doug Silva's a great surfer. The Marshall brothers, Nick, Jake, who's on the championship tour right now.
What about Todd Martin?
Todd Martin, Taylor Clark.
Taylor Clark, another goofy foot.
Tonino Benson used to spend a lot of time here back in the day. J.D. Lewis, Ricky Whitlock from up the road in Carlsbad. Who else am I thinking of that's from this area, too? Ryland Rubens from La Jolla is an incredible goofy footer.
Yeah. Ricky Whitlock is now, what, second-generation surfboard shaper?
I believe so, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, this area of North County, San Diego, you better watch out because there's a lot of talent coming out of here.
You know what
now.
North County, San Diego has? It has great surf, good burritos, board and brew,
trivia nights,
wonderful sandwiches, trivia night, which I tried to help you.
You did
at the second half of trivia night. I'm sorry I wasn't there for the first half of trivia night. I think we could have took the W there if I showed up early at the kickoff, but that's okay.
You helped. You had, when we did the music round, you had at least 3 correct. The Clash, Alanis Morissette, was it? Did you say Alanis Morissette?
Yeah, Alanis Morissette.
And then Radiohead, too.
Radiohead, yeah, click. Well, 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and the Basque surfer is impressing us in the booth, impressing the judges in the judges' tower. A 7.33, a 6.27. Eve Wong has to just be patient out there. She's out in the red jersey. The Hawaiian needs a lucky number of a 7.7 if she wants to get out of this heat.
8 minutes to go, Kaipo. Still enough time, especially when you'd be thinking that you can achieve that score on a single wave. Eve Wong has one of the few times I'd probably say that a surfer has ever competed in the first heat of the event and competed in the last heat of the event. That happened at the Haleiwa Challenger in November.
There you go.
I talked to Jason Shibata the second day of competition, and we were talking about, generational talents and young talent coming out of the Hawaiian Islands. And he told me Eve Wong is a surfer that I've been seeing grow and progress, not only as a surfer, but as a human being too. Extremely proud of her and the whole Virtua team. And she's obviously a very talented scholar too. Loves to not only represent that Hawaiian heritage that she has, but she's actually one of the few people that is actually studying a lot of those things and eventually going to teach those things herself in a school setting too.
Yeah, perpetuating of the Hawaiian culture, right? And Olelo Hawaii, our language, the Hawaiian language.
Ooh, a little bit out of position for that one, Kaipo. Seemed like it had a decent wall on it.
Yeah, that one's peeling off in a very regulated speed. So that one, there was some potential in that wave that we just saw spin off, that we're mind surfing, that just, broke a little further south from our competitors.
You just need to be at the right spot at the right time.
There's
even
another
that one too.
Spinning. I mean, so we're identifying waves right here, and again, this is the phenomena of calling heats from land on the set, is that you kind of turn into like the smartest surfer in the world just because you can see the whole lineup and stuff. But it's a whole different world when you're at sea level and out in the water trying to identify this wave. It's much more difficult. Here's a nice looking one for Eve Wong. Long bottom turn, mid-face snap there. More wall in front of Wong. Eve snaps it again on the top. She's going to work her way out of that combination right now. A finish would help her. Hits the finish, converging waters, however, gobble up that Child Island surfboard, suck it up right behind her. Janire, again, with that beautiful, smooth surfing, and just catches the heels. And got Charlie Brown right there. You know when Lucy's holding the football? Charlie's ready to go kick the football. Lucy pulls the football away at the last minute. That was the Charlie Brown there.
I've always been a fan of Snoopy, Kaipo, so Charlie Brown's my deal too. But guess what? 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I think if Janita is able to pull off the second turn right here, Kaipo, look at the first one. Great technique. Oh, man, if she would have been able to ride out of that thing, I think this would have been game over. Great response here by Eve, though. Beautiful bottom turn, more of a mid-face turn right there for the surfer in red Wong. The second turn, even better, I felt. A little bit more precise, much more into the lip line. And even though that third turn wasn't as critical, I do think it probably would have extended the scoring potential on that one. Just under 5 minutes to go, so not going to be the 7.7 that she needs. But even if she betters the 5.9, I still think there's enough time out there for her in order to really get one more scoring opportunity and potentially get the 7 that she's going to need.
Yeah, so still anticipating the number for Eve Wong. It will get her back in the running. Oh, and it no, we're still waiting for it.
Not to say that I'd be surprised if Janita betters the 6.27 with just the one turn, because it was a quality turn, and we talk about major maneuvers too. Bettering a 6 with just one turn out here right now is going to be very difficult, but she completes that second one, and it's easily the best wave I've seen all event long.
Yeah, so score is in for Eve Wong, 6.2. Her requirement now, if Janita does not improve upon her score line, will be a 7.4. There's all the numbers on the screen, Mitch.
Yeah, goes down to a 5.6. Thought it was at least good surfing, so the average comes out to a 6.2. her best wave. I think she just needs to find those steeper sections, Kaipo, and the difficulty of being a regular footer right now in comparison to a goofy footer. If you've noticed, the way Janita's been able to fade her bottom turn at the beginning of these waves has been a lot more different than Eve. Eve's losing a lot more speed when she's coming out of the bottom turn rather than Janita going with the pace of the wave the whole time. That's where I think goofy footers today, with the size that it has, probably going to have a little bit of an advantage.
Well, down to 3 minutes, and the Basque surfer with heat control, the lead as well as priority. So the 3-minute drill for Eve Wong is going to be, 1, to kind of distance herself a bit from Janita, and 2, surf her way to a 7.4.
It's been a great heat so far, Kaipo.
That 7.4 would have to be the best performance on a wave in this heat.
Right. And, I mean, Eve's bettered her scores the last two, 5.9, 6.2. She surfed a great heat. Here she goes.
Oh, no.
Real quick, but look at the score lines from the surfer in blue, Gonzalez. 733, 567, 417, 627, and drops a 5 for just one turn. She has nothing lower than a 4. And that 4 was really the one wave where she could have hammered at the end, but she decided to kick out. This is a very impressive heat from the young surfer from the Basque Country.
Could we say the most dominant surfer so far today, numbers-wise, as we look at the overall wave total?
And not just that. I just think the read that she's had on the lineup, the way she's been able to compete, how easily she was able to get that 7 at the beginning of the heat too, I would easily say so, yeah. And not to say it, because Eva's surfed a wonderful heat too. She probably would have won the majority of the other heats in this round, but she's just facing, to me, the best surfer of not only the day, but I would have to say out of the women, probably the best one so far. Saying a lot when you have the likes of Alyssa Spencer, Sori Lindblad, who know this wave better than anybody else. I just think the precise maneuver selection so far, the speed, power, the flow, and you said, she has a style that is so pleasing to watch.
Yeah.
It's very beautiful.
Well, scoring on the scouting report, high is Janita Gonzalez Extabari from the Basque Country, and she has been so impressive. We'll see if Eve Wong can somehow get away and get the score in the final minute.
Just needs a chance right here. Kaipo has the surfing to do it, and we've seen some high scores from one single turn waves too. Kira Pinkerton had a 7 because of that, but it would really have to be a large size set wave, and it would have to be a very committed turn from the surfer in red. Either way, I think with this event, Kaipo, and the format that we have implemented now in comparison to before, we have less surfers. It's more of a CT event format, so the seeding isn't necessarily going to work out in your favor. Every heat from the get-go is already going to have to be surfed like a final, because that's just how good a lot of these surfers are.
Well, right now, Janita just needing to close this heat out, and it's all but elementary because she has priority. So if a wave does even come through, she's going to get the block. So she's on her way to the round of 16. We're going to make it official right now with the sounding of the horn. And Janita Gonzalez Extabari on to the round of 16, upsetting Eve Leula Wong. That was an exciting heat.
It was. I mean, 13.6 at 12.1. High scoring for what we've seen so far in the event, Kaipo.
All right. Hey, Mitchell, you've earned a break. I'm going to take a break. We're going to take a break. But when we come back, don't worry. Chris and Rosie will talk you through all of the action.
welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. We are live from Seaside Reef. That's a beautiful visual to the north of Swami's, an iconic surf destination here in Encinitas. I'm Chris. This is Rosie, former CT surfer and one of the best commentators on the planet. Rosie, so far, tell me your thoughts on the field that we've seen in this elimination round. Remember, these are surfers that didn't win their first heats, so they're fighting to stay in competition. What have you been thinking so far of this field?
Chris, it's been a, just head on a swivel kind of day. We've seen some great surfing. We've seen some big names fall out of the mix. Eve falling out of that last heat there at the hands of a boss country surfer. So, yeah, we're seeing upsets. We're seeing big hits on the outside. We're seeing wash-throughs. So there's a lot of action today. Something
for everyone. Most of it's positive. Some of it's kind of harsh. And I'm talking about some of the paddle outs that we've seen, some of the wipeouts that we've seen. No easy task getting through these tough heats today. 27 minutes on the clock. Daniela Rosas is out the back in red. And Anan Matsuoka is going to be in blue. Daniela Rosas, Lima, Peru. He lives in Mancora, kind of a, I'd say that's probably one of the most popular surf destinations in Peru.
Surf there, yeah. We had a championship tour event in Mancora, and it was epic. The waves are so fun. It's such a vibey little town. I mean, it was a little town back then. I'm sure it's grown because that was back in like 2007, 8.
The small towns with good waves don't stay small for long, do they?
Labidos is close by to Mancora too, so high quality left-handers.
Well, I'm loving the looks of the ocean right now. It's definitely cleaning up. It was pretty wild and woolly early this morning, so kind of a reverse morning sickness. We're coming into some brunch beauty here at Seaside.
I like that.
You see priority is established so far. That's because Daniela Rosas just had a quick up and out right when the buzzer blew, so she is currently in second priority. Talking about Daniela, she is one of the few surfing Olympians on the planet, qualified for Tokyo 2020 via the ISA World Surfing Games. She also won the Pan Am Games in 2019. Her birthday's coming up, January 21st. Put it on your calendar.
Yeah.
You know what she wants for her birthday is to go back to Peru with a world title. We will be crowning World Junior Champions here this week in the next few days. And Daniela Rosas definitely has a really strong shot at that. She does have a big test in front of her right now with Anan Matsuoka, who is also an incredible surfer. For Daniela, I mean, already stacking the accolades. At 13 years old, she was charging a wave called Pico Alto, which is a big, scary, open ocean wave, probably about 6 times further out to sea than Seaside Reef, and 5 times bigger on the days that they're actually calling it, the spot. So Daniela is not scared. She will not be scared today.
She won't be scared today, and I think she'd be feeling quite comfortable because this feels a lot like weather-wise, wave-wise, and just the way that it's looking. We competed in Lima. Pretty similar kind of water temperatures with those colder currents. So Pico Alto, like you said, deep open ocean waves. So she'd be feeling super comfortable, which is a huge advantage.
Well, speaking of comfort, Janire just came through in the blue jersey, flying into that heat. 13.60 total, convincing victory. She's standing by now with AJ.
Janire, you came into that heat and just started off so strong. What did you see in that first wave that you got the very good score?
I don't know. I just take the wave and I saw like if it didn't go, so I say, oh, it's my turn, it's my opportunity. So I go and I don't know. I just surf like I know, and yeah, it was a good one.
It was a very good one, but you got a few of them in that heat. You did a lot of free surfing to get ready for this wave at Seaside. How did your confidence building throughout the heat help you?
Well, I think that the free surf for me is everything. I mean, trying this wave is so hard. It's something like so totally different what we have at home. So yeah, I don't know. I like the wave. It's a left. I prefer left. So yeah, I was confident.
You looked confident. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Before we let you go, you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Bueno, eskerrik asko etxeko danei, hau dena zuegatik da hurrengoa.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Big win there, confidence booster. Eve Wong, an incredible surfer, a favorite coming into this event, so getting through a surfer like that on your run has got to feel like you've just been shot out of a cannon. You can see it on her face too. She is psyching right now.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, it really did seem like that was one of those heat wins that really switches the momentum in your favor. That can, you know, all of a sudden you're like, I can do this, like I'm like meeting this head on. And cool to see just all of these different names that come into the World Junior Champs, because it really does heighten your profile on the world stage. It gives you opportunities to surf in the same format that you'd be approaching if you make it on the championship tour one day. There are just so many things that you can learn and take out of this event.
Yeah, I think for, you know, obviously being a surfing superstar with a big name must be great, but there's something to be said about coming into a huge event like this with maybe not the, you know, the popularity or, you know, kind of getting that underdog feeling and being potentially underestimated. I know that, you know, how well coached the field is and, you know, their preparation. They know something about every competitor in the field, but, you know, coming through as one of those names that we haven't seen very often on our, you know, WSL score sheets, it's got to be kind of a nice feeling, because, you know, you can have that under the radar kind of vibe when you're going under your heats. And, you know, we just saw it right there. Upsets will be aplenty throughout this entire event. Congrats to Janire right there. Just, you know, one more heat, one more time to shine, get your name out there and develop that momentum. Anan Matsuoka, 17 years old, from Chiba, Japan. She is your 2021 JPSA champion and JPSA Rookie of the Year. She was also a double winner at the Asia Open. She won the QS and the juniors. She's most likely riding a Lost Driver right now. She's one of those surfers that, you know, gets on kind of the Carver style skateboard and gets out there and, you know, practices on the cement. She surfed 7 QS events, got a second and a third. She did win 2 Pro Junior events this year, and in all the Pro Junior showings, never finished below 5th place. Super consistent surfer.
Yeah, consistency is key, especially on the women's side. I mean, the field is just so intense. If you're not making like quarters, semis, finals, winning events, like, you're not going to qualify for the championship tour. You've got to be in that mix in the finals every single time that you're competing.
20:30 on the clock, 2 waves ridden, nothing of note yet. 0.5 and a 0.6 respectively for these 2 surfers. I would say, you know, we kind of look on paper, look at past results. Daniela Rosas, just with her resume, would consider her the favorite in this heat. But of course, you know, I think you kind of have to make that decision day by day, because Anan on opening day was pretty fiery out in the lineup, and right now she's on a big runner. Kind of gets that cool under the lip down carve. I would venture to say that would be a mistake to try to get up into the lip on that section. It was pretty fast, coming down quick. Not a lot of surfers would have been able to ride out of that one. So, you know, I think sometimes that kind of like, you're straightening out, but you're acting and making it kind of look more like a turn, and it works out sometimes.
Yeah, Amuro with a lot of speed and flow through this wave, and then, like you said, opting not to attack that lip, going for the under the lip, kind of doing it maneuver. Cool to see her just kind of find the flow, right? Like, she's like really surfing into rhythm in this heat. She's got 2 waves already. But yeah, I think the moment's going to come when she does feel like, okay, this is my turn to attack it. And the surfers from Japan, I feel, have such a good low center of gravity. They're able to absorb those bigger sections because they stay so low to their equipment and really are able to ride out of those more critical sections.
Yeah, the judges were right there with us. 3.83, so decent. An okay opener. And I agree with you there, Rosie. I don't think you have to go 110% in the first 10 minutes of these heats. Get a score on the board. Definitely don't safety surf, but just get something going to kind of build your case to get the win. So I like the decision from Anan on that first wave. Came through right there under the mid-range, but on a day like today, I mean, you have heats where people are winning with 8 points, and then you have heats like the last one where people are winning with 13.6 points. So the score line of what will get you through a heat pretty all over the place today. So it's almost like you just take the numbers out of the equation when you head into the lineup and just, do whatever you can to get yourself some open face with a critical section or two to work with, and that's where those big scores have been coming.
Definitely. I think, when that opportunity comes, though, like if you're presented with a section that you've got good pace, you've got the potential to risk everything on it, I think the judges are loving that combination. They're loving it when you attack that wave, especially when it's coming at you and it's got a lot of force. So, sometimes you do have to surf with a little bit of, risk-reward factor. You got to kind of hit it if you're going to want those bigger scores. So you can kind of safety surf your way, get mid-range 4s, get some 5s, whatever, and that's been a good scoreline. But you're going to want to really attack it when it presents itself if you're going to up the ante throughout this event.
The judges do like to see you risk it, don't they? They like to see you put yourself in an uncomfortable position on the wave and ride out clean. All of our judges, great surfers. I can vouch for that. I've seen each and every one of our judges on hand ripping. So they know, they know what constitutes risky surfing. They know that, a lot of times how difficult these maneuvers are. Sometimes, to the layperson, you're watching someone surfing, you're going, well, that was nice and smooth. That looked pretty easy. Well, more often than not, any maneuver that these surfers at this level are doing out in the water is very advanced. So our judges been right on top of it. Of course, knowing full well the ramifications with each and every score that they're dropping. I mean, this is a Pro Junior Super Bowl. This is it right here. We're crowning champions this week, so every wave, every 1/10 of a point counts today. So full credit to our judges on hand and our priority judges who have been, keeping everything clean. No interferences, knock on wood, yet. So good, clean surfing all around. Today, now it's just been about, selection. It's not feast or famine. It's just feast. It's just feasting. But be careful of what you feast on because, you take off on the wrong wave, it closes out. You're looking at a 6-minute paddle to get back out to the lineup. So 16 minutes to go, surfers getting their way back into that takeoff zone. And that gives us a chance to check in with AJ. Where is AJ McCord?
AJ is over here at the SAMBAZON booth getting a little bit of an acai bowl because now it's that perfect time between breakfast and lunch, and the best snack is an acai bowl. Anybody can come on down, you scan the code, fill out the form, it gives you a coupon, and then you get an acai bowl. My personal favorite is going to be, thank you very much, the Berry Bliss. I don't know if you guys have tried this one yet. One of my favorite snacks. I've seen the surfers snacking on them the entire competition. So if you're coming down here to Seaside Reef, be sure to check out the SAMBAZON tent.
Yeah, there's very good vibes over there. You see they replaced Berry with Berry. 15-12 to go. Fun and games in the parking lot, as always, here at Seaside Reef. But in the water, it's all business. Daniela Rosas trying to get this heat started. 15 minutes left. Quick turn to start. This wave building down the line, but kind of collapsing through that mid portion. She does get involved with the lip, just kind of touching that critical zone, but riding out clean, jumping off her board. So 2 turns there. They weren't, those wild, showy, big turns, but they were kind of turns that she needed to do to keep going down the line. Will it be a 10? Probably not, but it will definitely get her on the scoreboard. She's only trying to better Enon's first wave, which was a 3.83.
Well, let's look at the positive points of this wave. It was a bigger wave. She found flow. She tried to stay in that critical section. I think that section came at her a little bit quicker than what she was anticipating. She finished on her feet. So that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. It's not going to blow down the doors, but it's definitely going to be something that she can build upon.
She used the face of that wave, I think, to her advantage. A critical element when she was coming out of that turn. Little chatter under her fins, almost an airdrop. And, of course, you add drama to the finish of your wave, and the judges eat that up. They did. 5.17 for Daniela Rosa, so the high mark of this heat so far. 13 minutes and 50 seconds ago. Daniela Rosas now in the lead. Anon right there. Just needs a 185 if she wants to retake that top spot. Anon coming from Chiba. She would say, Surf City, Japan, pretty much. It's kind of the hub there. So she had a front row seat to watch the Olympics going down, and just the push that we've seen from Japanese surfers over the past decade has been incredible, and she's a huge part of that. At only 17 years old, she's already kind of put her name on the map. And I think with a big result here, obviously that would help her status. But right now she's going up against a surfer in Daniela Rosas, she's been around the block. She's competed at every level, including the Olympics, and has some huge wins under her belt. This is going to be a Herculean task for Anon, who I would say is the underdog in this matchup.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I like what I'm seeing from both of these women. I think they both have, it's an even match in my mind. Just looking at the way that they're surfing, looking at their run through this event, been super impressed with Anon. I think, yeah, Japan's one of those countries that are really, in my mind, have the most improved. Like, there's a handful of women that are coming out of the country that are just pushing everything. I mean, they won a bronze medal at the Olympics. Amuro took that home for them. Yeah, it's just been so fun to watch that evolution.
Well, we've got 12 minutes and 19 seconds to go. This is a good view of how much the water has cleaned up. Not a lot of chop coming up the face. As we see Sierra Kerr, her mother, Nikki, giving her that last bit of encouragement as she makes her way back into the lineup. Pretty cool story with Sierra Kerr, who had the unfortunate episode of having some surfboards pilfered from her stash in Hawaii, but our friends at Kanaka Solutions, shout out, got those boards back, and maybe, it almost looked like with that rounded pin, like she might be riding a bit of a step up. Maybe that was one of those boards from Hawaii. We'll have to see if she gets that heat wind coming up next.
Yeah, she'll probably be thanking Kimo Leon, one of the best security guards on the North Shore with the Kanaka Solutions crew. Gets so well taken care of there, and yeah, you don't want to be taking anything on their watch.
11:18 to go. We are now on the other side of that high tide, so it'll be dropping out throughout the rest of the day. That means that outside section is going to start to pulse. And I think it's going to catch some of these surfers by surprise with how steep and gnarly it's going to get out the back. Right now, Anon enjoying a beautiful open face wave here. This is one of the cleanest looking waves we've seen of this heat yet. She had the opportunity to get a couple good turns on the outside section. There you see your high tide of 4.9, which is pretty high. That was a half hour ago, so it's going to drop quick to a 0.2 later on this afternoon. So all day long, things are going to change throughout. But let's take a look back at Matsuoka's last wave.
Yeah, and on like kind of burning back, just trying to find to stay critical in this wave. Good flow, good technique throughout this wave. Thinking about the 517 from Daniela Rosa, I don't think it's going to be quite as good as that, but still, like, she's finding that footing in this heat. She's finding that kind of rhythm, finding the takeoff zone, and feeling her way through this lineup.
I see flashes of Courtney Conlon.
That's a good call, like front-footed,
yeah, and
evenly distributed weight.
Yeah, you see that kind of like power base that she's got in her surfing. The judges come through with a 3-2-3. So, Rosie, you're looking at what Daniela did, that 517. 2 turns. The wave was kind of a closeout towards the end, maybe giving her a little bit more of an excitement factor in the eyes of the judges. So why was Anon's last wave, which was nice and clean, open face, why was that almost half the score of Daniela's last wave?
I think in the judges' mind, they'd just be seeing that wave, and although she had good flow, it was more lateral maneuvers. Like you said, Daniela really had that open face where she could get a little bit more critical, had a bit more height to it. So yeah, I think that was maybe the point of difference in those 2 waves.
So a quick look right there for the Matsuoka camp. Behind the scenes, we've been seeing Anon's pit crew waving towels, trying to signal to Anon where to go. This is a pretty good visual of the lineup that you'd be paddling out in. Left at the top right of your screen. The right could start to come into play a little bit more with the tide.
That was a bit of a freight train.
Oh, I see Rosie just frothing on that right that just came through.
I should be watching this in the mirror. No, I actually really like going left.
Do you like paddling out into a 12-wave set for 350 yards?
I need the exercise, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, that when you're in a heat situation, you've only got 30 minutes. This is a tricky hand to be dealt.
So 8:23 on the clock. Rosas is in priority. She does have the highest single wave score of the heat. She's trying to get rid of a backup of a .50. Only 2 waves ridden for Daniela representing Peru. We have 2 Peruvian surfers still in the draw. Sol Aguirre and Daniela Rosas. And I have been keeping up on Sofia Milanovic because you can't talk about Peruvian professional surfing without mentioning Sofia. I believe she's getting some powder right now.
Snowboarding with the family.
Yeah. You're not surfing today. You're probably snowboarding. It seems like with all the people we know.
You got options.
7:40 to go here. So this is one of the, let's say, most famous breaks here in Southern California. Lower Trestles is right up the road. There's been a lot of video coverage of this break throughout the years. This guy named BJ, I just saw him this morning. He's made a couple movies, basically specifically about Seaside. One called Lockdown, the other one called The Shakedown. Alyssa Spencer had some amazing waves in The Shakedown just recently, so if you want to do a little bit more research on this wave, what it looks like on a normal, quote, normal day, check out Beasting Productions and get a good visual of Seaside and kind of the local crew, what they're all capable of. And any day you come down here, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of my personal friends don't like to surf Seaside with me because it's really hard to get waves. I mean, there's solid 40 surfers out there, male and female, of all ages. And we've got surfers in the 50 and up group that absolutely rip, and all the way down to 6, 7 years old. And I will say the contingent of young females coming out of Seaside right now is on par with any break on the planet. You've got a group of girls between, I want to say, 10 and 14 right now. There's about 6 or 7 of them out here on any given day that are incredible surfers. So I wouldn't be surprised if, in the next few years, you're going to have 4, 5 surfers up in the upper echelon, CT, Challenger Series style, all from right here.
That's pretty epic. Drop some names on us so we can.
You got the Stanton sisters.
Okay.
You got Shay Sherman out here. You've got Persidoc out here. So there's there's so many good young surfers, and what a playground for them. 3 breaks in one here at Seaside. As we said, Daniela Rosas now, great opening carve there, nice and patient, cruising down the line. So she's not going to kind of roll the dice and see what that inside has on offer, because I feel like she is feeling pretty confident for what she did out the back. What a beautiful looking wave. In the, it wasn't one of those like blistering, fiery turns, but just nice surfing right here.
Yeah, I was watching this wave, and as that wave kind of broke in front of it, I thought she was going to hit it just a beat earlier, just to keep it in a bit more of a critical section. But a couple 1-through maneuvers, she's got great wave selection, I must say. Like, she's been on some of the better looking waves that I've seen in the last few heats. So she's definitely tapping into something, knows where it's breaking, knows how to play the game on the takeoff zone.
Sun's popping out a little bit, cleaning things up. I feel like that wave for Daniela, kind of a placeholder. It's going to be a decent score, but one of those kind of positional, catch the wave, get the flow going, and then get back out there and really belt it. Wasn't a lot of urgency on that wave, but again, I think she kind of did just what she needed to do.
Yeah.
We'll see if the judges agree there. She did need to get something above a 189. She's a really smart surfer, so she knows exactly what she needed. Didn't want to risk too much, and if you fall on that wave, that paddle back out is going to take you, easily take 10 minutes, and she's only got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, there is that mentality of when you need a small score of potentially like safety surfing it, or just surfing it to that number, where say that number comes out and you're like, you need a 7.5, and you take off on that same wave. How will you approach it? It's so different when you need that bigger score. I feel like you really go for it and get a bit more critical. She's definitely going to get the 1.9. Well, there we go, 477.
So just enough. I think she played that well. 3:29 to go.
She played it well, Chris, but I do think that there was meat on the bone of that wave.
She did. I think she left some points on the table there. You know, if she does hang on and win this heat, she might look back at that with her coach and go, maybe I could have gone vertical right off the table. But again, you know, that's in the rear view. Move forward. She still has 3 minutes to go, and Anand is an incredibly talented surfer. And she does have a priority now. So your surfer in blue is out the back with her pick of waves. She needs a bigger number now, 6.11. So basically twice as good as her highest scoring wave, which was came on the strength of 2 big turns and kind of a closeout section. This whole heat for me has felt pretty safe, though. I haven't seen anybody really
open up,
going for it.
Yeah.
Now's the time to really do that.
This is it. I mean, like we were saying, when you need a smaller score, how do you approach the wave? And I think Anand's going to answer that for us, because she needs a 611. So she's going to be surfing for the best wave of the heat. She's got to find that opportunity, and then, you know, that section that she may be kicked out of towards the beginning of the heat, that's what she's got to attack now.
Yeah, it's almost been 28 minutes of posturing, right? Kind of little body blows, jabs. All right, who's going to throw the knockout? There's another Seaside local right there, Damian Hobgood. He's out here on most days. He would be ripping this left today. Here goes Daniela Rosas. So she gets this wave under Anand's priority, and it looks like it's paying off for her. So you can tell, I mean, she kind of feels a little bit more free on this wave, and she was able to push it a little better. So 3 nice turns for Daniela Rosas. It wasn't as big as her previous wave, but I think she surfed that really nicely. Everywhere she placed her turns was proper. And, you know, while it was a couple feet smaller than that previous wave, I think the score might be bigger and better just due to her, you know, her urgency on this one.
And she seemed like she was surfing a little bit unshackled here. Like, she wasn't surfing with the pressure of needing the win or trying to get a score to solidify that first place position. Yeah, she really starts to kind of feel that freedom in her surfing and feel a bit more like she's surfing to her potential.
Yeah, you could almost tell that there was a story on that way. It was kind of like safety turn. Okay, now I'm feeling good, bigger, better. So she improved throughout the whole wave down the line. Do you think the judges appreciate that kind of a story on a wave? You know, it's a short story, but it's pretty impactful, and there was a lot going on.
Yeah, that crescendo at the end. I mean, they did. Look at that number.
Highest single wave score of this heat, a 6.83. Daniela Rosas, I mean, a super steady, consistent competitor. Currently #1 on the QS. And like we had mentioned, a lot of wins throughout her year, and you know, she is an Olympian in this field, so coming through with some swagger. And she made, I would say, she made easy work out of that heat. Didn't stress us out throughout that. Any really, the pressure was applied early from then on, and then kind of felt like the foot came off the gas pedal. But wait, there's more.
Oh.
No, there's not. That's a bummer of a way to end the heat for Anand Matsuoka, who is such a talented surfer, but that's all we're going to see from her in this event, as Daniela Rosas with a 12-point total gets the win, Rosie.
Yeah, well done, Daniela, and hard luck Anand.
Well, we got more surfing to come. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, and we will be right back.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. By Best Western Hotels and Resorts. By Sports San Diego. And Pura Vida. Live free.
Welcome back to Seaside Reef here in Encinitas, California. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, and I will have to say on paper this is my heat of the day. Sierra Kerr versus Pua Makame de Soto. Rosie, what are we about to see?
This is going to be awesome because this is even a redemption. This is a redemption heat from the Pipe Masters earlier this season. These two ladies, didn't they surf against each other?
You're right.
They did.
Sierra got one of the best barrels of the entire contest, male or female, anyone. Unfortunately, it was an interference with Pua Makame de Soto, who we see now from the west side, Makaha, Oahu. Pua Makame, at just 16 years old, has already
She's amazing.
An incredible resume behind her, which makes sense. Her first wave was ridden at 11 months old.
Yeah, okay.
So she's been surfing for a while. She is, and her story is really cool. A lot of these surfers cite their inspirations, Chris Moore, Steph Gilmore, etc. Her inspirations read more like the history of Hawaiian surfing. She cites Rel Sun, Uncle Buffalo, Brian Keilana, Auntie Pua Makawao. So she's definitely rooted in that strong Hawaiian lineage. And she is a powerhouse of a surfer, that's for sure. You see her late drop there, nice and calm, casual. This was just off the horn, Rosie.
Yeah, so Pua taking off here. And just to note, I mean, coming from Hawaii, obviously you're used to the warmer water, but the cold to wear booties, that's a lot to get used to too. So Pua is just such an amazing surfer. I love seeing this woman hit the line up in a jersey anytime. She almost makes that maneuver. It looks like Sierra also got a bite of the apple here. Saw Sierra and her dad Josh having a little chat just behind the car park on the top of the hill. So good finish there from Sierra. So, they were deep in conversation behind the car park, like away from all the competitors, away from the whole zone, really eyeing out the lineup and trying to figure out, the strategy going into this heat. But yeah, back to that heat with Pua. That was definitely unintentional. Obviously, these ladies have huge respect for each other.
They were friends on the beach after. It wasn't something wild. So Sierra Kerr gets the edge on that opening exchange at 6.33. So Rosie, when you look back at that wave we just saw, that came straight off the jump of this heat. Why are the judges giving out one of the higher numbers we've seen in the morning?
Yeah, it was a good finish from Sierra. So, yeah, well rewarded, bigger wave. And like we said, when you attack it, the judges love it and they reward you. And I think that was the case for Sierra.
Boom. Just do that. Just do what Sierra just did. Big numbers will follow. 25.18 to go. Daniela Rosas came through in that last heat. Got a dominating win, a 12-point total for Daniela. She's standing by now on the glass with AJ McCord.
Daniela, watching a lot of other women get in the water, just seeing how tricky it is to find your positioning, but you managed to do it. What did you see, and how did you decide where you wanted to be?
I was watching the other girls' heats. Janita just surfed so well, so I was like, okay, I'm going to get it. I'm going to try to catch that wave. And yeah, left, just feel great. I have a lot of time in Peru in the north. We have these amazing left, so yeah, I'm just feeling really confident on my backside and trying to get to that waves.
I feel like we saw some of that confidence on your backside, especially in that last wave. How freely did you allow yourself to surf that one based on getting the scores earlier in the heat?
I don't know why I'm always so nervous in the junior contest. I really don't have a great career in that, but I'm really grateful for that opportunity here. And yeah, I was trying just to get all the neighbors out and just trying to surf what I love. And my mom, actually, she was like, Daniela, just surf. You need to relax more. You need to get to the waves. You need to stay confident. You have this great surfing, so just go and get it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try to do that because it's really tricky out there. It doesn't seem but I don't know, just trying my best here, trying to figure out this wave, the current, and all that stuff.
You certainly made Mom proud today. You are on to the next round. Do you want to say anything to your friends and family back home in Peru?
Yeah.
nada, gracias a todo el mundo que está apoyándome, en verdad. Las olas están súper difíciles, súper feliz de agarrar un poco más de ritmo y a darle con todo. Agradecer a todos mis auspiciadores que siempre están conmigo, a Adidas, a todo el mundo, en verdad, gracias, y a mis entrenadores, a mi mamá y a mi familia.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Daniela Rosas, what a great ambassador for surfing and for Peruvian surfing. You know, part of that up-and-coming group of young Peruvians that are making a huge mark on the world. She will advance through. And it's funny that she talked about being nervous, because watching her in the water, she did not look nervous. Watching her stand there right before the post-heat interview, she was just chilling, nice and calm. So wise words from mom. You know, there's a couple of different things, right? You have your surf coaches that are like, okay, when you did that trick, and then you've got, you know, sometimes mom or dad going, just go out there and have fun.
Just
whatever your surf
yourself.
coach said, yeah, that's great, but just go surf.
A little hug.
So great to see Daniela Rosas. It's interesting too that you know, she's competed at the highest level of our sport, you know, the Olympics. She's competed in Challenger Series. She's got a few calls up to the CT, but she cited that she was nervous in these junior events, and why wouldn't you be? Look at the names that she's going to be going up against. But pretty interesting for her to kind of have to battle through some nerves to get that win.
Yeah, I definitely can empathize with that, because I feel like I felt nerves so much throughout, and that is something that you have to overcome and kind of turn into like this positive energy, and you kind of have to shed that a little bit, because it can really start to hold you back when you have that nervous energy, and it that feeling when you can't perform to your potential because you have that nervous energy. It's so tricky to overcome and dig deep and find that inner confidence.
Well, with 21:40 to go here, you know, confidence is key, and you got to think Sierra Kurt is feeling good with how she started. Literally 30 seconds into the seat, she got herself a 6.33. 15 years old. She lives in two pretty cool places: Carlsbad, about 5 minutes up the road, and Coolangatta.
Yeah,
two amazing places to call home.
It's funny, in the piece that we rolled earlier in the week on Sierra, she was talking about how her first surf contest, she was 2 weeks old with her dad, and I actually remember her little bundle in the competitors area at Snapper Rocks watching her dad being a rookie on tour. So really cool to see the way that she's grown up, and obviously her surfing is just incredible, but she's multi-talented. I mean, skateboarding, golf, there's so many things that she's really talented at.
Well, she's going to have to be a good paddler and duck diver right now, because we have a massive set coming through. 20:45 on the clock. Both surfers trying to get back into the takeoff zone. The Pacific Ocean has different ideas. This set maxing through and kind of closing out through the bay. So while our surfers are trying to push their way back to the takeoff zone, let's take a look at our Best Western fan picks. This one would be tough to call. I know Sierra Kerr has a huge international fan base. Pua Makame's is growing, but right now the fans are going with Sierra Kerr. And that makes sense to me. Sierra's 2022, definitely her biggest year ever. Contest results, you know, what she did at Stab High as a ladybird, doing the best air ever done by a female. You know, her personal trajectory into surfing superstardom, I would say 2022 is going to be a year that she looks back on when she's, you know, a veteran at age 19. She's going to look back at 2022 and go, that was the year that things really started to jump off, and she did it in a huge way.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at those two numbers. I think for Sierra, she's got these expectations because of things that she's achieved in the past, and obviously she's made a huge name for herself, where Pua is maybe coming in as that underdog, and she's got something to prove. So how can, you know, the confidence of Sierra, knowing what she's already achieved, how can she put that into momentum here? Or for Pua, how does she get that underdog kind of gritty nature and bring it into a competition here too? So there's different sides of that coin and different takeaways from both of those numbers.
Yeah, Pua Makame, who, you know, mentioned earlier, first wave was 11 months old. I just really got my first kind of glimpse into what she's capable of last year at the ISA World Juniors down in El Salvador, where she went absolutely berserk throughout that entire event. Really impressed everybody, you know, watching, and you know, her power, her style, her grace, her fluidity. She is kind of that, you know, prototypical strong Hawaiian female surfer. With that kind of traditional lean, you kind of see her style, and it is just so pleasing. And I think that's due to the fact that she can ride any type of board, from an 11-foot glider to the shortboard she's riding now. And she could have a good section to work with here. A beautiful snapping turn. Loved the look of that, and just again, I said style, fluidity, grace. She showed all of that, and power and speed through that turn. So that'll be the highest single turn scored in this heat for sure. What a perfect place to do it as well.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite turns that I've seen of the morning. Can't wait to get another look at it. But yeah, like you said, you growing up, you're a product of your environment, and poor, she's got that fluid style, she's got all that flow, but then that aggressive attack that she showed on this maneuver was just beautiful. So she sets it up down the line, she starts to kind of bend and anticipate this section, and then really cranks on that tail.
That was a high-speed exit as well.
Yeah.
She almost free fell. So Pua Makame, she's a very talented poet. So her extracurriculars are really interesting and really cool. She works with her dad, Dwayne DeSoto, at a non-profit called No Kana Kai. They do conservation programs for Hawaiian youth. And her dad has a quote about Pua that it really resonates. He says, "Success is rooted in commitment," and she is absolutely committed to her craft. She's committed, not only to being a professional surfer and all that comes with that, but also being a representative of Hawaiian culture. I believe she speaks Hawaiian fluently. Her and Eva Wong are really two of the torchbearers for keeping that beautiful language, alive and well. And I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that I've learned a lot already from Pua Makame DeSoto, and just what I've seen that she does, in Hawaii to really celebrate their culture. And I think it's very cool that these two young surfers from Hawaii are not just doing it for themselves, but doing it for the entirety of the Hawaiian Islands. So Pua Makame DeSoto did it for the judges on that last wave. A huge frontside snap comes through at a 610. So one big turn was all she needed to do to jump into the lead. Pua Makame DeSoto now in first place with a 610 and a 183. Sierra Kerr drops a second, but she is sitting on the highest single wave score. That's 633. And conditions are cleaning up by the minute. Love to see it. The tide's dropping. This is a great sign, Rosie, for things to come for the rest of the afternoon.
What did you call it? Brunch?
Brunch beauty?
Brunch beauty. That was good.
Other than the opposite side of morning sickness?
Well, it's so funny because I feel like anywhere in the world, as soon as the sun touches the lineup, it does this kind of, the wind almost slacks off, and it just really becomes more picturesque and more inviting. Probably because it's so freezing cold this morning.
It's still freezing. Yeah, this storm system, while it did bring us a lot of great waves, we're super thankful for that. Unfortunately, the damage that it also brought, pretty hectic up in LA, Ventura, Ojai, Santa Cruz, Capitola. I mean, these are regions that were hit hard, and our thoughts are with you there. And as we talk about dramatic weather, we just saw a little bit of drama in the water.
Sorry, Chris. Yes, just Sierra paddling for that wave, losing her priority. Can Pua capitalize here?
DeSoto, quick snap there, kind of an accidental under the lip snap, made it work, and then goes up and into that section. So we saw a few surfers kind of leaning on the safety style. Well, polar opposite for Pua Makame DeSoto. She went for it on that last wave. I like that.
Yeah, Pua's just sending it. I love it. I love that she was able to capitalize on that priority mistake. It is interesting, though, coming from Oahu, the water is so warm, and then having to throw on all this rubber as well as the booties. I mean, it's a lot to get used to as she tries to kind of reconfigure her feet there to anticipate that next section. It almost seemed like her feet had kind of slid in a little narrower than what she would have wanted to place on her board to anticipate that next section.
Yeah, sometimes booties can, act almost like flypaper. If you stand up and your feet are a little bit wrong, they might not be going anywhere. It's a testament to how good the booties are nowadays. But, a lot of times kind of repositioning your feet where you are comfortable can be a little bit more challenging with booties. Pua Makame with that kind of narrow, cruisy style and stance. You know, you could tell she might have been trying to shift her front foot up a little bit.
Yeah, it's just seeing the Hawaiians traveling. I remember Carissa Moore when she would surf Bells and Margaret River. She actually had these custom shoes that had like heaters in them because her feet used to get so cold. And yeah, that seemed like a brilliant idea.
I'm gonna have to message her because I want some of those right now.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they'd give you the Carissa Moore treatment. Yeah, sure, Chris, what's your size? Let's measure you up.
12:50 to go here. DeSoto in the lead with a 6.10, and that last score comes through at a 3.33. So she is right now out the back in second priority. Sierra Kerr with a little bit of a potential priority mistake. She didn't get into that wave, and then Pua Makame on the next wave was able to capitalize a little bit, but Sierra Kerr only needs a 3.10 to get back into this. Sierra, as we had mentioned, as a ladybird, came through in one stab high for the women. Also was awarded the Monster Air Award, which was for the entire field. So she snagged that award away from the likes of Noah Dean, Ian Crane, etc. So she has a huge accolades there. That win got her a entry into the Vans Pipe Masters. You saw what she was capable out there. 15 years old, you're winning air shows, and then the next week you're surfing in the Pipe Masters. Pretty huge. And I would say the biggest reward that she got was making her dad cry tears of joy on live TV, which nobody is embarrassed about, especially not dad. A show of emotion like that. I mean, can you imagine if your daughter did the best air ever done by a female? I'd cry for a month.
Oh yeah, I'd still be like carrying tissues around. No, that air was so insane. I remember when it happened and I was just like, whoa, this is scary for the surfers on the championship tour.
Sierra Kerr, big carve to start. Another, she kind of has a much different style than Pua, but you can tell.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That was textbook Sierra Kerr right there. She has a way of lighting up the crowd anytime she serves. And right there, men, women, children turning around going, "Did you see that?"
Yeah.
Yes, we saw it. The judges saw it. That's going to be a huge number, Sierra Kerr. To me, I look at her style and I see, that like really strong, that stance. It kind of has a Shane Beshin look to it. And just the way that her positioning is, she's set up as she does her bottom turn. She's set up for a big air. She's set up for a big snap. She's ready for anything, as she showed right here.
One thing I feel watching Sierra is anticipation. I'm anticipating something big from her, and the way that she's engaged in this wave, she's showing aggression. She dips that hand in the white water, dips her hand in the face as she's doing the bottom turn. That was huge. So well executed. I was loving Pua's wave earlier, but that was the single best turn.
Yeah, it was very critical.
We haven't seen this yet.
Come on, drop that NAS number. There you go. 917, our biggest score of the event. No surprise it was thrown down by Sierra Kerr. And, she did 3-4 turns on that wave, but it was really the impact of that final turn that not only sent the entire field, all the parents, coaches, and surfers in the surf zone to their feet, but also the judges got them fired up. The highest score yet, 917 for Sierra Kerr. That puts her way into the lead. Pua Makame still in it, but she would need a 9.4. That is going to be a tough score to get. But I like that the judges have opened it up.
Yeah.
They just dropped their first 9, and usually when we see that, big numbers start to kind of fly through as now the scale as we've cracked through that glass ceiling up into the excellent range.
Yeah, we cracked through the creme brulee. But it's so funny because Sierra hasn't broken a sweat. Like, she's still on cruise control.
Yeah, the claim almost was like, there's
Finally,
more.
like, yeah, what?
She's like, I got more. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about
that was cool, but I got more. Well, after this Heat 8 here in the elimination round, we're going to go to our men's elimination round. Joel Vaughn coming up against Saxon Reber. friendly fire. 2 Australians going head-to-head. And talked to Joel Vaughn's dad just before the event started today. They've got a wild week ahead of them. They're hoping that Joel wins the title.
Yeah.
And the second this thing ends, both father, son headed back home because their oldest brother is getting married.
Oh, that's
and they're going to
cool.
get back just in time for the wedding. So I think that would be the wedding present your older brother would want, Joel. Bring home a world title.
Yeah, it's that and nothing less if you're going to be just sliding into the wedding party.
Yeah, this is my middle brother, world champion, but
yeah.
it's my day.
It's my day.
7:50 to go. Your top score scenario has been shattered by Sierra Kerr, coming through with a near perfect 917. So one more time, Rosie, what was it about that wave? What was it about that turn that fired the judges up so much?
It was crisp. It was critical. It was committed.
3 C's?
And it was just...
It was cool.
It was cool. It was nice, thank
and
you.
kind of casual
and
as well.
Casual.
Yeah, it was all those things, and the impact was felt. Let's take 8 more looks at this. This was such a great wave.
It was a great wave, but also like in the interim to building up to that turn, like look how engaged she is in this wave, like working that board rail to rail. She knows this huge section is coming and she just attacks it. She gets that kind of weightless feeling midway through that turn. The judges love it. Like we said, if you attack those bigger sections, they can't help themselves. They're going to give you those big numbers because that's difficult to do. On a day like today when all that water's moving at you, to anticipate and place your turn and ride out like that.
Well, Sierra's list of firsts is huge. I mean, she's got the first 9 of this event. Then you go back a little bit in history. She was the first girl to ever land a frontside rodeo on a vert ramp in a competition.
Wow.
First girl at age 10 to land a 540 in competition. Her golf handicap is +6. I don't know enough about golfing, but that tells me that she's really good. Also, she's been in the X Games for skateboarding. She has gone. She's gone toe to toe versus Kelly Slater on the golf pitch, the golf course, the golf area.
I'll get Ian to help you out. He
She
works
has
at the Golfer's Journal.
the golf area. She's really good at.
Well,
she's good at everything.
Didn't she say she would want to win a world title surfing? X Games, Olympic gold medals for skateboarding. And she has, like, that's not even like that's not...
Nobody would be surprised if she did all those things.
No, that's like in the realm.
I think she's really, for Sierra Kerr, and she's one of the only humans on the planet that had these opportunities. So, she was kind of at a crossroads. Do I want to be a pro skater? Do I want to be a pro surfer? Do I want to be a pro golfer? Haven't seen her snowboard much, but I'm sure she could probably be a pro snowboarder if she tried. But it feels like right now, and she doesn't ever like to kind of put it out there as to what she's quote picking, But I feel like she's really leaned hard into surfing as her #1, and it's showing because she's got contest results now. She used to do, oh my gosh, that's so cute, this little kid doing huge airs. She's taking those airs into competition now, so now she's the complete package, and she surfs backdoor pipeline.
Yeah.
What else? What else does she have to prove? Nothing.
Yeah, that's why she's so scary to the women on the championship tour at the moment. That's why it's a daunting prospect to see her in the rearview mirror. Know that she's coming up the backs of everyone that's on the championship tour. It's going to be scary watching her compete on the championship tour once she gets there.
I mean, this is pure veteran knowledge and patience. Even the first setup, that kind of big weave, she saw everything happening. I was surprised that she was able to get to that last section, but she's really seeing everything happening and everything unfolding her. And Pua Makame, though, I mean, she's made this a heat. That was one of our favorite turns as well.
Back-to-back waves, too. So in the 6 range for both of the surfers, the 6.33 for Sierra on the first one and the 6.10 for Pua. But Sierra's only caught 2 waves.
They're both super similar, too, now looking back. Right? Set up on the outside, check turn, huge finish.
Yeah, that's the recipe if you want to get a 917.
Boys in the area are going, oh, thank God Sierra's not in Mikey. Dropping 9s. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Puamakame de Soto against the ropes for now. She needs a 9-4, which is a massive score, but as you can clearly see on screen, plenty of waves coming through. It's just glassing off right now as we speak. This is kind of the rare midday glass off.
That is rare. Usually that wind starts to kick up a little bit. It gets a little bit more flustered and blustery.
Flustery?
Flustery. Less buttery.
Yeah, true. The butter is being spread on the toast now. 3 minutes to go.
As we say that, you can see that little wind line.
Then it gets crazy out there.
No, that wind has kicked up a notch.
I just try not to say the W word for the rest of the day. I don't want to jinx it, but as you can see with the tide dropping out, the waves are starting to pulse steeper out the back. Here we go, Puamakame going for a 9-4, and that's how you have to approach the score like that. You've got to go all out. She did, almost riding out of what would have been, I mean, that had to have been an 8-point turn if she had ridden out of that. That was huge.
Agreed.
Fearless. Big fan of Puamakame de Soto. She has a giant feature in front of her. 2:25 to go. You can just tell right there. She knew she almost rode out of that turn.
She had it. She, like you said.
So AJ's on the beach with an update with us with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Cote, I'm out here getting a little bit of a check because the first elimination round for the men is getting in the water right now. I was talking with Zach Keenan, who's a beach marshal. He's been surfing Seaside since 1988, and he told me with the tide coming out, hopefully that's going to provide a little bit of steeper faces on some of these waves for these surfers. We're starting to see it in the later girls' rounds as well, but with that, the current is also going to get stronger, and so the river that runs on the north side of Seaside Reef is going to threaten to sort of wash these surfers down the reef, and as you guys know, Cote, you in particular, you want to stay on this north side, so positioning, paddling, going to be really, really important, especially for the start of this men's elimination round. And he was saying, Cote, I'd be curious to see if you agree, but the experience these surfers have on this reef in particular is going to play a big factor, he thinks, in these first opening rounds.
I'm really glad you brought up Zach Keenan, an incredible surfer, multi-time national champion, born and bred right here in Encinitas, Cardiff by the Sea, but lived on Kandui Island for about 10 years.
Lucky.
We lost him. We didn't know where he went. And he came back with a beard, huge hair, with a million barrels behind him. But great to have Zach as our beach marshal down here. And asked him on day one, I'm like, do these competitors know that you're kind of like the sneaky oracle of this area? And he's like, well, a couple of them. But I think they kind of know now, and I'm glad that AJ brought it to light. And yeah, I would agree with the tide going out, you're going to start to see that boil really start to churn on that outside takeoff zone, and it's going to start to thump here. It does have a tendency when the tide drops out, you could start to see some steps even coming up the face of these waves on the outside. So, local knowledge, while it's starting to clean up, the tide's kind of getting into that prime zone, local knowledge is definitely going to help. I would say this morning when it was wild and woolly like that, it was kind of like, go for it. Good luck out there. But now it's starting to come back more into kind of a seaside proper form. So I would say, yeah, lean on the locals if you want a couple tips. And Zach Keenan is a great one to lean on right there in our beach marshal area. Well, Sierra Kerr with a convincing victory, the highest single wave score of the entire event. Another first for this rising superstar. Puamakame de Soto put up a good fight, but unfortunately she's out of this contest. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western.
Oh, that was nice.
It's the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We are live here at Seaside Reef, North County, San Diego. It's a beautiful day. There's a ton of surf out in the water, and we just saw an incredible conclusion to the elimination round for the women's. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero, Sierra Kerr with that 9.17.
First excellent score we've seen all event long, Kaipo, 9.17. Very impressive. Most impressive thing about it is that she defeated one of, to me, the favorites of the day so far, Puoma Kamai de Soto. With these kind of conditions, I would have said that she would have easily taken out the heat. Sierra Kerr had something else in mind, though.
Well, we're going to start up the men's elimination round right now with Joel Vaughn and Saxon Reber out in the water. Two Australian juniors battling against each other. Winner moves on to round of 16, and the loser takes home an equal 17th. That's last place in this competition.
It's not very frequent that you get to see two people from the same region compete this early on in the event. Unfortunately for them, one of them is going to go home. The other one's going to move through into the round of 16, as you were saying, Kaipo. Joel Vaughn, the youngster from Australia, had a great year on the Challenger Series. His first one, he's only 19 years of age. Still has another year to go in the juniors, too, if he decides to continue to pursue this. But, I mean, quarterfinal finish at the U.S. Open, had a couple of decent results, too, and competed in every single event on the Challenger Tour as well.
Yeah. And as we look at Saxon Reber, he only surfed one of the Challenger events in 2022. That was the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, where he was eliminated, taking a equal 49th there. So wanting to be a full-time member of that Challenger Series, Saxon Reber, well, he can be a full-time member if he wins this World Junior Championship. But first, he's got to get by Joel Vaughn, who on paper would be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, Joel's got a lot of experience, first of all, but he's been in some high-pressure situations before, and he's definitely been able to rise to the occasion, Kaipo. Quarterfinal finish, I mentioned at the U.S. Open, and to me, the biggest difference between that result and another result on the Challenger Series last year was that it was pumping Huntington Beach, too. Remember, it was big, the current was strong, it was ripping into the pier, and it gets quite threatening when it's like that. So for Joel to be able to really hold his emotions true, be able to compete there with his dad on the beach, especially with a lot of eyes on him, he did extremely well. But now here in the elimination round, he did not have a good opening round heat. He's going to look to make up for it.
This is true. This is really the restart for all of our surfers. The opening round, a non-elimination round, but right now this round called the elimination round because it has those consequences. Eliminated from a competition, and your run towards a World Junior title ended in this round.
It's a big privilege to compete here, first of all, Kipes. But second, the format is so specific to wanting to prepare you for CT competition, because realistically, and I can tell you this with a lot of assurance, you go to a QS event and you end up being one of those donor people. You pay your entry fee, you pay your membership fee. You lose out in the first round, whether with a 10, 12-point heat total or with a 2-point heat total, they don't even say thank you. So you come here, you get the special treatment. It feels very nice. You get treated like the way you want to be treated once you get to the next level.
Hey, just the complimentary SAMBAZON acai bowls alone is a VIP treatment over in the competitors area. And we are looking for the start of this heat. Let's go over some of our judging criteria and talk a little bit about, you know, how these scores come about. We did see the first excellent score by Sierra Kerr. Commitment and degree of difficulty, you could check the box for Sierra Kerr on that one. Innovation and progression. Combination, maybe not combination of major maneuvers, but the speed, power, flow, on point.
And the variation for sure, too. You want to be able to present different kinds of maneuvers when you're on these waves, but, you know, it's been a very complicated wave for a lot of these young surfers to figure out. We've seen the first excellent score of the event so far with Sierra, as you were mentioning. But I think the most important thing that a lot of these men are really going to be able to anticipate is the amount of speed that they're going to need going into those big sections at the end, especially surfing for the first time in the latter part of the day, Kaipo.
Hey, speaking of Sierra Kerr, let's hear from Sierra. She's with AJ.
And she is stoked. Came up the beach to a whole bunch of cheers, understandably, after that 917, the highest score of the entire competition. How did you choose to attack that wave?
Yeah, I just saw the send, saw it had some walls, so I was like, yeah, I'll try it. And it's so clean out there. It's probably one of the best I've surfed it, honestly. And yeah, it had such a good wall on it, but it kind of like went sideways. So I was like, oh, maybe it's not going to be as good as I thought after like the second cutback. But then I saw the section. I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to be a big section. So if I make something, it'll be good.
It certainly was good. You are somebody who has a lot of experience here at Seaside Reef. We've been seeing the challenging positions to find positioning on this wave. How much did your experience play into your confidence that you could find the right spot to take off?
Yeah, I surf here a bit. Like usually when it's smaller, I'm either surfing like car parks or pallies. We don't come here as much when it's like this. We'd probably be chasing some barrels somewhere or something. But yeah, I've surfed here a bit on the reef. Maybe not like this, but I know where the boil is and how it kind of chips off the boil, and it's just a little bit more to the side of the boil today. So yeah, I kind of know, just look at that boil and figure it out other than that.
And you figured it out incredibly well. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. You.
There you go. Yeah. Talking about, the World Juniors being a glimpse into the future of pro surfing, there's a little glimpse with Sierra Kerr. I like that she talked about the boil out there at Seaside Reef. There's landmarks, but then also there's those marks made in the ocean, and that boil is one of them.
Yeah, it truly is. It goes to show you the amount of experience that she has free surfing out here. Easily one of the best junior surfers in the world. Kaipo landed, which I think till this point, the best air ever landed by a woman so far over there at Lakey Peak. A lot of progression in her surfing. It's scary to think that she's still only in her mid-teens, knowing that she has a lot of room to improve on. Competed over at Pipe already. I think there's a lot of positive things to take from her, but there's also a lot of things that Josh, her father, is probably going to be inputting into her after this heat.
Yeah, Josh Kerr, former championship tour surfer, as well as a
Pipe finalist too.
Pipe finalist, yeah, and did his time as a contest director as well for Red Bull. Here we go. This is Joel Vaughn for 3.33.
Yeah, decent turn to start things off there for Joel. I like that he got on board real quick. Got a little stuck coming out of that second turn, so it's just going to be a throwaway score for him. Still plenty of time, 20 minutes on the clock. Looking at these two surfers, difference of styles, Kaipo. One surfer with great technique, a lot of composure, very competitive, savvy, and you have a young surfer in Saxon who's just got nothing to lose, everything to gain right here. And especially as a junior, I think looking at the past champions that we have had here at these World Pro Junior Championships, nothing would match being a world champion and being able to call yourself that person that has won an Aussie title and also a World Pro Junior Championship when you have people like Pablo Paulino, former two-time champ, Joel Parkinson, one of the few Australians, Jack Freestone, two-time champ as well. It's a lot of prestige coming to this event.
Yeah, we haven't had an Australian World Junior Champ since 2016, and that year we actually had two. In the women's, Macy Callahan took that championship, and in the men's, Ethan Ewing took that championship. That all happened in Kiama in Australia.
And this might sound kind of mean, but that is not a good wave at all.
Oh, yeah, I was there. It wasn't that good.
So for them to win that way, I remember Griff in the semis had the best performance out of the event too.
Yeah.
Ended up losing the final to Ethan. For them to perform the way they did, I remember Nolan Raposa had a couple of great waves too. It was not an easy wave to surf at all.
Reber up and riding. Oh, loses traction, goes down.
Lost his fins when he reached that lip, Kaipo. Seemed like the wave stood up just a bit different than he was expecting. Still plenty of time on the clock. But Vaughn now with priority, and we know how experienced he is when it comes to these kind of situations. Got to expect him to get his best wave in the next 18 minutes.
Look at the conditions. Nice and glassy, Mitch.
I actually think it improved, Kaipo. Once it hit that peak high tide a little over an hour ago, I think it's kind of settled down a little bit. Probably going to see some improvement and waves standing up a lot more on the outside with a little bit of a lower tide. It's kind of hitting that perfect section right now where You get the one big turn on the outside, you kind of wait, and then all of a sudden the short break stands up a little bit too. Goofies galore. But out there right now, you have the one regular footer who his best result on the Challenger Series was really going left at the Vans US Open of surfing. Those big lefts going into the pier, that's what got Joel that great result over there into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Joel got on a run at that. That was stop number 4 in the 2022 Challenger Series. Up until that event, Joel had not made it out of a single heat. So that was a turning point for the young Australian, was that US Open performance.
And the way it changes your confidence too, especially going into the other events after that. I remember when he went to Portugal, he was feeling a lot more confident. He had just been part of the ISA team that competed here in Huntington Beach, the Irukandjis as they're known, and they got a good group right here at Seaside Reef too. Very close-knit community, Kaipo, coming into this event. They're all rooting and cheering for each other here. I would think that on the beach, all the Aussies would be cheering for both surfers equally, but I hadn't really seen that before. When I was doing the QS, it seemed like there was quite a bit of separation. A lot of people from Western Australia kind of stuck to themselves. A lot of people from the Gold Coast and that part of Oz were kind of all together, and now it seems like the juniors have really changed that a lot, and they're really traveling as a pack and supporting one another the way you would really like to see.
Yeah, for Joel Vaughn, the young warrior, did not repeat the tactics which you have gained, you won victory, but let your methods be regulated by infinite variety of circumstances. That's Sun Tzu, Art of War, and that applies to the young warrior, Joel Vaughn, in that change.
I love it. Wow, you've been reading The Art of War, haven't you?
Yes, I use it in life.
Some good methods to have. I remember Andy Irons, actually former champion of this event, mentioning that when he was having his peak rivalry with Andy, that was like the only book that he was reading too.
Oftentimes, Mitchell, you can defeat your opponent before you even step onto the battlefield.
That was Kelly trying to do before he paddled out of the final of pipe, trying to give Andy a handshake.
And Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Didn't work out that event though. Who ended up winning the World Championship at home, 2003 Xbox Pipe Masters.
Saxon Reber, like we said, won Challenger Series last year. He did just recently finish runner-up in the Peel Junior Pro. Lennox Shell took out a win there. And that's the one thing for the Australians. They have such a strong junior series there in Australia. So many events and so much opportunity to compete as a surfing nation.
And in different parts of the country too. You're not only surfing one place, you're usually having to go down to Victoria and compete there at least a few times a year. Maybe over to Western Australia too. I know they've tended to have more QS events over there. It's just a lot more fair when you're actually bringing a big event over to an area of Australia that has plenty of waves, first of all, and plenty of surfers too.
Yeah, and not to mention your own just local surf club holding competitions to keep everyone sharp. And then, when you have the surf clubs challenge each other, if you're an Australian surfer, you can probably compete, being in Jersey, surfing some type of competition every weekend of the year.
True. I mean, and I think that's case in point for both surfers that are in the water right now. They're both members of their respective board riders clubs. Not too sure which clubs they're part of, but there's so many of them too that they have interclub comps themselves, and they have the local board riders events where you're seeing different communities come together and compete against each other. And I also think, as you were mentioning, they've always had a great junior program. Even the people that didn't qualify for the championship tour, a good friend of mine, a guy that I work with, Chris Friend, had a great junior career. Mitch Cruz had a great junior career. And to me, you look at the success that Jack Freestone had, winning 2 world championships in 3 years at the junior level. As you see there, Australia's had 11 world titles at the junior level between both men and women. France has had 3, Alizé Arnaud, Maxime Houssaneau, and I also believe that Tessa Dyson was a runner-up once too, from the French Caribbean. It's hard winning at home though, and seeing that Portugal has won 1, Basso Ribeiro winning at home in Ericeira, that was very impressive, Kibes.
Yeah, Amuro Suzuki took that win for Japan, Jordy Smith for South Africa. So we will see if the Aussie dominance continues at this year's World Junior Championships. I can tell you one thing for sure. There's 100% chance that an Australian will make it out of this heat.
Good math right there.
Stats.
Still, though, it's been a slow one. 13 minutes to go. Only 3 waves ridden. Reber has the 1 and the over. And then Joel Vaughn has the 3.33 on the board. And so far, he's been controlling the lineup with priority, but hasn't been able to get another wave.
You've been hanging out with judges, surf judges, haven't you? You use the term OFER.
Yes.
And just to explain, what is an OFER?
An OFER is any score that fits within the 0 point something range.
Yeah.
So I judge a lot. I judge a lot with the people that are up there in the panel right now, especially the local judges. You throw out the terminology OFERs. A stick is anything in the 1s. And then anything excellent, 8-2 above. And, paddle there from Joel. He's going to lose priority here, Kaipo.
Yeah, took the effort, had that priority, and I'm sure that priority is going to get stripped away. There it goes. And Saxon Reber is going to hear the news that he now has priority, and all he needs is a 2.34 to take the lead. Actually, being a veteran competitor at a junior level, though, he needs much more than that. Here we go. He utilizes the priority. Patient off the bottom, straight up into the lip there. Nice opening turn. Wave gets a little tapered. Has to do a cutback, sticky with the whitewater here. He's going to lean on that first vertical bash for his number.
Well, it's still not going to be a huge number, but at least get him into the lead here. Kipes needs only a 2. But with 12 minutes to go, you know, he pulled the trigger on a wave that didn't seem from the get-go like really was going to have that much of a wall to it. Great first turn, though, straight up and vertical. Coming out of it a bit awkward. Wrapped it back. Kid's got a great style, too.
A little Craig Anderson-ish on that top turn.
Especially with the hair, too.
Yeah, maybe the hair was like swaying me in the Ando direction right there, but that did seem Ando-ish.
Yeah, no, Australia's had a huge amount of great goofy footers. One of my all-time favorite surfers, Mitch Colburn, coming from that area. He's also been a quarterfinalist in the past at this event in Narrabeen.
My all-time favorite surfer is out of Australia. And you know who you are, Mark. Akalupo. Aki. Why isn't he every Goofy Foot's favorite surfer? He should be your favorite surfer too, Mitchell, just since you're a Goofy Foot.
I'm a different generation, Kaipo, and I love...
You're going to go generation on me.
Hey, I'm just being honest. I mean, I love the way Aki surfs.
Aki's timeless. There is no generation to Aki. Aki transcends all Goofy Foots in all generations.
The year that I started surfing, Mick won the World Championship, and I already loved the way he surfed, and I got to meet him in person in 2012 for the first time. I remember I was already living with Kalani on Oahu. Went to the Rip Curl house, and I met Mick, and dude, my eyes just glowed up. Kaipo, I talked to him for around half an hour. He kind of talked story a little bit, but it's those kind of moments in your life that you won't forget them, and they're very inspiring, too. I bet both of these kids have had moments like that.
Here we go. Saxon whipping it off the top there. Nice carve from an Australian. Bangs the oncoming section with a nice layback hack. So that's more like it. Previous wave, a 5.33 for Saxon Reber. We'll see what he gets there. Lennox Chichel, another Aussie, getting ready for his heat.
He's a great surfer, too. Tall, lanky, goofy footer. Had a close heat in the opening round. He's got a tough task ahead, though, against Alan Cleland Jr. coming up. Funny, because the first 2 heats, surfer in red is going to be a regular footer. The surfer in blue is going to be a goofy. It's going to be a good heat, though, and I like the contrast of styles, really. I think it's good that the seating worked out that way. We're going to be able to see some difference of surfing out there, Kipes.
Yeah, so stick around because we got another great heat after this. Actually, we have 7 more great heats after this. 8 heats in this round. Then we're going to call it a day, and we'll be down to our final 16 men and our final 16 women. Looking forward to day 3 of competition, which looks good. I mean, we're looking at the swells and stuff. We're talking to surf line. Tomorrow looks good as well, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're running every day until Friday, just based off of what the forecast has been saying. I mean, even today, maybe a little big for Seaside. Normally a bit more than it can handle. Still plenty of contestable waves, very fun out there. And I just want to say, excellent use of priority right there, or second priority by Saxon Reber. Intelligent decision to capitalize on an opportunity right here underneath Joel. Beautiful first turn, really opening up those shoulders, carves it all the way back. And then the variation of maneuvers too, Kaipa, with the little layback snap right there in the pocket. Some beautiful surfing by the young goofy footer.
Yeah, 6.67. Combine that with a 5.33 and a strong lead by Saxon Reber. Joel Vaughn with that priority, however, he needs a giant digit. He needs an 8.67 to take the lead off of Reber. Priority, 8 minutes on the countdown. Waves coming through here. We'll see which one he chooses.
Definitely attainable score, though, especially considering what we saw from young Kerr in the previous heat. 8 minutes to go, though. Still probably thinking that he's going to want 2 better scores than what he has at the moment, as his 3.33 is the only wave that he has. You know, 8 minutes, you could be thinking, okay, 4 minutes each, I could catch a wave.
Here is Joel Vaughn. Has to kind of skip over that first section. Now a couple cutbacks, so nothing major as of yet off the bottom. That was major for the finishing maneuver. Needs to hang on, and he does so.
So now the real question is, as we see Vonnie right there, his father towards the right, whether or not he's going to be able to get enough time to, first of all, not even have to do the paddle back around, just go straight through the lineup, get within the priority rotation, Kaipo, and listen to the score that he's going to require after this.
Well, there you go. Joel Vaughn on the paddle back out, and he's right back in the game, anticipating him reducing that lead by quite a bit. And I got AJ. AJ, what do you got for me on Joel?
Kaipo, that was exactly the wave that Joel has been waiting for this entire heat. I talked with his dad, Vonnie, and they said coming into this one, they were looking for ways that he could just pull off 1, 2 big turns, strong maneuvers like that one, and that's what they're looking for a little bit more of in this heat. Little side note, you know, we have a lay day, everyone does what they do. The Aussies all went go-karting, which is very fun.
All right, race it, AJ. 6 minutes, 25 seconds on the countdown. And, yeah, well, Joel Vaughn just sped his way to a 7-point ride. Single highest wave score, and he's right back in the game. Now Vaughn just requiring a 5-point ride to take that lead off of Saxon Reber.
And smart decision, first of all, to take this wave. The first 2 turns, more of a setup right there, and the second one as well. But it was a very precise maneuver right here to finish this wave off straight up into the lip. And a beautiful execution, bottom top turn combo. Really loved it. I think it's one of the best and cleanest maneuvers we've seen all event long. But I told you before, Kaipos, we're seeing the average right there. A 7.5 goes down to a 6.5 point difference. You need the first 4 minutes for your first score. You're going to need another 4 minutes for your second score. So he almost broke that mini combination that he was in, needing that 8. Now only needs a 5, so basically needs to do the one ending turn right here to get that score. If you're Reber at the moment, you got to be very aware of where your opponent is. And I still don't think that he's even able to see him out there in the lineup.
So this is when things get interesting. The final 5 minutes and anyone's heat in this scenario. So this one's going to come down to the final seconds, I have a feeling, Mitchell, because everything's so close.
And it usually does, too. So would not be surprised to see a little buzzer beater action right here. Even though 5 minutes does sound like a decent amount of time, it goes by quick. So Joel really needs to be looking at the first opportunity that he can go on to capitalize on a score. And we haven't seen an air all event long. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go on a smaller wave and at least try an air. Give yourself a chance, Kaipo. 4 minutes 30 to go. It needs to be soon, though.
Yeah. Kind of tough today, though. I'm looking at the waves. It's not very rampy.
No.
You know, I mean, there's not a lot of those kind of ramp opportunities I see.
And you don't want to force it either. It looks horrible that way.
Oh, yeah.
It's more of a chop hop when you end up doing that, you know, and there's no degree of difficulty involved. But the one thing I will say is that goofy footers, in comparison to regular footers, are going to have a much tougher time because the way you read an air section on the forehand in comparison to the backhand, you can bottom turn a lot more on the backhand and almost go up and over the section. Maybe not go full air, but at least a blowtail attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, because the choppy might feel good, but it doesn't score.
Nope. Death to the chop hop, Kaipo. Death to the chop hop. Even though Mason loves it.
Whoa.
Chris Cote loves it too.
Yeah. Can't see Chris Cote just glared at Mitchell Salazar. Chris Cote, one of the chop hop like masters of all chop hops. He's got all kinds of varieties of chop hops.
It ain't that hard though.
Whoa.
It ain't that hard. There's a reason it doesn't get scored high, you know. Mason loves them too. Just saying.
3 minutes and 15 seconds, and look at the two Australians close together now. So Saxon wants to close this out. He does have the lead. He does have priority. He's got to stick really close to Joel Vaughn at the moment. Again, Joel Vaughn just needing that 5-point ride. This is going to be a practice in tactics at this moment. And the race is on. Here you go. Both surfers paddling up and down.
This might be the wave, though. I'd be forcing Reber to at least commit to using priority here as a block. Ooh,
Nope.
Joel's going to go.
Lets him go. Here we go. Joel Vaughn needs a 5. Check turn to begin. Loads up here. Smashes the oncoming section. Little hung up. Goes complete. Whoo, it's going to be borderline for that number. What do you think, Mitchell? It's a 5.
My initial thought is no, but we'll see the replay. I just want to say, a beautiful recovery here by Reber to get back into this heat. I mean, the first 2 waves he had were falls. Ends up taking the lead afterwards with his last 2.
Here is Reber with a quick trip to the lip. Bashes there. Nice little cutty. Hangs back in the power source. One time, again, up into the lip. Throws the tail that time. Gets room for multiple turns. Another little cut back into the whitewater. Slips off for the ending. Big story, though. Did Joel Vaughn get the 5-point ride that he required on his last wave? We're still waiting for that score.
Well, even if he does, the bigger question is, does Saxon Reber better his 5.33 on this last one, too? So here's Joel's wave, the first setup turn, and I just don't see it because the second turn
is a little hung up.
Well, and the section wasn't very critical either. You know, that's
agree.
an average score.
Yeah,
Just comparing it to the 5.33 of Reber, I don't see it happening. And I think Reber might even better his situation here. A little late to the party on the first one, wraps it back. But look at this carve right here, Kipes. Goes straight up into it. Nice first turn. But look at the style he implements right there. That's a Rob Machado turn at Seaside for you. And you were talking about style being something that a lot of people tend to not have here at Seaside. This kid tends to have it a lot when he's in a heat.
Yeah, so under a minute remaining and a 4.83 for Saxon Reber. Reber still in the lead, 45 seconds. Joel Vaughn needs to find a wave. He got a 2.32 on that last one. Wasn't enough. Joel Vaughn still needing a 5-point ride, 35 seconds counting down. Where is Vaughn? And can he get to his feet one more time?
Doesn't seem like we see him on screen at all. Oh, there he is on the right. I'd be turning around for that.
You got 20 seconds, Joel. Maybe he's got one more opportunity right here, and then it will be curtains.
It's got to be this wave, Kaipo. He's got to at least give himself a chance. Paddle into it.
Got to get to it.
He's got it.
All right, got to get up. Okay, this is going to count. Here we go. Joel Vaughn needs a 5. Real flat section here. He's going to be counting on the shore break. Needs something dynamic. Hooks that turnaround, hung up. That's not going to do it. And frustration from the family there. And that's going to be the end of Joel Vaughn's run, unfortunately.
He's got a big year ahead of him, though. You know, put up a couple decent numbers, had the best wave of the heat, too, but congrats to Reber moving through.
Saxon Reber moving through. We're going to move on to a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Actually, you can go somewhere, but just come right back because we'll be right back after this. Are you ready? Well, you better get ready because the championship tour is going to kick off at the Bonsai Pipeline January 29th for the Billabong Pro Pipeline, stop number 1 on the Epic Championship Tour schedule. And that's where every single one of these juniors want to end up. First step, winning a World Junior title. Second step, getting on that Challenger Series. Third step, finishing in the top tier of that Challenger Series. And fourth step, pack your bags, get ready for Pipeline and the opener. I'm super excited, Bob.
So am I, but the way you broke it down, now I'm even more excited. I'm like, okay, the people that aren't making the midseason cut, going back to the Challengers.
Ooh.
A couple people qualify that way. Zeke Lau, Joao Chianca.
They're
back on tour.
That's right. We're going to go Hawaii, Portugal, Australia. After that 5th event at Margaret River, we're going to lose some championship tour surfers. But that is going to be a great storyline to follow. Here we go. Lennox Shell on his opening ride. This is a 5.83, Mitchell.
Yeah, great combo right there on rail. Love the first 2 opening carves and finishes with a strong turn up into the lip. They're keeping these surfers to a very high standard.
And this is Alan Cleland Jr.
Yeah, great first carve right there by Junior. And then went up into the lip. Little straight-legged coming out of it, but a good start too, a 4.5. Remember, in his first round heat, he caught a lot of waves. I want to say close to 14 waves. This heat, I expect him to be a lot more patient, really select his waves better. He's got a San Diego connection with him, too. His father originally from Imperial Beach, South County. So he's been surfing here quite a bit growing up.
Yeah, Alan Cleland Jr., 20 years old, representing Mexico. Dad, Alan Cleland, actually a good friend of mine back in the day, and quite a good barrel rider. Actually, Al Cleland Sr. got a Surfer magazine cover, and that's a very, very prestigious thing. There's only so many of those covers that go around. You get a Surfer magazine cover, you're on people's walls for life.
Right.
Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner. Saxon Reber is with AJ.
Saxon, you're starting off the men's elimination round, and then you get in the water, 15 minutes of almost no waves. How do you stay in the moment and keep yourself patient waiting for that first wave?
Just try and keep calm. Try not to think about it too much. Don't let it worry me too much, and just don't freak out and try and muck up my waves. But that's the main thing.
And you did that because you got some pretty good scores later in the heat. What did you see on those waves that you were able to take advantage of?
I just saw opportunity, a couple sections on them and not closing out but not too fat, so I thought I'd take a roll of the dice and it ended up being all right.
It was a good roll of the dice. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great surfing as we see Chell up again. Lennox Chell from Avoca Beach, just finishing off. Got a little intel on Lennox Chell and what he's riding. He's out there on a CI Pro 6.0, 19 inches wide, 2 3/8, 28, almost 29 liters in volume. And he's part of ABC, the Avoca Beach Board Riders Club, which is one of the most prestigious clubs.
Yeah. I mean, Adrian Buchan's one of the members there. You have Matt Wilkinson from nearby Copacabana. Here's Al Cleland.
Al.
Ah.
And holds on.
That was nasty, Kaipo. That frothy finish right there with the size of the wave. This kid's been surfing triple overhead waves since he's, 8 years old, though. So.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. He's a charger. And, we'll see him on the paddle back out right now. Both surfers are going to be racing for priority. This is when it turns into a duck dive contest, Mitchell.
Well, guess who's good at duck diving? Alan Cleland coming from a beach break like Pascuales. You need to be good at duck diving.
You better.
The most dangerous thing I feel about both Puerto Escondido and Pascuales, where Al Cleland's from, is that there's no channel there.
Yeah.
So you get caught inside, and you either have to head towards the beach, or you paddle back out. And there's sometimes where you're caught no man's land, and you just have to commit to one or the other. And I've seen Al for plenty of years, and I can tell you that he's been on some of the best waves I've ever seen. Nice wrap to start things off, but this second turn, very critical. Straight up into the lip right there. Comes out of it a bit awkward at the end, but held on. Goes to show you the man strength that he has now. And I love the way this kid surfs. Lennox. Decent turn to start things off. Beautiful down carve right there. Kind of threw the tail out a bit when he reached the lip line. Score came in quite good too, Kaipo. He's got a decent total already.
Yeah, Lennox with a 5.83 opener, followed by that 5.5 we just saw on the replay. Still waiting for second wave for Alan Cleland Jr. Al needs a 6.83 to take the lead off of Lennox Chow.
And the Aussie right here on screen, the Australian, still young.
Yeah, just 19 years old, so he's got another year in the juniors.
Well, not just that. You mentioned Avoca Beach Board Riders Club and you know, the kind of community that he has around him, especially as a goofy footer. I think it's probably the best area to come out of, just because you have a lot of beach breaks. You're surfing with a lot of people that have obviously been on tour, but have been successful competition surfers as well.
Here he is again, lip glide to begin. Looking for more open face. Shell.
Oh.
Nice gouge on the forehand. More on the way. Another snap surfing away. Loses his footing on that third maneuver.
This is already a great heat.
Yeah, nice that he's staying busy.
And it's going to be interesting to see the way they score Al's wave, because the last section was as critical as it gets. There's the score, Kipes.
6.5 for the last wave for Al Cleland Jr. He's still chasing a 4.83 to take the lead. Here's the last of Lennox. We're still waiting for this number.
Yeah, I love the patience that he presents. Very methodical surfing, and it goes to show you that he spends a lot of time surfing with the likes of Adrian Buchan. Beautiful second carve. And then the section really wasn't there for the third turn. He just threw it up there because he could. But judges really took their time with that score for Cleland. They were deciding whether or not it was the 6.83 he was requiring at that point of the heat.
Just came just under.
But I mean, still good surfing nonetheless. So best wave of the heat so far. Chell does better just by a bit, Kipes.
Yeah, last score a 5.57 for Lennox Chell. Cleland chasing a 4.9 at the moment, and Alan Cleland Jr. actually has a new edit out called Saturn with Rolando Montes and Cale Walsh.
Yeah.
And that highlights, some great surfing in that edit.
Yeah, I was able to see a sneak preview when we were down in Brazil. He showed me a few clips, and he's like, hey, what do you think? I was like, what do I think? I think this is incredible. Some clips of him surfing in Indonesia. Cale is just a beast.
Yeah.
Has some sailfishes, some slobs that are next level.
And Rolando, I don't know a lot about, but I was so impressed.
Puerto Rican.
With his surfing.
Yeah, he's a cool kid, too. He comes from an area that has a lot of heavy waves, really offers those big sections for airs, and it's a good crew to hang out with, especially when you're trying to improve that kind of progression level within the Americas, really, too. We haven't seen a lot of surfers from Mexico kind of have the same amount of success in the air. I know that Diego Cadena has been a big proponent of that, but, you know, Al Cleland, still at his young age, has a lot more to go.
Well, 19 minutes, 45 seconds. Cleland with that priority, chasing a small score. Waves continue to crash here at Seaside Reef. We've passed the high tide mark, so we will see a drawing tide throughout the rest of the competition today. Likely we're going to have that afternoon glare too, which will be another element for the judges and competitors.
Let's hope not. I mean, the first day was difficult, but there you see the high and the low tide. We had the high tide almost 2 hours ago. The low tide will be later today, and it doesn't go negative anymore, Kaipo, which is a nice thing. It's going to be a little bit more even now, but you know, I want to touch on the difficulties of Al Jr. really exposing himself to the world, because in terms of exposure, as a professional surfer, because most of the successful surfers that have come from Mexico have either been from Puerto Escondido or from Sayulita. And he's from the central coast of the country, where there's not a lot of things really going on, and it's really hard to not only travel from there, but I think in a sense of wanting to excel and get somebody that'll push you to a next level, there's not a lot of people around there.
Yeah, and with that being said, you know, Alan's actually just slowly becoming a citizen of the world. Spends a lot of time on the road, exposing himself to a lot of different surfers, a lot of different spots. And for him, though, it must be nice to still come back and have him. I think in his region, there's still quite a few secret waves that he can surf without crowds. Or what are you saying? That one's so. You're my Mexico expert.
I can't get into that over the mic.
Oh, so there are some secret waves.
Well, I can't say it.
Well, just the fact that you're not commenting on the secret waves makes me think automatically there are secret waves.
I'll show you around the area. I already told you. Going down late April.
I keep secrets, man. Like, I'm really good at that, especially when it comes to waves. I don't want to tell anyone.
There's a couple of waves. There used to be a gnarly big wave spot. Just
well, I don't need gnarly. I just want fun.
Well, no, but it was like let's like a comparison. Kind of like a Seal Beach, south side
cool.
almost.
Okay.
This wave called Petacalco.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't really break that much anymore because the sand doesn't really get the way it used to be. But that was one of the heaviest waves in the Americas.
Well, here's Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. Good-looking wave on the backhand. Vicious snap there. Hangs on to that one. Teetering on the edge. One more snap. Backhand float. Airdrop to the finish. He got his number, and he just turned the heat.
And how's that no claim looking over, too? He's like, you see that or what?
That was some flow. So
he's on a mission now. Because after the performance that he had in the first heat, I remember seeing him come out of the heat. He was frustrated. He had a look on his face that he was not content at all. And he just made this wave. This wave had a family, Kaipo. This wave had a family, and Alan Cleland did not care. Incredible turn right there. Straight up into it. Loved the way he grabbed the rail on the bottom turn. And the variation with the finish right there. 3 bang, bang, bang turns. And guess what? This should easily be the best wave of the heat.
Those are high-risk maneuvers, and so they should be rewarded because he was teetering the whole time, and he is getting rewarded. 3 excellent scores so far. Judges 1 and 2 still need to put in their decision. Another excellent score. Waiting for Judge 1. Shake the seat. There he goes. He wakes up. It's an 8.83 for Al Cleland Jr. He takes the lead.
Second highest wave of the event so far. And it was already a great heat, but now it really got to a point where Chell needs to get up into the excellent range to make it a competitive one.
Look at Alan wants to hear the score. He needs to hear his number. He doesn't know yet. Let's look at his reaction when he hears that he's got that excellent score.
Well, he heard it. He's paddling back out. He's like, okay,
cool.
I got the lead. I'm moving back out there. And the difficult thing now for Lennox Chell is that since Al Cleland's second best wave is still better than any of the 2 waves that are in Chell's scoreline, he needs to be thinking, get at least a 7, get back into the heat, but he needs to be on a great wave right here in the next 15 minutes, Kaipo. Here he goes.
Lennox disappears from sight, reappears carving off the top, slides around this section, needs more open face, fighting in the whitewater to find so. Tippy toes, gets back up there just at the end and throws it up there with not a lot of speed. That was a difficult final maneuver to ride out of.
Yeah, it was.
Because he went into that thing with no clear air at all.
And no speed either.
Yeah.
It took him a while to get around the section. There's Ellie Harrison and company enjoying the water that we have here at the comp, Liquid Death. Pretty good, I might say, by the way.
Yep, and remember, you can take all those containers and put them right into our on-site recycling bins, and we will recycle those aluminum containers.
I'm glad that we're staying super hydrated at this event because the sun comes out, it gets warm, it gets cold real quick as soon as the sun hides again. So you got to be prepared for anything, Kibes, and I think both of these gentlemen know that too. You know, whether or not he betters the 5.83, it's going to be close, but we talk about the most critical sections of a wave and how critical that last section was for Chell. It's up there, and I'm not necessarily going to say that it's the 9.5 that it requires, but it shall easily be his best wave. There it is.
There we go, 7.83 for Lennox Chell. Now, Lennox needing a 7.51 to retake the lead off of Al Cleland Jr.
Oh, even an 8.5 in there, too. I mean, that one got thrown away, but there's only a point separation between Al's wave and Lennox's wave. I thought, personally, it was a bit more.
I'm a little confused with the priority right now. Al Cleland Jr. with second priority, Lennox Chell with first priority. A little unorthodox in that I'm seeing Lennox Chell paddling back out. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Al Cleland Jr. with that priority and the lead, 13 minutes counting down.
Would have to be thinking that that was just a small mistake, but yeah, Al's clearly on the outside and Lennox is still paddling out, so 13 minutes to go. I think we could say this is a completely brand new heat right now, Kipes, as we're looking at Lennox's last. Great first carve, and look at how long it took him to get around this section right here. Even had to wait a couple of seconds just to get to this section right here, but now that I look at the replay, that last turn was heavy. He goes up into the lip very late with no speed, and just the fact that he was able to land it and ride out cleanly, that was beautiful stuff there from Chell.
I agree. Really, really difficult going into a crunchy section like that if you don't have momentum. So the impact that Lennox Chell took coming back down was tremendous. If you have speed, you skirt a lot of that impact because you can kind of get away from it, maybe out into the flats or down a little further in the whitewater. But that was a dump truck, and he survived.
And the amount of danger and risk
ankles,
going into
knees,
that. Everything, your ligaments, and remember the one heat that Matt McGillivray ended up knocking out Kanoa in Margaret River too? He had that one Hail Mary turn right at the end. It reminded me a lot of that wave right there where he just went for it, not knowing whether or not he was going to be able to pull it.
Jet Schilling, he's getting ready. He's going to be up next against Tenshi Iwami out of Japan. That's heat number 3 of this elimination round.
Easily one of the standouts to me this morning during the free surf was Schilling, but Iwami's a great surfer. Another goofy versus regular matchup in the next one, Kipes. Should be a fun one. Schilling, a lot of experience competing here at Seaside too. He knows this wave well, being from San Clemente.
Yeah, and surfs fast.
Yes, he
With
does.
a name like Jet, you better surf fast. Been using that one since he was 12 years old.
Him and Kate Madsen have some of the best handshakes there are too.
Oh, they have a 15 gesture combo handshakes, totally choreographed. Here's our heat leader, Alan Cleland Jr. With some nice rail work on the backhand. That wave was just really, really peaky, and it's not going to do anything for his cause. But he will remain in the lead. The difference, he has lost his priority.
Well, it was obvious that he felt that there was enough on that wave to better the 6.5 and extend his first place position. But now I would think the smart thing to me would really be get back out there, get second priority. And at this point, I think there's nothing to lose if you go on a wave and it doesn't better your 6.5, but at least you're trying, because you know that Chell's going to be very selective here with 10 minutes to go, needing just a mid-7. I think the smart thing for Mal would potentially be big first turn. If the wave still seems like it has something else on the inside, go for it too. But if it doesn't give you that first section, just kick out, Kipes.
Yeah, and being under priority does give you that opportunity to have multiple reps at it, because there's nothing to lose, a lot to gain.
And as we see Iwami about to paddle out for his heat, to me, there's already a clear difference between the way these surfers are reading the wave in comparison to the first day of competition, in comparison to today. They're attacking the first section a lot more. They're recognizing that they need to be in a better spot to be able to get to that first section, and they need enough speed to really execute a great maneuver on the shore break. If you don't get there with enough speed, the wave's just going to eat you up, Kaipo. But goes to show you the maturity that a lot of these surfers can have at their young age in just a 2-day window. Imagine what they're going to be able to do once they make the CT, and they have, 14 days to do that.
Yeah. And in addition, you made a good point. You know, finishing off the final closeout section is just going to be more and more challenging because the tide is drawing out. Here we go, Alec Cleland Jr. under priority. We're loading up off the bottom. Big spray off the top. One more hooking turn, building some momentum here. He's got more for us. Another hook on the backhand. Cleland winds up, chops it down for the finish, and the body language, that tells me he's pretty stoked. Did he improve upon the 6.5? I don't know if it's just emotions, but I think he did.
Oh, by a long shot. I mean, just the first 2 turns alone were precise. They were beautiful. There was a lot of risk involved. Let's look at the replay here. Beautiful fade, too. Great read here by Junior. Straight up into the lip right there. A lot of spray. Second turn. Loved the way he faded that bottom turn again. The second turn was even better than the first one, Kaipo. The wave kind of fizzled out here at the end, but he did very well just to finish it off and was able to fit one more in. And as you mentioned, the body language right there, just kind of going out. Steezy. 8 minutes to go. This should extend his lead and add some more pressure to the surfer with priority in blue, Chell. I love it. This is where you see people growing up much heavier waves. They have no issue really attacking those bigger sections, and they have no fear. They know the consequences, and their body has been through those kind of consequences before. They know it can handle it.
Watching Al Cleland Jr., you know, I've been watching him in amateur and junior events for years, and his surfing within the last year and a half has improved exponentially.
Right.
He was kind of just like one of the kids for a while, and now
he's a man.
Yeah, and he's kind of like one of the favorites when he can put it all together.
That's true. I think I'm sticking to my train of thought. I think that Haleiwa was the best event I've ever seen him surf at. Competitively, like the wave selection he had, the maneuvers he was executing, and look at the score he got here on his last one.
8.97, a 17.8 two-wave total for Al Cleland Jr.
Mamma mia.
That's got to be the highest two-wave total so
is.
far in competition.
And he has 2 of the highest single wave scores out of the event, too. And now Chell needing something close to perfection at 9.97. This is going to be a hard pill to swallow for Chell if he's not able to even answer back. And the difficult thing about accepting this right now, Kaipo, is that Chell still has a great heat total, 13.66. But it goes to show you the standard that the judges kept these surfers at. They were expecting some big numbers, and they obviously rewarded them because they know the waves are out there. The potential for these surfers to have those excellent scores was out there. And Al Cleland Jr. just proved their point.
Yeah. And I guess the point I was going to make about Al is also he's always been a charger, but his performance surfing, the performance surfing category, is where I've seen a ton of improvement in. And so if you combine, that's the characters that belong on the championship tour. If you can charge, but at the same time you can provide progressive surfing, that's CT stuff.
You need a balance of everything. And finding that balance is extremely hard.
I mean, we saw Jack Robinson in a similar situation as a junior. Always charged.
Excellent point.
If it was Giant, you know what I mean? Okay, we could count on Jack. If it was Hollow, we could count on Jack. Now Jack's got the everything. He's got the progressive end, too.
Well, he's elite. He's one of the best surfers in the world.
Here's Al. I think he's just going to start having fun, because this wave will not improve upon his score line unless something miraculous happens here. But he's just flowing so well through section to section.
The beast has awoken, Kaipo. A caged lion is still a lion. And guess what? This guy's, I mean, it doesn't seem like he's made a mistake on his last few waves. Besides that one priority issue where he caught the wave, but then he capitalized on one that Chell didn't want underneath his priority, 5 minutes to go. I mean, he's just having fun out there right now. And a relaxed Al Cleland Jr. is a dangerous Al Cleland Jr. Love the fades. Straight up into the lip right there. Then a second one even better. This is the 8.97 that we're looking at right here. I mean, an excellent combination to begin things. And then I love the patience that he presented right here at the end. Just knew that he needed to ride out of it. Some beautiful surfing, and has 2 of the top 3 scores we've seen out of the event so long. 4 minutes and 30 to go. I'm not saying that Chell doesn't have a chance. He does. But to get a 10 out here right now with these kind of waves, especially what we've seen from the surfer in red, his top 2 scores, it would have to be something we probably haven't seen, you know, not only in the juniors in a long time. They're keeping that CT standard too, Kaipo.
Check out our event top scores. 3 of them are in this heat right now. That is a testament to what a good heat this is.
And as I said before, they've understood the lineup better. They've read the lineup better. They're really capitalizing on those opportunities that maybe they didn't feel they had in the first day of competition. But this is just a masterclass performance by the surfer from Colima. 17.8 heat total. We're talking about an excellent heat total. Something close to 2 9s out there.
Yeah. Thus the expert in battle moves the enemy and is not moved by him. Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Be like water, my friend. Bruce Lee. I love the philosophy you're bringing out today.
Surfing's deep on on so many levels.
Are you going to do it in our next rotation too?
Stick around, and that's why I want all of you watching to stick around. We got more surprises for you Obviously, the action's heating up over here. We have an excellent 2-wave total out in the water, and I expect more fireworks here at Seaside Reef. Look at the waves just peel on down the line. Classic California treated to us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is beautiful winter surf. Normally this spot is more of a summertime spot too, but as you can see, it gets swells from different directions, and it's been providing waves for the first 2 days of competition so far, Kaipul. We still have another 6 heats to go after this, and you know, we haven't really talked about the conditioning and the endurance so far in the first 2 days.
Because it doesn't matter. You surf once in these first 2 days. You know it's going to matter?
Right. In the next 2, it's definitely going to matter a lot.
We have multiple heats in a day. That's when things are going to get taxing. And we saw the Surfline forecast. There's still going to be a ton of surf.
Oh, yeah. No, Friday's going to be massive again. Maybe even bigger than today. But
yeah.
To quote Miracle on Ice coach for Team USA, Herb Brooks, the legs feed the wolf, Kaipul. And if you're not in good conditioning out there, you're just not going to be able to be in a position to really get those best waves and get those scoring opportunities that you need. The whole point of being a professional athlete is to be in such good condition that you're going to be able to perform in any kind of limelight. And if you don't have that right now, regardless if you're the most talented surfer, you will not be successful.
Chow, one big off the top and just gets swarmed by the whitewater. That's not going to do it, and that's just going to wind down the clock for the Australian. There he is, head above water. May have one more opportunity.
I love the attempt, though. I mean, the kid's going for it. Got to give him a lot of props for that. Huge wave, rides out of it. You know, not necessarily seeing the 997 that he needs, but at least he's getting another good score, you know, close to the 7.83. And you travel halfway across the world. You expect to be a world champion at the end of the week. This is a tough pill to swallow for this kid, and I know how competitive he is and how much he loves competing. I expect some big results from him in the future. He's had a successful junior career so far in the Australasia region, and he's still only 19. He's going to have one more year in the juniors, probably going to pursue the regional QS. Might even see him on the challengers this year too, Kaipul.
This is true. We're still waiting to see all the makeups of the different regions as far as the setup for the 2023 Challenger Series, and we will be probably next month sometime, I'm going to say, we'll be announcing the schedule as well,
right,
for the Challenger Series.
Probably going to be very similar to last season, I would think, right?
Yep, we'll see. Stay tuned. 15 seconds counting down here, and Alan Cleland Jr. putting on a show and making Mitchell Salazar very, very proud to have that Mexican flag on the back of his car right now.
Look, I mean, this is just a huge moment for the country, and if we want to see surfing grow within Mexico too, you need good performance by your best representatives too, Kaipul.
Could have a Mexican world champ in the future. We'll see. Alan Cleland Jr. He's moving on into round of 16. Mitchell and I are going to enjoy some board and brew, but don't worry about that, because Chris Cote and Rosie Hodge will be back when we return, along with a special guest.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
Welcome, surf fans. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. I am Chris Cote, joined with Rosie Hodge and a guy from a van down by the river. Rob Machado made the 2-minute commute to get down to his beloved Seaside Reef. Welcome back to the event, Rob. So far, what are your thoughts on the world's best juniors coming to your home break?
It's insane. You know, I've been watching from home all morning, and the girls really took it to it out there. Seaside is pumping right now. We got a ton of swell and challenging conditions, and they were just getting after it. So stoked, man. I'm stoked to be down here and be a part of the crew.
Heck yeah, I saw you getting some photos over there. Daily occurrence for Rob down here at Seaside. Well, the good news is conditions are prime for us today. Started off pretty wild in the morning. It's been cleaning up all afternoon long, and now we're getting to that low tide, nice and glassy. Rosie, with these glassy waves, more opportunity, bigger scores. Alan Cleland showed us in that last heat. Jet Schilling's about to show us now. Jet Schilling, part of the San Clemente Cyclone, making the 30-minute commute down I-5 South here to Seaside. Jet's surfed this break a lot. He's got to be feeling like this is kind of a second home for him. So Jet Schilling, being a goofy footer, no doubt with that style. I see a lot of Rob Machado influence in Jet Schilling.
Yeah, he's got a lot of style. And Jet, he'd be kind of disappointed that he's in this elimination round, to be honest. I think he got a little bit of a slow start in the opening rounds. He's got to redeem himself here. And these heats are so tricky, so hard. But yeah, the waves seem to be super fun at the moment.
We're looking 26:14 to go. Jet Schilling now makes his way out the back. Tenchi Iwami will be waiting for him. Jet, 19 years old. This will be his last Pro Junior event. He had a wild ride on the Challenger Series this year. A bunch of 73rds and then a couple thirds. So really all over the place there. He did win the Vans Pro at QS 3000. And he's definitely kind of on his path to the CT. Rob, what do you think of this opening wave for Jet?
Yeah, nice first carve. Setting up, you know, it's so crucial to find sections that give you opportunities out here. Almost looked like he was overly excited on that wave. Like he was turning a little bit too hard for what the wave was doing, but good start to the heat.
This was during the break. This is Tenchi Iwami representing Japan.
Yeah, kind of like I've said it last time I was on the show here with you guys. Wave selection, key. Tricky waves, tricky surf spot. You know, it took me years and years to figure it out, and these kids are smart. They've already figured it out. So as we see paddling in again, nice looking left, and let's see what kind of sections he finds. Nice speed carve, comes around. Thought about it. Oh. Man, okay. That's
down.
That's what you call a little bit out of sync. A little out of sync on that wave.
A little missed time. I watch him surf, and I can't help. I mean, is he the Japanese bead Durbridge? Look at their styles.
What about...
And the power and the placement of the turns.
What about a little bit of Ethan Ewing, too? Like that similar
kind of... Can you imagine being
like,
compared to those two guys?
Or like that same like pivot of the hips, but like quiet kind of upper body, like pivot. Yeah, he's good, but yeah, he got his bell rung on that last move.
Yeah, and there was a moment there where he did that first speed carve, and he came around the section, and he was looking, and he kind of, that section was really hollow. He didn't want to hit it, and then everything was downhill from there.
Yeah, just slightly off tempo, and he paid for it. He'll make his way back out into the lineup. Well, we just saw the highest scoring heat of the event. Alan Cleland coming through with a 17.80, 2 near perfect rides. Al Cleland Jr. has got to be feeling the fire right now. He is standing by with AJ McCord.
Feeling the fire, but you said you have more water in your ears, you think, in a long time, because you took a little bit of a beating out there as well. What was it about those two ways in particular that you were able to attack them with such confidence?
I mean, the waves right now, there's a lot of swell in the water, and it's super fun, so I was just stoked to be out there with another person out and just trade off. And, yeah, at the ending of the heat, I got kind of smoked by, like, a 10-wave set, and I just kind of didn't even give up, but I threw the wave a shotgun, turned around and came in. But I definitely have a lot of water in my ears, but it feels good to get a couple waves and a couple turns done, and yeah, it feels good to advance.
We know it's so important to have confidence in your equipment. This board, though, pretty new to you. Explain to me when you got it, how you got comfortable on it.
Yeah, so I was actually in Hawaii for like 3 months before this, so I didn't really get to try much shortboards, and me and Timmy Patterson kind of have like a little thing going, so I was like, hey, I have this contest coming up, I need a couple boards. So he's like, oh, I got you. So he rushed them, and I got here the day before the contest, so I didn't know what board to ride, so I just like kind of every surf that I had, I was trying a new board. And then when the contest came, I was like, all right. So I went out there with this one, and it just kind of worked out good. So I'm stoked. Thank you, Timmy. Best boards in the world.
There you go. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much. Un saludo a todo México. Aquí andamos en el Mundial. A ver cómo va. Un par de hits más y un par de olas. Saludos. Ánimo.
And if you watched Al Cleland's heat, you see his post-heat interview, he is a unit. The only way you would know that he's in a junior event is because it says junior on his jersey. Other than that, I mean, you're watching a CT contest.
But what about how much he's grown? Like in the last 5 years, he kind of went from that kid that you see at your local break or whatever, seeing him in Hawaii and all over the world, and now all of a sudden he's become like the stocky, put the muscle on, and like really such a good head on his shoulders, so competitively savvy.
He went from a koala to a grizzly bear.
Somehow.
He has arrived.
Just walking through the competitors area, I'm looking around all these kids, like, what are they eating these days, man? Like,
kind of intimidating.
Yeah. Man, I remember back when we were Groms, like, we were all little kids. So, it's good to see, man. Lots of power in Al's surfing and all these kids, man. It's really impressive to watch these guys.
Take a look back here at Tenchi Iwami's first kind of score of note. He has a 3 and a 2.77, so it's just kind of fighting to get some points on the board.
Oh, this is that section. Well, see, he was a little indecisive, and that was it. Being out of sync with this wave is it'll jump up and bite you.
The rare seaside toilet bowl section right there.
Yeah.
At low tide, you will see a different look to seaside, especially at this size. I think when the tide bottoms out, it's going to catch some of these surfers by surprise because they can ledge out the back, and it's going to come at you a lot quicker than it was happening this morning. So with 23:50 on the clock, you'd have to think the scouting report that some of these male surfers may have soaked up from earlier when the women were in the water. Well, it's all completely changed up now. Thankfully, it's a lot cleaner than it was this morning, but it's definitely going to start to pound on the reef a little bit there. As you see, that section came down quick right on Iwami again. He's taken 2 brutal wipeouts so far in this heat.
Oh, and up riding, we got Jet. Boom, wow, sending it on that first float. Whew. I mean, the sections are heavy. Like you said, Chris, that outside ledge really stands up quick, drops a lot of water. You can have this kind of midsection where it actually flattens out. And with this much swell and the dropping tide, we're going to see that end section be super critical. And it's like how guys come into that with speed and how much they can unload on that last section will probably, give us some big scores.
And Rosie, now we're kind of seeing stamina fully coming into the picture. With when you have guys like Alan Cleland coming in saying that their ears are full of water and they got absolutely pounded, you know that there is some force out there in this lineup. So these junior surfers are going to really have to lean in on all the practice that they've had around the world, all the heats that they've surfed, and physical fitness is really, it's not like a really fun element of surfing, but you're really going to have to tap into that today because this is going to be a test for all these surfers.
Yeah, that cardio and just the first-hand account from the surfers coming in, chatting to them and talking about the paddle out and how much energy you're burning up in these rounds. I mean, how nice is it for the guys that have won their round 1 heats and had to skip this round? This is a big day of surfing. Even though it's only a half-an-hour heat, there's still a lot of energy that it can suck out of you. So, it's got to be, you got to manage your energy throughout this week.
I've been told that like a 30-minute heat is equivalent to surfing for 2 hours, which seems about right. With the adrenaline and everything that's going on, like going for maneuvers like that and taking wipeouts and having to get back on your board, there's no time to like rest and recoup. You got to just be like beelining it back out. So it's impactful.
Yeah, free surfing, you have the luxury when you see a 12-wave set capping on the outside. I might just sit right here and kind of just cruise for a little bit, let this thing pass. But in a heat. I mean, you can't have that hesitation. You got to just go. You see Jed Schilling right there signaling for the update. He's sitting on a 6.17. That last wave came through a 1.20, so he's well into the lead for now. But Tenchi Iwami with priority needs a 4.38. And plenty of time left. Haven't seen priority really come into play throughout the day. I think that's probably due to just so many waves coming through in a pretty wide takeoff zone for Seaside.
Yeah, there's been tons of waves this entire event. This swell has just been pumping nonstop, and with such a big playing field out there, the waves being so long, it's rare that you actually see the guys sitting next to each other. So not really much of an issue, I think, but I don't know, it could come into play like in situations like this.
This is Iwami now in his backhand. Big dig rail right there. Not how you want to start your wave. Really kind of impeded his speed and progress down the line. So that's, I would say, 3 waves in a row for Tenchi that were no-goes. He's going to have to reset 4 waves in a row, actually. Last 2 being critical errors. Here we go, Jed Schilling making him pay. Not only getting a huge turn, but doing it right in front of his competitor. That's kind of a double dip of feel-good surfing for Jet.
Wow, that was impressive. I can't wait to go back and see that wave again. But yeah, Tenchi really, used his priority, picked a wave, was way out of sync, and went down again for the 4th time. And to follow it up, Jet just dropped a hammer right on him. So we're going to see a big swing in scores here.
What is it though? I mean, Tenchi, when you see him take off, you can tell like his style, everything looks good. Obviously he uses priority on a bad wave, but being out of sync when you're surfing, out of rhythm, like how does he turn that around, Rob?
That's a good question. It's managing that excitement that you have and all that adrenaline being in a heat, and he's coming off the bottom. It looks like he wants to get things going faster than the wave is letting him. He's trying to force turns. He's trying to really find that section that he wants to hit so bad, and it's not there. And then as soon as that's not there, then he's looking for something else, and then it kind of throws your head for a little bit of a spin, and it's just it's tough to say, but like you gotta just chill and kind of like breathe and relax, right? But as we see Jet, the replay here, and watch this last turn, just bam, like we just talked about, that end section, so critical, and just nailing it.
Jet is underrated for how good he is at claiming waves. We just saw a little glimpse of it right there.
I was waiting for what you were going to say, because I feel like he's pretty well known, and he's obviously for good reason. But yeah, I like Jet because like on land, he's such a cool guy. But you can tell like even the little claims, like the little like poke the bear here and there, like the kid's got like he's got game. Yeah, he's sparky. That's what it is.
Jet Schilling, part of that San Clemente Cyclone. That whole group, I think they push each other in the claim department, which I like. I like the pageantry and the excitement that they bring for sure. Jet just coming back, spending about a month in Hawaii, if not 3 months. He's had a really solid competitive run in 2022. He took out Gabriel Medina in Saquarema at the Challenger Series event back in 2019. This must have been the revenge element because he was in the Freshwater Pro where Medina took him out. So Jet Schilling has had one championship tour event. He, like we said, up and down on the Challenger Series. Got a big win at a QS 3000. Another favorite in this event, Levi Slauson, has actually beat Jet twice in 2022. And I think if we know anything about junior surfers at this level, they have a very good memory when it comes to who beat you and when. So there's some revenge element happening for sure. And also Jet's been traveling with Eli Hanneman. So we do have kind of a friendly rivalry and a group of competitors that are pretty familiar with each other.
Well, if there's someone that remembers every heat and every time that they've lost to someone, it would be the 11-time world champ, Mr. Slater. But we can get back to that. Nice late airdrop by Jet. Got to get around this section. Does great. Nice little setup carve. See what the inside brings. Nice wrap. Here, let's see if he gets an end section here. Nice carve. Setting it up. Finding the lip right there. Beautifully surfed right there.
This is where the lowers comparisons really kind of come to fruition. That right there was your textbook lowers style left. I would ask Rosie if you see Jet doing that often, but you're probably going right
Poor Tenchi.
when Jet's going left.
I do get to see Jet a lot because I sit on the inside of the right. But I will say that wave of Jet, it almost seems like he's settled into this heat a lot better. Even though, you know, he's got 2 really good scores, just the look of his surfing, the flow, and the way that he was putting all these maneuvers together, he's settled in really well. And that's dangerous for Tenchi, because Tenchi's got to, I don't know, he's got to do something, because these last handful of waves for him, they've been just heartbreaking.
He's not having a good heat.
No.
He might just want to like catch a whitewater all the way to the beach, touch the sand, slap himself in the face a couple times, and then just paddle back out. I wish it wasn't so far out. That might, but you know what I mean. Where's
ground himself again.
Where's the reset button? Like sometimes you just gotta go, okay, like I just need to calm down. Like, and I love what you said about Jet, that last wave. Compared to his first wave, he almost looked like he had too much energy in the jitters and was pushing too hard. And that wave, he just locked in and was patient, found his turns, synced up. How does that take off? Like right on the bubble.
He had a lot of work to do just to get around that whitewater too, and the way that water's sucking back too, it was like, did well to find that open face. He really wanted it, and I think there's no better feeling in a heat where you progress and you start to feel like, okay, now I'm surfing to my potential, I feel comfortable, and I'm doing the surfing that I'm capable of.
Tenchi behind him actually had a decent start to this wave. It just looks like he keeps winding up and getting ready for some big finish, but he just can't quite find the right, that sweet spot. Fortunately for Tenchi, maybe got a good feeling out the back on that open face as you see Jet right there. Perfect example. That is what these surfers are dealing with right now. This is a 19-year-old super physically fit human. He is winded right now, gassed paddling back out. So a lot of work for these surfers to get themselves back into the takeoff zone after riding longer waves, but it's going to be worth it for Jet, who's going to drop potentially his highest score of this heat so far. His low right now is a 617. He's going to get rid of that at least, and he's going to put himself way into the lead. Good news coming for Tenchi Iwami, a 377. You might not think that is a keeper or a critical score, but when you've bailed 4 times in a row and gotten slammed like Tenchi has, getting that 377's got to feel like a little bit of redemption and hopefully some motivation.
Yeah, well, now he needs 2 new numbers. But Jet just sucking in those big lungfuls of air, definitely a breathing technique to get that oxygen back in his body, back to his muscles. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of training. I don't know if you've noticed, like in Griffin's backyard, they do like the prison-style workouts. But yeah, those guys are super fit.
I paddled out over there the other day, and I got caught by a 10-wave set, and I don't duck dive. I just bail on my board. No shame. And I was getting so beat down. It's that sandbar right now is really shallow, and it's really intense, as we saw, like even on those finishing maneuvers, like for Tenchi and for Jet. It's that big storm really sucked out all the sand pretty far out, and it's really shallow, and it's created an interesting bar, and it's hit or miss. There's the good side and there's the bad side. So,
well, with 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Tenchi definitely not out of this one yet. I mean, you can see these flashes of brilliance when this kid stands up on his board. He's a special type of surfer. His timing has just been a little bit off. I think for him to have already gotten to this level, to have qualified for this event, we know he's an incredibly talented surfer. He's surfed in 4 QS events, 5 junior events. And for him, this is one of those moments to where if he flips this heat, that is going to be something he remembers for a long time. It's no easy task. He needs a combination over 15.24, so basically he needs to get 2 8s to outmatch what Jet's done right now. With Tenchi, the path that he took to get here, I got to say that Oceania region, the Asia region, or the QS is pretty sweet. They have QS and junior tour stops at places like Nias and Krui. You watch those waves online?
Yeah.
Might be thinking of moving to Japan or the area and jumping back on the QS and surfing some absolutely perfect waves.
Yeah, I've seen some of those spots. I mean, obviously Nias we've all seen, but I believe that, what was the other wave? I think it's a left.
Cruy.
Yeah, that one.
Left reef point.
Really caught my attention. I'll let you guys have the rides.
We can, yeah. we know some people, Rob. We could potentially get you a wild card if you want to jump in the Cruy event.
Okay.
8:12 to go. 15:24 heat total for Jet Schilling. I mean, that pretty much is domination as it stands right now. His opening wave is a 6.17. He fell, got a 1.2, no worries. Backed it up with a 7.67 and a 7.57.
Well, this is crunch time for Tenchi. He's just under 8 minutes. It's go time. Like he's got priority. He's out the back. He needs to capitalize on this moment and drop a score somewhere, hopefully in the excellent range. And really, if he's going to have a chance, because it is a long paddle out, you're going to need that this time right now. In this next couple of minutes, if he can get a score, he could potentially put himself back in the heat.
I think the magnitude of this event, thinking about what's on the line, like that World Junior title, the seeding into the Challenger Series, this is like such a prestigious event, and I think we've heard it from some of the competitors just how much the nerves can kind of bubble up in these bigger moments. So I'd love to see Tenchi just show us something, and I feel like all the competitors in this draw are like kind of bringing a certain bit of nervous spark in these heats just because of how big this event is.
I mean, the accomplishment to be a World Junior Champion, that's something that, in heats today, when you have the biggest names of our sport, for those surfers that have won a previous World Junior Championship, that's always mentioned in their heats. I mean, that'll be something that when some of these surfers eventually go into, our Surfing Hall of Fame and those types of things, that World Junior title, that's something that is locked into the resume. For Jet Schilling, what a way to cap off his amateur career. He's 19 years old, so this will be his last chance to compete here at the Pro Junior level. And for him to already have some success on the Challenger Series and on the QS, this could be the launch pad that he needs to skyrocket straight to the Championship Tour eventually, which I know is the goal. If you've surfed like most of these surfers since you were 6, 7, 8 years old in a contest jersey every weekend up and down the coast wherever you're from, that eventual goal is to be on the Championship Tour. And so far, every single surfer I've seen in this draw has that potential to get there. And that shows you how tough it is to crack into that top 30 to get up there.
Yeah, it's a crucial time, in these kids' lives, right? In that age when you're, finishing high school and you're moving into a career as a professional surfer, potentially, right? It's like, okay, you've probably grown into like who you're going to be as an adult, and it's figuring out that mental, that headspace, and learning how to surf heats, learning how to negotiate, utilize your time, and how to be present and put a jersey on and go out there and go to battle, but still be able to come in and with a smile on your face, right?
Yeah, knowing it's a long run, right? It's a marathon through the year.
Yeah. It's crucial time for these kids, and I could see what you're talking about, Rosie. The pressure that bubbles up, and you can see it. It makes people crack sometimes.
And even just hearing like Jet's 19, this is his last year in the juniors. Like this is like your last. Like it is such a funny period in your life, because if you had this junior career, you almost have the cushion of like, I'm still a junior, I've still got X amount of years, but then it's like your last year in the juniors. This is like the launch pad into what my professional career could look like. So it is this weird transitional period, and I don't know, it's cool. It's cool this event happens in January too, because I feel like this kind of broadens your aperture. You get like a little bit of a taste of the CT format, and you think about what the rest of your year is going to look like. But I do agree. Do it with like a smile on your face. Like enjoy the moment and like enjoy the process of all of this too, because when you reflect on everything, like this is all the good stuff.
This is the fun part.
This
of
is
it. This
the
should
fun
be
part.
the fun part
Yeah.
of it.
Right.
Well, here's your top heat scores of the event for the men's draw so far. Alan Cleland just a few minutes ago, 17.80, huge score there. Jet Schilling, working on and still potentially building on a 15.24 total. Jet's travel partner, Eli Hanneman, right there beneath him with a 15.17. Then Lennox with that fourth highest fourth highest score, and oddly, the fifth highest score of this event was not enough to take out the number one score. So that was the heat of the event so far. Alan Cleland versus Lennox Chell, 1780 versus 1366. Points to burn in that one. What a great heat that was to watch. And then this one right here, pretty much the polar opposite of it, where Jet Schilling just went out there, grabbed the reins early, maintained control, has dominated from the start. Tenchi, well, he did give us just little flashes of how amazing he can actually serve. He's been kind of out of rhythm, I would say. There's no other way to really describe what's happened to him. He's put himself on decent waves. He just hasn't been able to capitalize. And it's a bummer because I've just now become a huge fan of Tenchi Iwami, and I want more already.
Yeah, but we've all been there, like having like the ocean turn its back on you, or just not quite figuring it out or whatever. Like, we know that feeling. Like, we can all empathize with being out of sync with the ocean.
Oh yeah, it happens. Hopefully he can get one wave just for his own peace of mind, and just rip the bits out of it and come in with a kind of a little redemption, a smile on his face.
I mean, you would think Tenchi's coach, when he comes into the beach, it's kind of like, well, what can you say? Yeah, you know what? That's just one of those heats, all right? You got that heat out of the way. Now let's move forward. Interestingly, though, too, this is technically the last event of the 2022-2023 Pro Junior Series, or 2022 Pro Junior Series. So this is the end of the road for a lot of these surfers, and then it's a quick turnaround qualifying series for some of them, Challenger Series coming up, and some big names coming up soon as well. You got the next heats warming up. Kyan Martin, Cade Matson coming up next. That's going to be a huge battle.
What's he listening to? You guys got any thoughts? What are the kids listening to these days?
Oh, that's a great question.
Fisher? DJ Paul Fisher, maybe?
Does that get you psyched for a heat?
Some Sade.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Yeah. Hendrix? I just throw it out there.
I'm still I'm one of the holdouts in the parking lot that I open the doors when I'm changing into my suit. Rob, you hear this? I'm blasting music.
Yeah, me too.
A few of us left.
Yeah.
Competing sound
it's
systems.
Our age demographic.
Yeah.
You pull up, you pop the top, you crank some tunes.
This is me. This is what I'm into.
Yeah.
This is what I'm feeling.
I
this morning.
force it on others.
You don't have the noise canceling headphones on?
You don't like TSOL? Too bad. You don't like the
it.
Cult? It's playing. It's loud.
Yeah.
We're all getting psyched together.
That's right.
43 seconds left. Jet Schilling, go Goofy. He's done it. There's no chance now for Tenchi Iwami to catch up, but luckily for all of us, now we have that name on our radar to watch in the future. He's got a bright career path ahead of him. He's a great surfer. That just wasn't his heat, and it happens.
It happens, man. It happens to us all, and you just got to shake it off and move forward. Like you said, we get someone to look forward to, put them on our radar, and I'm sure we'll see more of them soon.
Props to Iwami shaper Kayohisha Uzawa, shaper out of Japan. Tenchi can go back to Kanagawa, holding his head high. A solid showing here at the World Junior Championships, but Jet Schilling with that 7.67 and a 7.57. That's a total that get him through most heats in this event. So, Rob, yeah, he's staying. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. We're keeping Rob down here. So with that, the elimination round, Heat 4 is done. Coming up next, Cade Matson, Kyan Martin. Stick around. This is going to be a powerhouse of a matchup. We'll be right back with more action live from Seaside Reef. Well, welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Rob Machado hanging out with us just a few blocks from his house. Rob, we just saw one of your fellow Goofy Footers, Jet Schilling, put on an absolute clinic out here at Seaside Reef. The San Clemente Cyclone has come to play, and they have another Cyclone member in Cade Matson going out here. So tell me, the friendly rivalry that is Encinitas and San Clemente, that's relatively new because it used to be Encinitas versus Carlsbad, but it seems like the San Clemente Encinitas deal is heating up.
It is. It is definitely heating up. Ever since we've formed the board riders here at Encinitas, the hub is Seaside Reef. Like, this is where we meet. This is where we all surf. This is it. And so San Clemente, they're kind of dominating lowers up there, and they hold it down pretty hard. So when we go to battle, it's fun, man. We have a good time.
Well, this was just off the break. Really cool story. Kyan Martin, I mean, this is a global citizen. Brazilian-Swedish, raised in Bali, lives there. He's on the Swedish national team. He's got a heavyweight in Cade Matson, who has no problem throwing around water.
Wow.
Rosie, Cade has to be considered among the biggest, strongest surfers in the entire field. I mean, this kid is, what, 6 foot plus?
Yeah, no.
All muscle.
Yeah, he's a Lego block. I mean, he is so solid. He's just coming off an injury. I mean, he had back surgery. He's been through the ring at such a young age, and definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch at lowers. Just such a smooth, powerful style.
Yeah, I just walked by him in the competitors area. I was like, this kid is
Check
giant.
your ID.
Is this security guard?
Yeah.
Why is this security guard in a jersey?
Yeah.
Right?
When's your son surfing?
Yeah. Dang. But then I mean, I get it. You see that turn he just did? That was massive. He waited just patiently for that section to stand up, and he belted it.
He's got like a Laird Hamilton jaw, too.
And look at that. 7.5.
Yeah, that was. I think that was an easy one for the judges. They saw that much spray, and they knew where that came from. So they threw out a 7.5. Kyan Martin with a 4.33 and a 0.5 to start. So this is an elimination round. First place will go on to the next round to meet with one of the surfers that won the heats of the first day. Second place surfer, your run is done if you lose in this round. Jet Schilling just took out Tenchi Awami. We got Cade Matson and Kyan Martin now, and coming up next, Brody Sale, Noah Dupuy. So a lot of big names still left in this elimination round, and I would put Cade Matson on that list of surfers that I'm kind of surprised to see in this elimination round. You would think Cade, first round, easy pass for him, but again, that's a testament how deep this field is.
Well, that's like that expectation. Like, you see these names in the draw. Looking at Cade, you're like, oh, straight to the round of 16. But yeah, he had a slow start in that first heat, and sometimes it's good. Like, it's just like a little reality check. You go into the elimination round, you kind of reconfigure what your game plan is, and it almost can set you up for the rest of the event.
There's sometimes when you're close to home, like too close to home, he's probably got some friends and family down here. It almost adds a little bit of pressure. You've been traveling around the world. You've been by yourself or travel with your friends. And I've noticed, like, surfing out here, like, sometimes you need a little kickstart. And so you can have a bad heat. It's okay. It was the first round. I get to surf again. I get to come back out. And just that first turn right there was like kind of him just solidifying, like, all right, I'm here. I'm good. I'm solid. And a great way to start the heat.
So 23:50 on the clock. There's Kyan Martin representing Sweden by way of the world. Brazilian and Swedish. Lives in Bali, so he can pretty much go anywhere he wants and feel comfortable. He cited that 2022 was the best year of his life so far. He's still a teenager, so a lot of living to come. He's riding Channel Islands boards, and he has a new film out called Interlusion, so check that out between events. So the clock is ticking. Surfers are out the back preparing for the next set to roll through. Jet Schilling came through that last heat with the second highest point total of the event so far from San Clemente. Jet Schilling standing by now with AJ McCord.
Second highest point total of the afternoon, coming off of your first heat of this event. How good does it feel to get some confidence out there?
Yeah, I was stoked. I was stoked to make that one. I was pretty nervous, honestly. I had a shocker in the first round, but it's all good. The waves are firing out there. It's like better than a Challenger Series event almost, so I was pretty stoked. Yeah, and stoked to be just like 30 minutes down the road and have all my friends here surfing this wave. Pretty sick, so yeah.
It is really good conditions, but it's conditions Seaside doesn't see all that often. So what sort of local knowledge did you tap into to choose the waves you did?
Honestly, I don't really have any local knowledge, but just watching Rob Machado videos with all the boys, just getting psyched. Just see how he like flows out here. It's pretty insane to watch him. So yeah, just watching videos of the local guys, I guess, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to watch local guys, Rob Machado is one of the best ones. Rob, what do you think about jet ski?
Yeah, Jet, you killed it, buddy. Hey, what's up, Rob? Yeah, I'm right over here.
Flow master there.
We'll send it back to you guys.
That was a close call. He could have been like, oh, Rob Machado. I don't know, not really a fan. Oh, he's right there. Oh, huge fan. Can't be a goofy footer without being a fan of Rob Machado. Jet Chilling knows that. So Jet channeling his inner Machado, getting the win there. 21:40 on the clock. Cade Matson still sitting strong on that 7.5. So under 20 is the requirement here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. And I think we have great representation from around the world. You know, of course, from some of these regions, Australia, California, Hawaii, you've got about, a depth chart of 20 surfers that could all qualify for this. Rosie, for you, seeing some of these names that maybe we haven't seen a lot of come through, how impressed have you been with kind of the underdog story that we've seen developing here?
Yeah, I like that that kind of thread of the storyline with these World Junior Champs, because they are the names that have been in up in banners, up in lights for a number of years now, but then you get these other up-and-coming juniors that you've never heard of, and they've got something to prove, and this can really grow their profile. It just gives them an opportunity to also become that household name. So that's been really fun for me to see the new talent, to see the depth of talent coming out of some of these regions, and yeah, one of my favorite storylines for the Pro Juniors.
And Rob, I know that you've seen this break and, of course, surfing competition from every different angle. What did it mean for you as a kid? I feel like when you see, an elder come to your home break and do some incredible surfing, that's one thing. But when you see someone your own age come to your home break and rip it apart, it gives you a little added motivation. Who were some of the surfers that you saw come through Seaside when you were in your early 20s, late teens, that fired you up and that got you to where you are today?
Yeah, I was lucky. Taylor Steele living up the beach, or up the street here, and coming down here and filming a lot. We had guys like Shane Dorian and Ross Williams and Kelly all rolling through town wanting to film, and a lot of times it was out here, and a lot of times it was like, oh, I never thought about
that's where you're supposed to go.
Oh, okay, I get it. But I was lucky enough to grow up with guys like Brad Gerlach, who was just a huge figure around here, and watching him surf and having his dad around coaching him, and Doug Silva, Trevor Christ. We had a really just deep pool of talent that was so impressive to be around. So it's just always been a very high performance wave. It's where all the best kids want to be. I think it offers the most opportunities for kids to rip, right? There's a variety of ways with the reef and the inside sandbars and all kinds of things going on, and it's just kind of the zone.
Excited to see what the local kids are going to do after this event, because this is just fueling their fire, and we do have a really strong group of surfers in that 14 to 18 age group that are definitely taking notes right now. They're kind of hidden around the parking lots. We've got some really strong. Kyan Yang is a competitor that was right there, right on the waiting list to get into this event. Ellie Perry, another strong surfer. I mean, I could sit here all day long and name off the names of young surfers that rip out here at Seaside. Right now, this break belongs to the world's best juniors, under 20, 18-20 to go. Cade Matson right there with just a 1 for his backup score. He'll be back out in the lineup, but now he's in second priority. In terms of name recognition, you'd have to give the edge to Cade Matson. He's been around. Currently, recent sponsor change. Went over to Team Hurley. Kyan Martin, seen his name in handful of QSs, and of course Pro Junior events. So it's always fun to kind of see these. I don't want to say this is a David versus Goliath type of situation, because Cayenne is an amazing surfer and qualified easily to get into this event, but right now he's got to be feeling a little bit of pressure, even though he does have still about 18 minutes to go. Just a quick elevator drop there, Cade Matson. Now he's got some open face to work with. Gabriel bottom turn, late to the lip, but makes it work. Rides out clean. So had to fight it a little bit, but will get a few points on his scoreline for what he did in that last wave. I like the look of that, the first drop. We said that with this tide dropping, it's going to get a little more critical on the reef, and Cade just experienced that right there.
Yeah, you see the boils in the frame there sometimes out the back, and I've experienced it. I've launched over that thing a few times and seen some deep water, but having a look here is, how do you pronounce his name?
Cayenne Martin.
Cayenne. I was going to say Keon. Cayenne Martin. Beautiful looking left right here. Nice wrap. Looking for a nice connection to this inside. See if he gets a good section to hit on this end bowl. Bam. Getting the fins out the back.
Solid.
Very patient right there.
Talked to Cayenne earlier this morning. He says he's not used to being this cold, living and surfing in Bali year round. Really like his style. I mean, it's pretty clear right now that for Cayenne, no give up in what he's got. But let's take a look at the replay, starting with Cade Matson.
Yeah, Cade, a lot of downtime looking for this first open section. Like you said, grabs the rail there, but there was a lot of like ribs through the face of that wave, so not an easy wave to surf. Cayenne on this one, I liked his tempo on this one. I think you said it right, Rob. Like the timing was really good, really patient through his maneuvers.
Yeah, it was beautiful. You know, the wave kind of flattened out there, and he was patient right here. He really just stalled at the bottom and waited, and then bang, got that last hit. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that. You know, I think he was smart to let that first wave go by, you know, giving that to Cade. You know, Cade still generated a 5.5 out of it, because just from that last big smash. But, yeah.
Really liking Cayenne's style. You see it flowing down the line easily. 15-13 to go. Cade Matson now out the back with priority in the lead. And we do have an update from AJ McCord regarding Cade Matson.
Now, Cade got hurt at the start of last year, Chris. In Australia of last year, he couldn't free surf. He was in so much pain. Ironically, he got his best result there, but he got home, he couldn't walk, so he had to have back surgery to get himself back in the surfing game. He had to take 8 months off, and as any of us who've recovered from an injury know, there's a mental side of recovering from an injury as well as a physical one. Cade is doing a great job with the physical recovery, as we've seen so far in the SAMBAZON World Juniors, but Rob, Rosie, Cote, I'm curious for you guys on the mental side of recovering from an injury. What are some of the things that he's having to work through as he gets himself back into competition?
It's a great question, especially a back injury. You know, at this age, you know, 18, 19 years old, the last thing you're thinking about is a sore back. That's more for my age demographic. But Rob, I know that we've all suffered injuries in surfing. How do you come back from an injury and get past the physical part of it, which is just working, the mental part of it? That could be even harder to get over.
Totally. You know, you've been out of the game. I mean, 8 months out of the water is a long time.
For a grommet, especially.
Oh, man. For these guys, that's eternity, right? So I'm sure the froth levels were just through the roof, right? And just to be physically getting back out there and surfing with his friends and being in the mix, and, you know, the competitive side is a whole nother game, right? It's like putting that jersey back on, finding that flow and that rhythm of, you know, being comfortable, right? It's like not surfing a heat for that long. You can kind of lose it. You can, and the tension can show. The jitters can really come in and get you. But it's just, you just got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
And it's just like constantly putting yourself in those situations and breathing through them and getting used to it again. And I mean, it seems like he's getting right back on the horse.
I think fortunately for these surfers, you know, these young surfers these days, they have resources. We have a friend of ours, Christian Glasgow, who basically dives into the mind of these young athletes and helps them get over injuries on the mental side of things right now. So I think that's pretty cool that, you know, those elements of the mental side of surfing have now come into our sport for these young competitors. I mean, they have all the resources in the world that they can lean on, which obviously helps. I mean, to see Cade come back after an 8-month window of no surfing and do what he's doing right now is pretty incredible.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, when you're looking down the barrel of those 8 months after you've just come off your biggest result, it's really easy to feel very like down. But then you look at the flip side at the athletes that have come back from injury even stronger, like the Mick Fannings, the Johns, come back and won world titles, and there's kind of strength in what that brought to their character, those injuries, like how they overcome them and overcoming that adversity and strengthening your mind and strengthening your character and relying on that in tough moments. I think Cade's going to be able to draw on that experience in his career in a positive way.
I've personally worked with Christian Glasgow a lot through my whole career and at the end of my career, and really such an asset to have, you know, for these kids, you know, working with the WSL. It's, you know, back in the day, we only had ourselves, like we had our friends, and we were all kind of too macho to really like show weakness. It was like, yeah, I'm good, I'll just dust it off, I'm fine, you know, and inside you're like bawling your eyes out, right?
You want to call mom.
And yeah, exactly. I mean, we all went through so much being out there on the road, and so nowadays these kids, like you said, there's so much accessibility to such great people that are there to help them, like Christian, and it's a great way to help these kids like Cade deal with injury and coming back on that whole mental side.
Yeah, not having to worry about the logistical and, you know, business and all that stuff that goes with being a prime athlete like these guys are. You know, I looked at Cade Matson's Instagram, and right under his name it says business inquiries, and it's Mike Parsons' email. So again, leaning on professionals in their different fields, a huge benefit for these young surfers. As Martin now on his backhand,
kind of a frothy one.
Yeah, what happens on those frothed up faces just makes it harder for your rails, fins to engage, bumpier.
There's so much oxygen in the water, it just feels like your board is reacting so differently. It starts to cavitate a little bit, fins don't want to grab, and it's just, I mean, when you see somebody surf a wave that has a lot of froth on it, and if you see them surf it really good, it's almost like a bonus. You know, it's like, dang, that was so hard to do. It's even more impressive. But you can see right here, nice first wrap, but then it goes straight into that deep kind of foamy stuff, and I don't think there's a lot of opportunity there, so it kicks right out.
He's got time left, 9 minutes, 45 seconds ago. That wave came through just a 3.6. He's still in this heat. I mean, it feels like just based on that one big number, that 7.5 that Cade's sitting on now, and now Cade has priority, that, you know, Kyan Martin is kind of slowly slipping behind, but he's in the ballpark. He only needs a 7.44. Right now, that would be the best wave of this heat, but at least he knows he's got a reference point. All right, I remember what Cade did on that wave. If I can match that with a little slight, you know, improvement, I'll be in the numbers there with 9:14 to go. He does have plenty of time, and if Cade catches a wave, he'll be finding himself out the back with priority in his pick of waves.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, you think about Cade's 7.5, that was one turn out the back. So there's like, you've got to really, you got to keep it like digestible for yourself. You got to keep that in like perspective. When it gets to this part of the heat and you kind of feel like it's slipping out of your grasp, just regather that perspective and know that it's like, it's right there.
Well, it could be right here. Is this a 7.44? It's not. Maybe a 1.4.
Just staying busy under Cade's priority. You know, it's always good to have a look. He didn't really miss much out the back. There's no set, so get back out there. Like you said, Rosie, you know, one big turn puts you in this heat, and if you get a wave and you can get 2 turns like that, it really launches you into the lead. So Cade's obviously sitting out the back. He's going to sit on that priority and try to better that 5.5, which, if he gets the right wave, and being the human that he is and what we've seen so far in this heat with the power, it's very possible.
Yeah, I have a feeling Cade, like looking at the time and what's on offer, like he's going to better that 5.5. I mean, you would hope that with this much time remaining and priority that he's going to better that number. So Kyan's got to like play that game. He's got to be patient. He's got to find something with a bit more opportunity. Like taking off on that wave and staying busy is all well and good, but he is kind of needing to find something a little bit more hefty.
Well, the tide's going to be dropping all the way till dark, so it's only 2 o'clock here. It gets dark at about 5 o'clock this afternoon, so the tide's sucking out all day long, and you know it does make that outside section a little bit meatier, but also it can be a little bit trickier in terms of where you're lining up. When the tide drops super low, again, you see a completely different face of Seaside. As we see Cade Matson's last wave, this was a 5.5.
Ooh, that was actually his first wave.
Yeah, the 7.5.
Yeah, that was, and like you said, Rosie, that was just one little cutback and then set up for that big turn. As we see Kyan this was that long left that he got and just really kind of wrapped some nice, beautiful turns, beautiful flow, style. Never really had that banging, big, facey maneuver like we saw Cade. He finished strong here on the inside. Solid wave, but he does need that big move, I think.
A lot of flow in that wave for sure, but the judges also need to be put on the edge of their seat a little bit with a little bit more critical surfing like that. That would have been Cade Matson 5.5. So it's been brute strength taking this heat out over the smoothness of Kyan Martin. But still time on the clock. Cade's out the back. He does have priority, so he's in control of this lineup. And they're both together. Rob, when the tide drops, does it narrow the takeoff zone a little bit?
You know what's interesting out here? Sometimes we'll get a little rip tide that'll form. The boys are having a paddle. Cade opting to use his priority. Let's see if it's beneficial. Nice first hit. It's kind of got to work around the section. See, it's got a little bit of a chunk, a little warble. Is he going to come to this inside bowl and smashes that thing? Does he hang on? Oh. Rides out. Oh, yeah.
Oh. I see you. He might have been pointing at Jet Schilling.
Yeah.
Because Jet Schilling was the surfer that took him out in the Sydney Surf Pro, where he did get 5th place. So AJ had mentioned earlier that his best result on the Challenger Series was in Sydney. He got 5th place with an injury. So you can imagine a healthy 100% Cade Matson like we're seeing right now. He could get on a heck of a roll, and you could bet that he wants revenge over his little homie Jet.
Flashback montage.
There you go.
To claim.
The story is being written
yeah,
right in front of our eyes.
Makes so much sense now.
Well, that was just a great use of priority. I'll tell you that. He waited. That was a good 5 or 6 minutes, maybe more, and picked a fabulous wave.
Yeah, huge number drops. 8.93 for Cade Matson's last wave. Now Kyan Martin. And hopefully he didn't hear that number before he stood up, because that would be nerve-wracking for sure. As he gets some speed down the line for the big finish. Big float. Almost hangs on, but gets blown off his board. I gotta say, I love Kyan's style.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not putting together the heat that I think he's capable of, but it's just really nice to watch him surf. If you want to see more, he does have a film called Interlusion, which I'm going to watch tonight because I'm a new Kyan Martin fan. Cade Matson doesn't have a lot of footage now because he's just getting back into the swing of things after being out of the water for 8 months, Rosie. He's looking loose, limber, and ready to go.
Yeah, he's looking insane, and this is going to be the best wave of the heat. And like Rob said, good use of priority, like to have that wherewithal to take off on that wave when your competitor's pushing you on the issue.
Oh yeah,
good.
that was very well done. As we see Kyan, his wave didn't have as much face, as much intensity. He kind of had to wait through this midsection. I love the line. He was kind of looking. I almost think he wanted to do one more hit at the end there, but he was already thinking about that last hit before he landed that floater. So unfortunately, he goes down as we see Cade with 3 minutes to go, deciding that the paddle is more than he needs right now.
Wow, that's confidence right there. I don't think that's arrogance. That's just common sense, smart. You know, he's got his guy Cayenne in a 16-4-3 combo, so conserve energy.
Yeah, acai bowl's waiting for you, buddy. Right here. Refuel.
Rosie, what's the longest time you've seen a surfer leave out in the water and come in and cruise?
Wasn't it Richie Collins when he broke his back at Bells and still won?
That was against Potts.
Against Potts?
I do remember that. He got stretchered up the beach, like on a backboard, the whole deal.
Like 19 minutes
still
remaining,
won.
like something a lot of time was left.
Yeah.
Definitely more than 3 minutes.
Well, he's stoked. Look at that smile.
Good to see Kate.
It's got to be related to Laird Hamilton somehow, right? I mean,
you can go ask these questions.
2 minutes to go here. Cayenne Martin out the back, all alone as Kate Matson has come in. And if you look at that paddle back out, that's going to take you 8 minutes. From the beach to where Cayenne is sitting, that is a long paddle. So I would say that's a good decision from Cade. With a huge lead like that, knowing, you know, he's been in a million heats already. He's a junior veteran. He knows that that would be a near impossibility for Cayenne Martin to get 2 scores up in the 9 range, which he would need. So unfortunately, we will be losing our surfer representing Sweden by way of Brazil and Bali, Cayenne Martin. But again, big future for this kid. Look forward to seeing more of him in events and on video. 1:18 to go, Rob. I'm sure you have some household duties to take care of, kids to pick up at school.
I do.
Acai bowls to scoop for those kids. So I know you're going to be joining us for the rest of the week here. We've got about two and a half days left of this contest. Any favorites that you're watching that you've seen so far that you're excited to see what they do the rest of this event?
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see these guys. Well, as we see Cayenne on his kind of final hurrah here for this heat, for the event, unfortunately. But these kids are just all so impressive and surfing so good and powerful, and the waves have been super challenging. You know, we've had a ton of swell. The sandbars are intense, and it's rad for me. Like you're saying, all these kids are stoked to see the kids the same age. I'm stoked to see these kids ripping the wave that I get to surf every day, and inspiring. You know, I'm stoked to be helping out with Levi and just being kind of in his corner. And Jet was super impressive. Just the heats that I've seen today, it's hard to remember. It was so long ago, 2 days ago. Yeah. But the first round, there was some amazing surfing as well. So it's going to unfold, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, so for all of you pro junior surfers still in the draw watching, Rob Machado is taking notes.
Yes.
So be aware of that. That's going to be it. Cade Matson with a dominating performance, an 8.93 and a 7.5. So far, the San Clemente Cyclone has come correct to Seaside Reef. Rosie, what a heat we just watched.
Yeah, that was fun. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, we'll get Rob on the bat phone and get him back down here for a couple more heats throughout this contest. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. Brody Sale and Noah Dupuy coming up next. Stay tuned. To the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back. go. The GOAT, Kelly Slater, straight into
Yes,
the
that time
pin.
again. Leveling up,
He's
doing my
coming
thing.
out.
Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off. 'Cause it's that time again.
Kelly Slater, 8-time pipe champion, and we're going to see that Billabong Pro pipeline start all over again. The beginning of the championship tour season kicks off January 29th at the Bonsai Pipeline. We are here at Seaside Reef for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar, and a great matchup in the water right now. Mitchell, Brody Sale, we're just seeing him finishing off his first ride. He's up against Noah Dupuy from France.
Yeah, good goofy versus regular matchup out there. Sale, the surfer from the Big Island of Hawaii, and Dupuy from the southwest part of France. Great surfer, the goofy footer, who's been a European junior champion before. Definitely has a lot of talent. Kaipo did not have a good connection out there with Seaside Reef in the opening round. Though Brody Sale is no stranger to this kind of power out there in the Pacific Ocean, he should definitely be looking to capitalize on these bigger conditions.
Yeah, Brody Sale, a child prodigy who has now grown in to his frame at 19 years old and still a junior, but we've seen Brody Sale's development for years. Earlier, ID'd from Shane Dorian as a kid to watch from the Big Island. Here we go. This is Brody Sale. This is a 6.5, Mitch.
Wow, great score to start things off. Beautiful turn right there by Brody. Really kept it on rail the whole time, setting things up here for the finish. Difficult section to manage right there with all that froth, and he'll kick out on his feet. So a great start for the young surfer from the Big Island of Hawaii.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, you know, he's been under the guidance of Shane Dorian, people like Tori Meister too. But besides being a great surfer, also a very nice kid. You talk to him, super humble, loves his sports too. He's a huge football fan. And this kid played fantasy football, but he was also in the Challenger Series too, Kipes.
Yeah, Brody Sale, a member of the FBI from Big Island.
Yes,
hey, we
sir.
got a kid actually from San Clemente that went out there and made a splash. And on the comeback right now, he's into the round of 16. Let's hear from Cade Madsen.
Cade coming in and getting fist bumps from everybody, including Rob Machado. That heat you took with authority. What was working for you so well?
I think just my wave selection. I went out in my first round heat. I just had a complete shocker. So going out here, I kind of just wanted to be smarter and kind of choose the right waves. And I think, yeah, it worked out.
I would say it did work out. One of the things that has been a huge part of your journey in the last year is the back injury. You had to get surgery, 8-month recovery, getting back into competition now. What is the mental side like of getting back into the water after an injury like that?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, yeah, 8 months out of the water was really gnarly, but it definitely makes me just like appreciate it way more, and just being here and being able to compete again it's the best thing ever. So yeah, I'm super thankful to be here and thankful to WSL for the opportunity, giving me a spot. So yeah, I'm super stoked.
How did you build up your confidence?
I think just, all the work that I put in, like in the last 6 months, like just training every day to get back to where I was, and yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
It worked out. We'll see you in the next round.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, great story from the young man from San Clemente. Made the quarterfinals at the Sydney Surf Pro at the beginning of the Challenger Series in 2022, but he went there in Sydney, Mitch. Every turn was painful for Cade. He was fighting through the pain in every single heat, and still put on a spectacular performance, but good to see him at 100%.
Yeah, and lost to his friend, good friend, Jet Schilling in that quarterfinal. Jet ended up losing in the semis, and it's a bit of an emotional story right there from Cade. Definitely, you don't want to see those injuries, especially at this young of an age. And an injury like that, Kaipo, that could easily be a career-ending one. We saw Leo Fioravanti make it back on the championship tour after breaking his back at the pipeline. And luckily for Cade, he has the support of his family, the support of his friends, and he's making a comeback. Runner-up at the last time this event happened in 2019 in Taiwan, and he's looking like a strong contender for this event right here, too.
Yeah, he sure is. And I'm going to look through the... Okay, so we're going to seed the next round. So it's not going to be a straight bracket,
right,
as I'm looking at the sheet. So I was just going to see if Cade was going to match up with his good friend Jet Schilling once again. but yet to be determined.
Well, and the seating, it reseeds first of all, and the seating is a bit disrupted too, because remember, 10 of these surfers in the event are wild cards too.
Yeah, sure.
So that doesn't necessarily go based off of ranking. It could go back off of previous results.
Yeah.
But Cade was in Heat 4, and that is middle of the pack right there, so you would be thinking that he's middle of the pack next round too. So maybe Heat 4, Heat 5.
Well, yeah, it depends on the seeding. So we're going to seed into the round of 16. So overnight, all of these heats will populate. We'll have that seeded round of 16. Then from the winners of that round of 16 that go into the quarterfinals. From the quarterfinals on, it's straight brackets. So then it's very predictable on who's on the top end of the draw and who's on the bottom end of the draw.
And either way, every heat's going to be basically a final. Going to be very difficult to advance out of that round of 16, Kipes, and going to be a fun one. Tomorrow should be a good day. It seems like it's going to drop off a little bit, which I think will actually benefit Seaside a little. And out there in the water right now, it's really been the story of Sail so far, opening up with that 6.5.
Quick strike at the beginning for the surfer from the Big Island, and that's valuable. As they're with the withdrawing tide, things could become a little bit more lully. There's Brody Sail. And we talked about his mentorship from Shane Dorian. He's also got another great guy in his corner, Kelly Slater. He's on Slater Design boards. So really a lot of emphasis. And, Brody Sail competed in the entire Challenger Series last year. His best was a quarterfinal finish in Sydney, but really underperformed for how talented this kid is. So I think if he is able to put together heats strategically, we're going to see him soar up the rankings on that Challenger Series.
There weren't many Hawaiians that did that well, actually, last season on the Challengers. As we're looking at Dupuy now, the surfer from the southwest part of France. Great surfer, lovely style, excellent competitor. And you talk about the wave-rich region right there in the southwest of France, especially when you go towards the Basque Country. There's some incredible waves, a lot of consistency, and good variation of those waves too. It really presents a lot of different opportunities for these young surfer to see and really present different styles of surfing at a young age too, Kaipo. I'm a big fan of this kid. Did not have a good performance in the opening round, and so far almost 10 minutes have gone by, and he has nothing better than a 1.5 here. So underneath Sail's priority, I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get at least something close to a 5 and move up into first.
Yeah, 20 minutes on the countdown. Noah Dupuy, pretty big 18-year-old, about a little over 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
So he's got some leverage and power in his surfing.
Absolutely.
And he's going to be able to apply that torque to Seaside Reef. He is sitting right now under priority and up and riding. Noah, nice snap to begin with. Rolls around this whitewater section, has to ease through that carve back into the whitewater. Steep inside section, back up, bangs the lip, a little glide in the end, and that's definitely more like it. Brody Sail right behind him, recognizing that wave does not have potential, kicks out to keep his priority.
And immediately you saw Dupuy also redirect to the other side too, knowing that he doesn't want to get caught inside. He'd rather use his energy on a more positive note. He's just going to paddle around towards the channel on the right-hand side, and I think that's a very smart choice with what the tide's doing right now. Late drop, Kipes, goes up into the lip once, more of a setup turn. Love the bottom turn right there, handling all the chops, beautiful wrap, and then straight up into the lip here. I mean, an amazing finish, and you look at the stellar surfing that a lot of French surfers have presented before, both on the Championship Tour and on the Junior Series. Maxime Housseneau and Jeremy Flores are two great examples, but there has been a goofy footer that has won a big junior event worldwide before, and his name's been Mark Lacomar, former Challenger Series surfer. So Dupuy presents a lot of the same surfing that we do see from Mark.
Yeah, I like the reference to Mark Lacomar, Jean Duroux, another great goofy footer out of France.
Adrian Toyon.
From Reunion.
Yeah, and Tim Bisso's also been a finalist in this event before.
Tim Bisso, in a French colony, Guadeloupe.
Yep.
5.67 is the last score for Noah Dupuy, and that will put Noah in a slight lead for the moment over Brody Sail. Brody just needing a fractional score to regain that lead. 18 minutes, 40 seconds on the countdown. The glare's starting to come into effect here. The tide's dropping out, so the playing field's changing just a bit.
Absolutely, and the wind's picking up quite a bit too, Kaipo. It's definitely not easy to surf anymore.
Quick up and out by Brody Sale. Still a little confusion perhaps from the surfer from Hawaii, trying to back up that opening ride of a 6.5.
So about to say it's definitely getting less identifiable in terms of the good waves out there, but the quality waves. Matson did drop a big heat total in the last one, 16.43, a high 8, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to paddle out there and easily identify which are the best ones. And Sale opened up with a 6.5 in the first 60 seconds, and since then has really struggled to find his positioning out there in the lineup and really be able to see not only the boil, first of all, but really where that last closeout section is, too.
Here we go with Brody Sale.
Nice.
Nice arcing slice off the top. Patient off the bottom.
Oh, my.
And combos it, goes for the finish there. So 2 turns on the backhand to back up to 6.5.
Looks very polished, first of all, but how methodical was that second turn, too? Took his time, was very patient. Love the way he was able to really just sit back, allow the wave to do the work, and just put his board up into the lip and capitalize on an excellent section out there. He got lucky, too. The paddle back out real quick for him. He might even beat Dupuy to get priority.
One more look at it, Mitch.
Yeah, so first of all, great wave selection. I was talking about him being a little lost at sea. Excellent maneuver selection right there. Wraps it back, one in the top turn. And then the second turn, as I told you, waited for the section to really stand up and then just put his board up into the lip line. Probably think this is going to be his best wave, Kaipo, at the 6.5.
Wait for that score. In preparation for this event, the folks over there at Slater Designs had to rush a couple of boards specially made for California to Brody Sale. So really getting dialed in and having that support is so important for a surfer.
No doubt, and especially having, you know, both the guidance of Shane and Kelly in his corner. You're talking about 2 of the greatest surfers of all time, and especially the one guy who not only owns the company, he knows better than anybody what you want to feel underneath your feet. And having that kind of expertise and that guidance from a very young age has facilitated things for Brody Kipes.
Yeah, well, he worked his way right now to a 7.4. Combine that with the 6.5, and he has backed Noah Dupuy into a corner. The French surfer needing an 8.23 at this moment.
You know, the first few heats of the morning, I probably would have said that an 8.23 is out of range. But
we've seen it.
Yeah, out of the last few heats, I just think there's been enough excellent scores. There's been potential for those bigger scores. And I think Dupuy, especially in the elimination round, would not be content with losing out here. He wants to give it his all, and you at least got to try. You know, you got to go out there and find your wave. And I'd rather personally lose on a high note, knowing that I went for things, rather than just leaving a little meat on the bone, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, with Noah Dupuy, he will have a couple of battles. 1, he's surfing under priority, and 2, he needs an excellent score. The bright side, he's only halfway through the heat right now.
Yeah.
15 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for the situation to change.
You're right, but I think the only flip side to that is that Brody Sale could also better his 6.5. So Dupuy made it a fair fight when he brought his first score within range of a point between the 5.67 and the 6.5. But then once Sale distances himself with the 7 afterwards, you're just playing catch-up the whole time, and now you need the best wave of the heat. That means that Sale could easily better his 6.5, especially having priority. There's a lot of tactics going into this nowadays, and if you do have somebody in your corner, like a lot of the French surfers do have, you know how to analyze these things before you even paddle out. But all you need really is a wave right now, and 14 minutes to go. He just needs to get out there. First of all, he still hasn't even established second priority. It's been a long paddle out for him, Kaipo.
Oh, but we did get that vision. Remember, he took the whitewater in, and he's going the roundabout way. Now he's just entering our site right now. So what happened was he came in, he went long shore to the south instead of paddling back out on the left. On the right here at Seaside, there is a bit of a channel, and he chose to come long shore, get to that channel, and then kind of backdoor this left right now on the paddle back out. It did take him some time, but perhaps it was just less strenuous because that's faster water on the way out.
It is, and it's less taxing on your body,
right,
too. You're not having to dock dive that much. You're not getting pounded in that shore break section.
And as the tide continues to drop today, which it will for the remainder of today's competition, that inside section that we're looking at right now at Seaside is going to be more and more difficult to navigate and to duck dive through because there's going to be less and less water on the sand and reef.
Yep. There's Luke Thompson, the surfer from Jeffreys Bay. Great surfer, lovely forehead. Haven't seen too much of him on the backhand. He is in the elimination round, so it's a must-win heat for him. Going up against the European Junior Champion, Vitor Garita Onandia. Going to be a fun heat. A lot of goofy versus regular matchups this round, Kaipo.
I really like that. I like the because you really have a contrast in approaches, and I think it also challenges the judges a bit because there are definitely different looks and leverage in turns. The backhand off the top versus the forehand off the top. We have yet to see any big aerial maneuvers like we're anticipating, but we've been seeing stuff like that. Lip glide for Brody Sale to start off this wave. Looking composed on the left here. And why not throw the tail a little bit for the closer. Good job by Brody Sale, looking to improve upon that 6.5. Noah right behind him. A lot of white water in front of him, and he ejects.
Yeah, looking for the best way of the heat right now, and that is if Brody Sale doesn't better his 6.5 either. 12 minutes to go. I think the wave selection from Sale, based off of his two best waves, has been quite spectacular, really. Beautiful maneuver selection right there with the down-the-line floater. Wraps it back, more of a setup carve. And then for how difficult the section really was to read, I thought he did an excellent job, Kaipo. Slid the fins, real hard, white-watered right out of.
Got a little drift in there.
Yeah, it was cool.
So a little rally moment for Brody Sale, drifting that final turn.
Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. Doesn't seem like he's going to better the 6.5 though, but either way, I think in terms of user priority, it was a smart decision.
Yeah, 5.83, not the top two. Situation remains the same, however. Noah Dupuy in trailing Brody Sale. Dupuy needing that 8.23. You can see that in the needs column up on the score bug. 11 minutes remaining.
It's so interesting to me that there still hasn't been, I mean, not to say that Tory Meister's accomplishment haven't been great, but there hasn't been the one surfer since Shane Dorian from the Big Island that has really stood out on the championship tour level. And they've had some incredible surfers. One guy that's my age, Lahiki Minimission, was an incredible surfer. Casey Brown.
Casey Brown, great surfer.
Tonino Benson, former runner-up here. Yep. But there hasn't been, an established surfer on the championship tour since then.
Yeah, well, maybe, and likely Brody Sale will get there one day. He's just too talented not to.
Right.
And then at that point, Mitchell, you're going to see the Brody Sale banner at Banyans on the Big Island celebrating this young man. I can't wait for that moment. Right off of Ali'i Drive there, and that'll be a celebration. We'll make a parade down Ali'i Drive there in Kona Town.
I hope so. Because you look at the success that BJ Penn had in mixed martial arts, and even though he's from the Hilo side of the island, he still brought a lot of attention to the Big Island of Hawaii. And
yeah.
I feel that they've kind of been very underrepresented when it comes to them pursuing the qualification series, and now eventually the Challenger Series too. Good start with Brody Sale. I think he's the perfect person to do that right now.
I concur. 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the countdown. Dupuy having to use his priority, which he possesses at the moment, wisely, because he needs to surf excellent. 8.23. Now, he can also surf to a couple of sevens. He's got enough time to cut this heat into bite-sized pieces. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's plenty of time still. I like to see him go for it, personally. Just give yourself a shot, go on a bigger set wave. Remember Lennox Shell's one turn where he got the high 7 because of that? Like, try something like that. You've seen it happen before in heats previous to yours. And obviously, being the competitor he is, he's been watching the ocean for at least a few heats too. So he knows that those waves are attainable. The biggest complication right now is, though, Kaipo, with the tide changing drastically, the wind picking up, and even the glare too. It's just very hard to see out there and really look at those boils, knowing where you are. And a lot of these guys don't have their markers on the beach either. They don't necessarily know where they're at in the lineup.
And to your point, looking, even identifying set waves as they come through in the afternoon glare is difficult. And then your eyes readjusting once you turn around to actually surf the wave. So yeah, so many factors, you know, that we have in our natural playing field here.
Environmental factors.
And speaking of environments, we are one ocean. We're coming back. We're doing that everywhere within the league. And I encourage everyone to really be aware, because the ocean is just our recreation room. It's our stadium at times. It's our place of meditation. It's so important. And as surfers, we're in first in contact, and we see the environmental changes, but we can also be stewards of helping to improve the situation. So just saying, hopefully we can all come together that way and take care of all of our beaches everywhere we go.
100%.
And I'm seeing that mentality changing right now, honestly, and so I'm a staunch advocate of the cause.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of young kids do it. I think it all starts with education. Once they really start implementing a lot more of that in schools, which they obviously are, environmental studies and whatnot, you just need to get the word out there. And it all starts from the most simple of things, Kaipo: reduce, reuse, recycle, the 3 R's.
Yeah. And so check out WSL Pure. WSL Pure, Pure standing for protect, understand, and respect the environment. And there's a lot of stuff that you can join in and help us do that mission. All right, Brody Sale waving to the beach. He needs to hear his score. They're going to tell him he's got a 7.4. He's got a 6.5. 13.92 wave total, a commanding lead over the French surfer.
Still can't hear, it seems. And what, you at least 600 to 700 yards out there, you got to say, right, Kaipo?
If I got a big lead like that and I'm Brody Sale, I'm waving my hand, and I want the announcers to tell Noah over and over and over again that he needs an 8.23. That can actually be a mental tactic on your competitor.
I've seen it happen before. I've never done it personally.
I've seen certain competitors do it as a beach announcer, and I knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works.
I had one guy say during his post-heat interview, he actually won the event, and he did that on the final. He said, "Oh no, man! Like, I just want to hear my scores over and over again. Like, that's just my thing." I was like, "Are you sure about that, or are you just trying to play mind games?" But
it's fine.
They're very far out, though, and I was going to mention that. You have those other environmental factors like the wind. It's pushing a certain direction. They're super far out. There's a lot of waves breaking. Right now, it might be one of those heats, especially the last 2 heats of the afternoon. You really need to be surfing and relying on instinct.
Yeah.
You can't go out there thinking that you're going to get your
all
score.
the information.
It's impossible. I mean, I've surfed so many heats late this afternoon and stuff like that. This time of the afternoon, it's almost an impossibility for you to really able to listen to them completely. And that's just one thing. The other fact, too, there's times where you don't even know how much time there is because there's still the disc.
Yeah.
You can't see whether it's green or yellow either.
I have a feeling that we have technology, and as professional surfing continues to get more and more dialed in, is that we do have the technology so that surfers will have that information at their fingertips while they're in the water. And I think we're just really close there. But I see it's sometime in the future that take that out of the equation and just more information to the surfer available.
Well, there have been some experiments going on, right? So that's all I can say. but I'm pretty sure we're on the verge of doing some great stuff with that.
4 minutes, 25 seconds, counting down. And Brody Sale is happy to wave to the beach and have the countdown given to him, have the time given to him, have the scores given to him, and let Noah DePoy know that he needs to do something excellent, and there's only 4 minutes remaining.
Well, and he's had a very slow heat so far. 4 waves ridden, 2 of those just a couple of offers, but then the 1.5, which was a quick wave for him, and his best one, a 5.67. I mean, he was in the heat once he got that wave, but Brody Sale got his best score, 7.4. Tried to better the 6.5, got a 5.83 afterwards. So it just seems to me like since DePoy got the 5.67, not to say that he's been complacent and he's been looking to get an excellent wave after that, I think he's just been a bit too patient for my liking, Kaipo. With these kind of conditions right now, It just seems like you need to go on the first wave that looks clean enough and offers up a section.
Well, we talked about it at the 9-minute mark that he would be able to do, Dupuy would be able to get over Brody's sail with 2 waves.
Right.
Because he had time to do that. Now he needs to do it in 1 wave. So now he truly needs to surf excellently and identify an excellent wave and have Seaside provide him that wave.
I think there's been plenty of waves in this heat for him to at least try to take advantage of one. And not to say that he was going to get the score on one of those, but at least get on a wave, see if you can even better the 5.67, reduce the gap between you and your opponent. And as of right now, with 2:45 to go, he's just got to throw a Hail Mary out there right now and really expect a wave to come through and just go for things. Especially the first section. I cannot state this enough, Kaipo, with the excellent scores that we have seen this afternoon so far, the 8 from Matson, Jet Schilling's performance, and obviously the best performance of the event so far from Alan Cleland Jr., you need to be attacking the first section with as much power, as you possibly can. You cannot take no for an answer when it comes to that first section.
Yeah, and the theme is that first section being a high-risk maneuver and then finishing off the wave again with another high-risk maneuver on the closeout.
Well, it needs to be the combination of major maneuvers, but if you don't have anything on the outside, more than likely you're not going to be able to get that 8.
Here he goes.
On the inside.
Noah Dupuy rolls into this one. A lot of white water ahead of him. And a little snap in the glare there and getting hung up. Makes his way to the bottom, skittering off the bottom, trying to control the rail on this wave. It really doubles up on the inside. He has to jump off, and that wave was fighting him the entire time.
Yeah, it just seemed like he was out of rhythm with the first section. After that, he was playing catch-up the whole time and wasn't able to get to the last section with enough speed. Only a 2.33, still needing the 8, and it just seems like he was thinking about things way too much, Kaipo. Look at this. Gets up to his feet, hits the one bobble right there, but never really committed to that first turn. We haven't seen a whitewater foam climb over that first section before today. And here I feel like he just tried to fit in the 2-for-1 way too much.
It was just a really difficult wave to
ride.
I mean, he was just hanging on just to stay on his board. So that was unfortunate for Noah Dupuy. 2.33, not really helping his cause. He's on the paddle back out. It's 40 seconds remaining, and
this heat's over.
Yeah, look at the ejection towards the beach.
That's one of those waves where you just have to be reactive to what the wave's doing. You can't be thinking response time. You can't be thinking, okay, I'm going to choose this maneuver. No, it's like you got to do what the wave offers, and unfortunately right there, it just didn't seem like he had that mentality. He was always thinking about the 8 the whole time rather than surfing the wave for what it was. And, time's going to wind out. Not the performance that he was looking for, Kaipo, but still got a couple more years in the juniors. Big performance by the surfer from the Big Island, though.
Yeah, we're going to close this one out, and it will be Brody Sail just going downwind, sailing into the round of 16 easily, and a great performance by Brody. A nice appearance by Noah Dupuy from France. He's got a big future ahead of him. We'll see him for a couple more years in the junior series. We'll take a break. When we come back, Luke Thompson and Victor Garito Nandia out in the water for heat number 6 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. By Best Western Hotels and Resorts. By Sports San Diego. And Pura Vida. Live free.
Oh, what a great day. Woke up this morning after a comfortable sleep at Best Western, had a wonderful SAMBAZON acai bowl, and I get to talk about surfing, which is one of my favorite subjects in the entire world, along with Mitchell Salazar. We got another matchup here, Luke Thompson and Vitor Garitonandia. Did I do pretty good there?
You did great.
On the water. Vitor, out of the Basque Country, 20 years old, European junior champ. He's out there in the blue jersey. Luke Thompson from Cape Town, South Africa. He had a taste of the championship tour, Luke Thompson did.
Yes, he did.
Earned the wild card spot at J-Bay last year, where he surfed his way to a 17th, equal 17th finish. And how did he get there? He was the highest placing South African in that Challenger Series event at Ballito before J-Bay. He had an equal 9th place out of Ballito, going down to the eventual event winner, Rio Waida.
That event went very under the radar for a lot of the local surfers, I feel. Luke Thompson, obviously the best performer, but I also feel like the victories of Jordy Smith have kind of gone under the radar over the last few years right there. It's a very complicated wave to surf, and it's one of those beach breaks that is very tide dependent. It hit a lot of deep spots this year, Kaipo. There wasn't a ton of swell during the waiting period, but a lot of the local surfers like Luke were able to capitalize on a huge opportunity. I mean, you compete within your home country in a Challenger Series jersey and going up against the world's best. It's no easy feat, but it really demonstrates the talent pool that we have in terms of the global perspective now.
Yeah, the World Surf League made up of 7 regions.
Right.
And so you have North America, South America, Europe, Hawaii, Asia, Africa, all the different regions that make up the World Surf League, as well as Europe, which Vitor competes for. So that's all of our QSs, if you would, and junior series, all of our regional series.
Yeah.
Out of those QSs, that's one way to earn your spot onto the Challenger Series. Another way is to win a World Junior Championship here and earn your way onto that Challenger Series as well, which is the path to the championship tour. As we see a quick one with Luke Thompson getting swept off with his heels on that opening ride.
I also think it's very rewarding to the people that end up on the women's side, the top 5 surfers after the people that qualify, and then the top 10 men after the people that qualify on the Challengers. Those people get an automatic spot in the Challenger Series next year, and I think it's very deserving. Those people came very close to qualifying, and they get, a straight-in shot in next year's Challenger. So it's pretty fun. It makes things very exciting, competitive, and it opens up the door for a lot of people from other different regions, too, to qualify. Not have those people have to compete against them the whole time on the regional circuit.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah. In the women's leaderboard at the end of the year, 6 through 10, they automatically got a ticket. So that means a junior like Alyssa Spencer, who finished 7th, she's already got her ticket to the Challenger Series. And for the men, it was 11 through actually 21, because we had a double qualifier work his way in there. As we take a look at Luke Thompson picking a better wave here and giving him some opportunity to get the flow going on the backhand with 1, 2, 3 backhand hooks.
This kid has a lovely style. Here's Vitor.
Vitor with a roundhouse cutback to begin with. He's going to do another roundo back into the white water. A little bit more of a paced approach, banging the oncoming section, but the convergence of waters does not allow him to go complete on that one. So early advantage to Luke Thompson. Will be waiting for both of those numbers.
Should be a decent score, though. I mentioned his lovely style, but he just has one of those things that's pleasing to watch. And Vitor, on the other hand, much more aggressive with the finish, unable to ride out of it. So Thompson, easy advantage right here. Just under 24 minutes to go. Looking at the replay, Kaipo. Beautiful bottom turn right here by the South African. Lovely combination with the top turn. I love the way he readjusts his feet. That arc right there was something special. and then gets a beautiful vertical finish right there at the end. On the other hand, Vitor, I mentioned the aggressiveness. You can see the body torque right there in the carves. Second one, wraps it back all the way, and then was looking to at least add a couple of points here at the end. Once this third wrap finishes, look at the way he sets up. That was a tough section, as you mentioned. Both sections kind of converged into one and wasn't able to ride out of it cleanly. Either way, he's on the board. He's got his feet on the wax.
Yeah, he's got his start. The score did come in for Luke Thompson as a 6-point ride, a 3.67 for Vitor Garito-Nandia.
You are improving a lot with that, by the way. I just want to say, Garito-Nandia.
Well, that's
You're on point.
Here's the numbers for Luke Thompson and how we got there. You know what, Mitchell? It's one of the cool things about working juniors, challengers, and QSs, because you get to know the surfers. There are a lot of these guys eventually are going to be on the championship tour, so you better know their name. One name I told you guys about already, Brody Sale. You better get to know his name because he's got a bright future. He won his heat. He's with AJ.
You guys have a bright future. Brody, what was your plan of attack coming into your heat?
Oh, I was just fired up watching all the heats before. Just all the boys were dropping 8s, and yeah, I wanted to drop some 8s, but yeah, I got the heat win. That's all that matters.
You said you were battling the wind a little bit out there. We know positioning has been a challenge as well. How did you make sure that you were in the right position and could battle the wind?
Yeah, off the bat, I was like, it started to get windier, and I was like, fuck, might as well just try and get a couple 6s and 7s and just try and build off that. But yeah, I didn't build off it, so.
But you have another chance to build off of it going into the next round. How much confidence does this give you moving forward?
Yeah, I'm stoked. It's been a struggle the last year, like getting heat wins in the back end of the year. So yeah, just confidence, and yeah, definitely need and want to build in the next heat, and yeah, I really want to put up some 8s and just do some good surfing.
We'll look for it then. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I love it. I love it. I love the self-expectation that Brody Sale has, that even with a heat win, he's like, you know what? I want 8s. Because everyone, you know, there's that saying, famous Hobgood saying, 8s or lates, you know? And if you're that guy hitting 8-point rides all the time, you're winning. You keep on doing 8-point rides as an average, you end up being a world champ.
Yeah. Well, and CJ can attest to that. He did end up winning a world championship in 2001. Hashtag Goofies. But yeah, I mean, Brody keeps himself to a very high standard, and you can tell right there with the way he was talking about, you know, how the heat went down and whatnot. But I just think that's something very mature for a kid his age. Obviously qualifying for the Challenger Series after having very few events in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region too, Kaipo.
Yeah, we're working on that.
It's not easy, you know. You maybe have 1 or 2 chances to qualify for the Challenger Series. Next thing you know, you did bad in one event. You're trying to play catch up the whole time. But I love it. You know, I think the kid knows what he's capable of. And knowing what you're capable of, knowing your own expectations, and having short-term and long-term plans, it's essential to your very own goal of becoming a world champion. And he could easily do it. He's got a great air game, well-balanced surfer. Charges, obviously, great pipe surfer too.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the next big names out of Hawaii, along with other kids like Jackson Bunch and Eli Hanneman. And I'm not going to forget Shion Crawford as well. I'm going to put him on the list.
Great performance at Haleiwa again this last season. That's 2 years in a row now. Get him on the Challengers and see what he can do.
Yeah, he was. Well, Shion Crawford was pacing the parking lot here. He was an alternate.
He still has 2 heats.
Well,
I mean, he can get in if somebody doesn't show up.
I don't know if we can put someone once we've run heats.
But nobody's lost, though, is the
True,
thing.
yeah.
I'd say still, I mean, Shion, if you're listening, I'd be sticking around.
Building kids' hopes up.
Hey, you never know.
Well, we got eyes here on Vitor Garito-Nandia from the Basque Country, a small piece of Europe, but a country that is so proud of their Basque heritage. They have their own language. They're fiercely independent as a country, and they've put out some incredible surfers as well.
Some of the greatest of all time, and especially when it comes to European surfing, easily some of the best over there. Jordy Colasso, Bonicio Bizarreta, Obviously, Arizaraburu,
Arizaraburu,
who was qualified for the championship tour before.
You know what, Mitch? I think AJ's got a little bit more information for us about Vitor. AJ.
You were talking about just the pride that he has in his country. He also has a lot of pride in pursuing his dreams. Last year, every single day, he took out his phone, wrote on his note apps, I will win 2022 Junior European. I will be the 2022 European Junior Champion every single day. And next thing you know, that's exactly what he did. He said now that he has that under his belt, he's really focusing on himself, on his surfing, and he knows that the results will come, you guys.
Love it, AJ. Success through manifestation. Telling the universe that that's where you're going to be and that's where you end up. And Vitor did end up being a European junior champ.
Right, and he's not going to be content if he loses out in this heat, Kaipo. I mean, opened up with a 3.67, has 18 minutes to really gain some ground on Luke Thompson. And you look at the South African surfer, I've primarily seen him compete on rights and beach breaks. I didn't know what to expect here at a reef like Seaside, especially when it's bigger. But the kid's obviously handling himself very well. And this is a good performance so far in the first 13 minutes of this heat. Opened up with a 6. But as of right now, if I were the surfer in blue, Garita Onandia, I'd be thinking, you know what? The quality of waves we had out here, the expectations I have for myself, I gotta be thinking it's gotta be at least a couple of 7s to make it securely out of this heat right now.
And get busy. Clock management. I mean, we're talking about it's just under 17 minutes, but we see how fast the clock ticks by.
You don't want to misuse priority is the thing right now.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw in the last heat from Noah Dupuy. There were a couple instances where he did have priority, and he didn't get anything better than a 5.67. I just don't think, as of right now, at this point of the competition, you can be very content with 10 or 11 points, Kaipo.
Well, we'll see.
Ooh.
It's going to be decision time,
Thompson.
and it is. Luke Thompson off the bottom, hooks off the top there. Fades back into the white water. Easy second turn for Luke Thompson. A little bit of some downtime for the connection to the inside. Has to navigate the sleepier section of the wave, building up some speed down the line. Oncoming section presents itself, snaps under the lip, a little bit late to that, and he paid for it, goes incomplete.
Yeah, almost tried to force that last turn, and right there in a section that was a bit flatter and then stood up all of a sudden too. Still, as of right now, it's going to be his backup score, Kaipo. But there was one thing that you mentioned right there, and it was obviously, you know, time management. But I also think one thing right here too, and I've said it a few times today, having somebody that knows a spot better than anybody else. I saw one of the surfers from Australia, Reber, actually work with Austin Ware, a person that's from this area, knows Seaside Reef probably better than anybody else. And Saxon was actually asking Austin questions about positioning. It's a guy who almost made the championship tour, was very close to qualifying a few times, and is a regular footer. And getting perspective from a goofy footer out there in the water too, like Reber, is a good contrast of opinions. You know, you have something like a goofy versus regular heat. Okay, this person's going to do this because I would normally do this.
Tommy Coleman checking out the water and formulating a plan for his heat coming up against Adur Amartrian.
You're getting there. Tommy Boo Boo, though. Right there with Noah Cohen from Rip Curl. Tall kid, and he rips. The East Coaster from Florida. Excited to see him surf right here. Here goes Vitor, though. Kipes, very deep. And he has just been out of position, really, for the best waves of this heat so far.
Yeah, and used his priority as well. But I can't see Luke Thompson either, so maybe Vitor will have an opportunity to get back to the peak and reestablish that priority.
It's been a while since the South African has really done that well in the, well, obviously besides Jordy Smith. There was a time where there were, 3 surfers on the men's side? Royden Bryson, Davey Weir, Ricky Basnet, and Jordy. 4 surfers at the same time. I was a huge fan of Ricky Basnet, too. I thought he was one of the people that underperformed the most. He does hold a record, though. Never made a CT heat in a single calendar year, which is not a good record to have. but that doesn't mean that he doesn't rip.
Right. 13 minutes, 30 seconds, and priority has been established by Luke Thompson, who also has the lead. Vitor needing a 5.74 at the moment on the paddle back out.
Well, Kaipo, imagine if we're struggling to see the surfers right now, imagine the priority judge and our actual judges too. That glare is getting strong.
Who's this?
Adur Amatriain.
Amatriain.
Yeah.
Adur Amatriain, who actually made a impressed me on the Challenger Series last year. Adur, he's got this like slippery, slidey, quick twitch style. He's almost like a Felipe Toledo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like the European Felipe Toledo. Don't you think?
You know, he's got that kind of knock-kneed style too, which is really cool.
Yeah. But he's a really fast.
Oh yeah, no, he's quick
surfer. Yeah.
I mean, maybe he doesn't have the same air game.
Yeah.
But you can see his technique very similar to Phil, and being a Hurley team rider for that long too, he spent a lot of years around that guy as well.
Yeah.
Under the guidance of Brett Simpson, had a great first round heat, opened up with a 7.33, but just wasn't able to back it up afterwards. But I think he has a lot more to prove here, and you know, especially having back-to-back heats with a bass surfer, he's definitely want to prove that not only are they capable of doing well, but to win an event too. A bass surfer has never won anything that big. I think the last big event they won, maybe a QS 3000 by Goni.
Yeah.
Maybe in the late 2000s.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah.
It's been a while, huh? Because Jordy never won an event.
Aritz did pretty well on the championship tour.
He did. Yeah. He got third one year in Tahiti. In Ecuacero had a great career too. But in terms of victories, I can't really recall one that I'd be saying, okay.
Ador making his way, and he's also choosing to cover the feet, so wearing booties.
Well, he's coming from cold water. Just like Pete Mel, he's going to be wearing booties anytime he can.
You're used to the booties, they're your favorite pair. You got a lot more grip with the booties on.
So
after
we talked about that the other day, I got a text from our good buddy Kevin Scholes. He's like, booties until it's 70 because of the grip.
Well, hats off to Kevin Scholes. I mean,
he's an air guy though.
He uses those booties, but those are more like aquatic skate shoes.
Yeah.
For that surfer who puts down some of the most impressive airs. I'm going to go say it in the world. He's a very, very exciting surfer to watch when it comes to progression.
Yeah, he's a great friend. Really appreciate him a lot. He's a firefighter now, by the way, for LA County.
Hey, there you go. And, you know, because the hours clocked by firefighters, I'm still going to give them a lot of time to surf as well. It's kind of a great
great job.
It's a great occupation. You're serving your community. You're working a job that's going to allow you some surf time because you get a lot of those off days, you know, and you stay in shape too as a firefighter. So thank you for your service, Kevin.
Yeah, it actually you get paid to work out basically when you're a firefighter, so it's not a bad profession to have. Back to the heat though, Kaipo, 10 minutes and...
Well, Vitor's got to light a fire right now. Vitor Garito Nandia needs that 5.74, needs to get fired up to do so. He's going to surf under priority right now. He's got just less than 10 minutes, but really needs to make stuff happen. Got to get a wave, you know, give himself a chance. And even if it is under priority, I see there's enough waves coming through right now here at Seaside to just get on one.
I just think that this is a clear example of one of those heats where one of the surfers, the one that's chasing the other the whole time, has always been on the outside and has never looked to capitalize on a much smaller wave that has offered up scoring potential. Sometimes your eyes get a little too big. It's like having, you know, a small stomach but big eyes. You're always thinking, okay, this is more than I can manage. Next thing you know, there's 5 minutes remaining and you still need to score. And Bito's in that situation right now. Say a 5.74 isn't a massive score, but it's still a decent score to get out there right now. And Thompson with priority, you know, he's on the other side of Garito Nandia right now. I'd actually be on the inside of him trying to take away any opportunity. Wow, 9 minutes though. This heat is blown by, Kipes.
It sure has. And, you know, this is a bit of a chess game right now as we look at the two surfers and decision time for Luke Thompson. Because if he just, you know, plays into a priority era, he's going to give Vitor a huge opportunity. Vitor is just staying right within his sights, however, and maybe Vitor will take an opportunity to try to sell Luke Thompson on a bad wave,
perhaps,
and flip that priority. And he's choosing not to come in.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not selling on him on wave, then at least get an opportunity yourself. Look at that wave on the inside. I'm just seeing waves that maybe not the 5. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Things just changed.
And see, that's where these environmental factors do play a big issue.
But
you can't see the screen that well, though, with this glare.
But Luke had priority.
But I don't think Vitor understood that. I think he was confusing blue with red on the board.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for how this plays out. So it looks like both Luke Thompson and Vitor Garito Nandia taking off on the same wave. Luke Thompson at the time had the priority, but Luke was on the outside, perhaps trying to do a block. Here's a replay. Let's see, Mitchell, can you see?
So
here's the roll in.
Yeah, Vitor's on the deep end right here, and then Luke drops in on him.
So fair game.
With higher priority, yeah. So he's, in complete right there.
But, so like Luke's putting up his hand because he's saying, hey, look at Vitor, you're getting too close to me, and you are affecting my potential to score on that wave. I have priority on that wave. Even if you're behind me, you can interfere with my potential.
Absolutely. You have unconditional right away when you have priority over the other person. So, it will be a priority interference most likely. And the other thing too, once they both make it out to the primary takeoff zone, since the one surfer interfered against the other, the one person that had priority will recover that anyways.
Well, there we go. It's cooked. Vitor Garito Nandia with that priority interference, he will only hold one score in his score line. And so he needs a 9.4 on a single wave to advance. Luke Thompson can shut this heat out right now with a 4.1 and make it impossible for Vitor to advance.
And at that point, it would almost be smart to get that score and just go straight into the beach too.
End the deal right here. Luke Thompson, get a 4.1, come to the beach,
and let things play out.
Concentrate on the round of 16.
Yeah.
This is, that's the play given what's happening right now.
It's a bummer for Vitor though, and even for Luke. I know he probably doesn't want to win this way, but it's also competition, Kaipo. You go out there, you play within the rules, and if your opponent doesn't do that, then unfortunately for them, it ain't going to work out. But, this is very uncharacteristic of a kid that is coming off of being a European junior champion. You have the glare, you have environmental factors, you're probably not being able to hear the beach announcers that well, but you still need to be focused and concentrated on what is happening over on the beach. You need to be looking. And if it's not a very good wave, just let it go anyways. There's more waves out there. You had plenty of opportunities before. Don't be blaming yourself or blaming other people for a mistake that you made.
We've seen it before. We've seen the greatest. We've seen Kelly Slater do it on a championship tour level, cross tracks over at Sunset Beach. You get a priority interference. If you see someone with priority, stay clear and way out of their way, because you get close to that surfer, you inhibit any of that scoring potential at all. The judges have all right to give you that interference. That's why we have priority.
Right. There's rules.
And, so, again.
We saw Gabe losing Portugal to Caio that way. And then all of a sudden things go downhill. He ends up losing the World Championship. One thing leads to the other. It's a slippery slope.
It sure is. That's a great reference there, because 2019 could have ended a lot different.
It could have ended that event. It could have ended in France.
Yeah. Here we go, Vitor. Still in the game, needs a 9.4. But you can see some of the frustration in his surfing at the moment.
I mean, at least get a good wave, go up into the excellent, make you feel proud of your performance at least after that interference or despite the interference. But if I'm Thompson right now, I'm not even getting close to this kid in the blue jersey.
Nah.
I'm giving him enough space. I'm making sure that he's going to be, doing his thing by himself. But I'm not making a mistake that's going to cost me the heat. And you've served a great heat so far, a very smart one strategically. Do your own thing. Don't put yourself in a position where you're not going to perform to a point and you're going to end up losing a heat that you would have basically served to perfection when it comes to strategy. Be smart out there. And that's the first interference we've seen all event long, too.
Right. Well, it's going to be lesson learned, I'm sure. Here we go, Vitor on the inside. Got nothing to lose at this point. Nice carve. Another slicing turn, and he kicks out.
This might sound kind of harsh, but where was this 20 minutes ago, Kaipo? Like,
yeah,
you had these opportunities before. Now you have the priority interference. I just don't understand why you weren't trying to do something like this a few minutes ago when you weren't in a position like this. And, you know, I know it sounds kind of heavy, but it's true. And he's going to get rousted by the people on the beach that are here supporting him. He probably got a lot of support from the Bass Federation and whatnot. And he's an excellent representative of bass surfing as the European Pro Junior Champion. He did not expect this result here, and I know he's not going to be content whatsoever. It was a huge event, a lot of exposure, a lot of eyes on you. You know, I'm just saying because I think it's the reality of this. A lot of people come here and expect to win, and you should have those expectations going into every single wave that you're surfing.
Well, here we go with Luke Thompson with a series of turns on the backhand, and he's really going to shut this one out. Remember, anything over a 4.1, and it's a done deal.
Smart.
Regardless. So there he goes. Likely going to get the score. Going to take a trip in right now. Get off the field, basically.
Yeah.
Get out of the arena right now. Don't put yourself in any kind of jeopardy. Take it. Take the win. Concentrate on the round of 16.
Yeah, a win's a win regardless.
Yeah.
So you did your job. I mean, there's rules for a reason. You go out there, you surf, but you need to compete too. And I've always told this to a lot of the Latin competitors that I've worked with in the past too. There's times where you need to be a great surfer, but there's times where you need to be an even better competitor.
Hey, look at there's a number of times in surfing that the best surfer doesn't necessarily win. It's the person or surfer that plays the game the best.
The best.
How many talented surfers have you seen?
Too many.
Put on a jersey and just lose their mind.
Too many. And too many that I thought were going to end up being world champions or something like that.
100%.
You know?
100%.
I mentioned a name a while ago, Ricky Bassnett had all the talent in the world, wasn't able to make a single heat in the season. And, you know, sometimes it's surprising, but it goes to show you the people that don't crumble under pressure will be the most successful ones. Case in point, Caio Ibelli, former champion here at this event.
Yeah.
He qualified for the midseason cut within the first two events of this season, and he wasn't even full-time on the championship tour.
Yep. And that's a surfer that runs off of belief, and so he's a great example of that.
He's the most underrated surfer out of that whole Brazilian storm.
I concur. Yeah. Good thought.
Smart competitor, even better surfer.
Can't wait to see him. He's going to be on the championship tour. We kick off at Pipeline end of January. That's going to be great. Well, this is done. It's dusted. Luke Thompson's on into the round of 16. Vitor Garito Nandia, unfortunately, is a victim of that priority interference in this heat. And Luke Thompson coming up and having a chat there in the competitors area. And hey, Mitch, let's take a break. You ready?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Actually, Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, and a special guest will be here when we return.
Oh, that was nice.
Well, welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. I'm Chris Cote. This is Rosie Hodge. Very excited to be joined by Ella McCaffrey. Welcome to the booth, Ella.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Well, Ella was a competitor in this event. Didn't quite go the way you want to go. Let's get the hard stuff out of the way first. Tell us about your experience thus far here in this event.
Yeah, I was stoked to compete at my home break. There was a lot of swell in the water. I wasn't quite in the right spot, wasn't able to get on the waves I wanted to, but stoked to compete in front of my home team, in front of my local board riders club, and I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
There you go. All right, so we got through the rough stuff. That was easy.
Yeah.
I can attest that I see Ella out here pretty much every single day dominating this place. So every surfer has their day. Ella, now we're looking at elimination round 2, heat 7. Adore Amatrien and Tommy Coleman. So we've got a surfer out of the Basque Country, a surfer from the east coast of the United States of America on paper. These are two surfers that didn't quite have the go they wanted in their first round heats, but they are back. And straight off the jump, we're looking at Goofy Footer in the glare coming around this section. And I tell you, these afternoons here at Seaside Reef, we're all going to have to be on our game, just figuring out which surfer's which. The good news is the waves are pumping, Rosie. There's a lot to offer these young competitors. It was blue first, then red, so Tommy, then Adur.
Yeah, this has been a good back-to-back exchange from these two surfers, and like you said, it's been relentless throughout the day. That swell really drawing in, that tide is going out, that wind's kicked up a notch, that glare is right there in your eyeballs. So there's a lot of elements that these surfers are having to deal with, but super contestable. Yeah, really fun to see all of these matchups. This elimination round has not disappointed us.
You know, Ella, as a Seaside local, you're looking at low tide here with pumping swell. From the beach, you know, it looks like there's a couple little corners you can make your way back out there, but from what we've seen, every competitor, including yourself, having to deal with a pretty hectic paddle out, a lot of water moving around today.
Yeah, pretty much anywhere you end up after a ride, you're going to get cleaned up. You're going to get a couple waves on your head. If you're lucky on the left, you'll finish it and jump off at a spot where you can make it back out, like after a couple waves on your head, but a lot of the time surfers are getting swept to the right and having to paddle out back around to get back into position.
Yeah, it's no easy task out here this afternoon. We've kind of seen a different face of Seaside throughout the day. This morning, Ella, when you surfed, it was pretty wild out there. Tons of water moving around, big closeout sets. Through the midday, it glassed off, super nice. And now we're getting a little bit closer to those rugged conditions. Tide's going to be dropping all the way till dark. Rosie, 25 minutes on the clock. Couple scores coming through as the judges lock in these last handful of scores. Let's catch up with AJ McCord standing by now with Luke Thompson.
Ella, you were talking about just how much water is moving around. You were forced to paddle quite a bit out there, knowing there were some just some lulls in that heat. What was your strategy, G?
Yeah, the conditions are super tricky. It's been tricky since this morning, and going out there, I kind of just wanted to surf against the competitor, so make my decisions but keep him involved. So kind of stick to him, try to control the start, and then get a kick back up and kind of hold it from there. And I was fortunate enough that he didn't see the priority board and got an interference, and then from there on I was just trying to shut the door and get above 10 points. But yeah, it was a grindy one, but I'm stoked I made it.
There's a lot of strategy that comes into it outside of what's happening on the water. How did you learn how to harness that in those heats?
Yeah, I mean, I've been surfing heats my whole junior career, and just kind of getting strategy sorted is the key thing, doing mock heats with friends back home. And yeah, just kind of seeing what the conditions are doing, what the guys are doing in the heats before, and making decisions revolved around that. But yeah.
First two-man heat you've ever won. Congratulations. How are you going to build off of moving forward?
Yeah, stoked. First two-man heat I've ever made, to about 12. But yeah, I just want to keep the momentum going. Tomorrow's meant to be a lot better. So I'm frothing that I got through the grindy day, and then, yeah, hopefully keep the ball rolling tomorrow.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Almost with the perfect Terminator post-heat interview, but he did crack a smile a few times. Luke Thompson, a threat, making his way through what he calls a grindy heat. Love to see it. Ador Amatrian now, all the way from the outside. Started on that wave during that interview, hammered it all the way to the beach. That is how you want to start. Ador, surfer out of the Basque Country from Zarutz, riding a Pukas surfboard. This kid's been all over. You look at his Instagram, he's got waves from the European backdoor, Lanzarote, Desert Point, Hawaii. All that experience looks like it's paying off for this young surfer in red.
Well, this first turn was so cool, so skatey on that lip, manages to maintain it. Even with the disengagement of the fins, he still gets around this section. So I really enjoyed that first turn, and I found that the judges really rewarding that outside first maneuver. And obviously going through this section, you do those couple of cutbacking maneuvers, but then finish clean too.
Wow, I mean, the equation, speed, power, flow, all on display right there. Ella, Ador is a name that a lot of us aren't super familiar with. Now we are, especially after a wave like that. But I know you're close to the junior surfing community, obviously traveling the world. What are some names that you've seen in this event that maybe aren't household names yet, but have huge futures in front of them?
Oh, Alan's heat earlier was sick. He was ripping. He put together a couple really good waves. That was fun to watch. It's good to see Cade back. Obviously, I'm stoked for the North Americans. It's good to see them doing well. Jet was ripping. Who else?
I mean, those are two great names right there.
Yeah, Brody was ripping. Levi put it together in the first round. That was awesome. It was great to see one of my hometown friends put it together and come out with a heat win.
Now, you know, a lot of people have been talking about some of the seaside locals throughout this event and saying how, yes, there is an advantage because this can be a tricky wave, but there's also got to be a little bit of added pressure. Do you feel more distractions around you competing at home, or does it feel like kind of any other event, you just have to focus on what the task is at hand?
Kind of like any other event, you got to focus on the task at hand. It's nice to have my hometown crowd here supporting. Obviously, I would like to do well in front of them. I'd like to serve well and show them what I can do, but it's nice to know the wave. I feel like it's not breaking like normal seaside. I feel like maybe with that last storm we had at the north swell, I feel like it pushed a bit of sand up against the north side of the reef, and sort of the peak shifted farther north.
Yeah, so it kind of took away the hometown advantage as a certain element.
Kinda. But that's just my opinion. But it's definitely still good out there. A lot of fun waves coming through. It's just not breaking like typical seaside.
Yeah, that's. I think that's kind of the running commentary through the first few days for sure. We just saw a look at Tommy Coleman from Vero Beach, Florida, a.k.a. Tommy Boo Boo. In looking at the footage that he's put together recently and kind of watching what he can do in a heat, got a very Corey Lopez-esque approach. You know, wiry, goofy footer, nice and loose. 10 East Coast titles that he's bringing with him over here to Seaside Reef. So Tommy Coleman, another one of those names that sounds really familiar. Like we've heard this name a lot, but now seeing him surf, you know, you can see why he has so many East Coast titles under his belt. An amazing surfer.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, you know, you can do well in your region, but really to have this unveiling on this world stage at these big events and meeting these big moments, that's been really a fun part of this event, is getting a little glimpse behind the curtain of what's going to be, what the future is going to look like, right? Like this just feels like this is an indicator of the future of who's going to be on the championship tour.
We'll make room for Ador, because with surfing like that, he is going to be a lock to climb up the QS and CS rankings. His score comes through a 7.33, so Ador Amatrian on top for now. Tommy Coleman now needs an 8.16, just under 19 minutes to go. As we see surfers getting themselves in that proper takeoff zone with tons of water moving around, identifying the waves that are going to give you the opportunity right now. A little bit more difficult, but we see your surfer in red. This is Ador on his backhand. Love this kid's style. He gets compact in the bottom turn, nice and explosive off the top. Winds up down the line, setting things up to this inside section. Looks like this board is just doing anything he wants. Another almost impactful finish for Adore. Loved the look of that last turn. It was pretty similar to the first turn that he got that 7.33 on, but man, this surfer out of the Basque Country is looking smooth.
Yeah, he is looking spicy. I think it's really been interesting the way that he's engaged in this heat, because he started off with that 4.5, built to the 7 Ranger. If he had landed that last turn, I mean, the 4 is long gone, right? And man, it was just such a fun wave to watch. What did you think of his flow, Ella?
I think he's surfing really well. He's reading the wave really well. There's a lot of bump out there, a lot of chop, and he's navigating it and getting to each section as it comes and surfing really well. Wow.
Well, that would have been a good photo.
I thought he almost had it there, and then you just see his feet kind of just get disengaged off the front deck of his board and get too much of a narrow stance. I mean, you have to stay so low to ride out of that white water. There's so much power and push that's convoluting on that one area.
Well, he did some work out the back, so he got enough to warrant a 5.83 from the judges, now just increasing that lead, making Tommy's ask a 9.49. So Tommy Coleman got to get moving with 17 minutes to go. Surfers make their way back out into the lineup. Ella, since we have you here, I got to ask you, being a SAMBAZON teammate, does that just mean your freezer is full of acai year-round?
Yes, my freezer is stocked. Smoothies for breakfast, bowls for snacks for lunch, the acai bites for dessert after dinner. It's amazing. And the bowl shop in Cardiff, it's so nice to have that. Like,
you just have the gold card in there?
Yeah, what do you do?
Can you take
just
Rosie and I tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, just go for a surf in the morning, head over there, get a bowl, get a smoothie, and just head right back to the beach. I don't even have to go home.
It's a good life.
It's pretty perfect.
We get our resumes together, Rosie.
Yeah, no, well, I actually drove past that SAMBAZON store on that little storefront, and I was like, man, that would be so good after a surf. But like the proximity to the surf is so good. Yeah, that's...
I think Rob Machado had something to do with that. He likes nice and convenient things around him.
That's great.
Ella, while these surfers get ready to activate, I want to talk to you about Indonesia and your domination of those events there. Krui and Nias, two very special moments, I'm sure, for your career. Tell us about your Indonesian leg this year on the qualified series.
Those two events were absolutely amazing. Like the two best trips of my life. I had an amazing time. The surf was firing. Some of the best waves I've ever surfed, with a jersey on and one other girl out. It was insane. Krui was like a firing left, just wave after wave after wave, perfect left point, and then Nias was the same thing but a right with some barrels.
That's the good life on the Asia Key West for sure.
Yeah, and the places were absolutely gorgeous, like palm trees, beautiful beaches, out in the middle of nowhere, but it was amazing.
Yeah, I watched a couple of your heats at Krui, and I was going, okay, how do I get this commentary job? That's the one you want right there. That was amazing. So yeah, congratulations on a heck of a run on the QS. You did 12 QS events. You got 33rd at the US Open, so just climbing the rankings there. What are your goals from now, because this is kind of the end of the 2022 Pro Junior Series, so what are your goals from here on out for the rest of the year?
I have a couple regional QSs coming up. There's a QS at the end of the month in Pismo, and then Moro, Cocoa Beach, Dominican, Barbados. Actually, we have quite a few coming up, and a few Pro Junior events as well. Oh, it looks like we have a surfer going. Tommy Coleman.
That's good call on
a little bit of a heartbreaker there.
Corey Lopez style, though. Like, I definitely see that shades of it, even though it was a moment there.
We wanted a little bit more.
Wanted a bit more.
Well, that's a bummer for Tommy. You saw that wave kind of just starting to line up, but he does have 14 minutes to go. He's kind of backed up against the wall right now with a 9.49 requirement. Potentially could break that into a couple different scores. So under 14 minutes to go. Adore sitting on that 7.33 as the high mark in this heat so far. As we look forward to this heat and the next heat being the last heat of the day. What's the average crowd like out here at Seaside, Ella, when this thing ends up on the day? Are you going to see 50 kids out there immediately, or is it going to be pretty mellow this afternoon?
I feel like it's going to be pretty mellow. There's a lot of swell in the water. I feel like those sets are going to keep the lineup pretty spread out. I went and surfed after my heat this morning, and I surfed a break that's usually pretty crowded, and the lineup was spread out. It was nice.
I won't ask you where it was on air. I'll ask you that later.
Secret spot, you guys.
Surfers trying to maintain their position in the lineup. Looks like the current has whipped up with this tide dropping quickly and the wind pulsing as well. Surfline forecast is looking very favorable. We only needed 4 full days to complete this event. We have all the way till Sunday, so we took a day off yesterday, but spot on call to fire things up this morning. We showed up and it was proper 6 foot out on the reef. So we've seen some really good conditions so far for these pro junior surfers.
Tomorrow looks good. Friday looks good.
Yeah.
Maybe back-to-back days, or we still have the weekend. Like, there's options.
Let's run it.
Run it.
Run it.
Run it.
So 12:20 to go. Best Western has been asking the fans out there to make their picks all day long throughout this entire event. We'll have Best Western. So here's what it looks like now. This is your Best Western fan picks. Pretty even there. Adore 56, Tommy Coleman 44. Ella, now that I guess technically you're on vacation at home, not that you wanted to be, but who is your? Give me 2 picks, male, female. Who's going to win this thing? Nobody, and they're not watching right now, so don't worry about this.
I thought Eli was kind of ripping in the men's first round. And for the women's,
look at that, Rosie. She's going a deep think right
I
here.
gotta think about this one.
There's tactics.
Field.
She might be lining up some tactics for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Sierra's 9 this morning was incredible. That was a really well surfed wave. It'd be cool to see her put together some more waves like that out here and take the win.
All right, solid picks right there. I can't argue against either one of those. 11:13 to go. Rosie, I know we've been talking a lot about the history of these pro junior events. I know you've seen a lot of these contests. When we say this is the best field that we've ever seen, is that superlative or is that fact?
It's stacked. I think every year we look at the juniors and the crop of talent, and then their rate of success on the championship tour is pretty high. So this is good. This is as good as it gets for the world's best juniors at this event. I think we've got the pick of the bunch. But is it the best ever? It's a good question. They're going to have to prove it to us, right?
Yeah, we still have 2 more days to find that out. Ella, with the past couple of years, pandemic, all that, cancellations of pro junior events, unfortunately, we haven't run this contest since 2019. Were you worried at all that you might miss the window to compete in a World Junior Championships? I know you have a few years left in the juniors, but during those years, were you kind of putting your arms up like, when's our turn? When's this going to happen?
Yeah, for sure. I loved watching the Worlds in 2018 and 2019. Looked like a super fun comp, and I was excited for a chance to qualify and compete in it. And then obviously COVID came around, and I'm stoked WSL has the comp back up and running, and it looks like we have a pretty good schedule for 2023 for the pro juniors in North America.
And you'll still be in the age range to compete?
Yep.
All right, there you go. You can hold that little piece of revenge in the back of your mind until the next time around.
Definitely. It was nice to get a feel for it, learn, and now I'm going to take that and work harder.
9:30 to go in this heat. Coming up next, Ryan Kainalo riding that really cool looking Pizel surfboard. That's like those popsicles that you get from the ice cream man. Like the look of that board. Ryan Kainalo, he'll be coming up against Tide Lee Ireland. Another fun matchup. I mean, every matchup is definitely a lot to talk about. Got a surfer out of Durban, South Africa, going up against a surfer out of Ubatuba, Brazil. So our last heat of the day, definitely you're going to want to stick around and watch this. Either one of these surfers coming up next has the potential to win this whole contest. 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Adore in the lead still with that 13.16 total. Tommy Coleman trying to get things rolling, a 4.47. And for Tommy, this is where time just has to feel like it is flying out of his fingertips.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially the fact that Tommy's he's hunting the lineup right now. Adair has the priority. He's got a little bit of a chokehold on this heat at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to want to fly like an eagle to the next left he can find. As Steve Miller Band said, time keeps on ticking, Rosie.
Yep.
It's not stopping for anyone.
Into the future.
A rare moment of calm out in the lineup. These surfers wait and process. Definitely paying full attention to priority. As we saw in that last heat, the first priority interference of the event, and tough to fault the surfers in the lineup because this is one of the few breaks on the tour where they're so far out, wind, glare, everything's all your senses are affected out there. They do make it pretty abundantly clear to the surfers in the water the priority situation, but I think in the heat of the moment, the heat of battle, sometimes those things can get lost. So unfortunately, B Tour did suffer that priority, and when that happens, you only get one wave scored. 7:25 to go. Looks like some action could come into fruition here as this wave kind of catches everybody off guard. Ella, is this a pretty shifty takeoff zone, or is it kind of the same spot every single time?
Well, right now it's pretty shifty because there's a lot of swell in the water. Normally there's a boil and you can kind of tell where the wave's going to break. You can position yourself based off that boil. But now it seems like there's a couple different boils. It's breaking in a couple different spots. It's definitely shifting a lot more right now. There's like a deeper left and then a wider left, and yeah, definitely multiple peaks the competitors have to choose from.
And your tide is still going out all the way till 6 o'clock. Surfers in the water asking for their requirements. Ella, when I was trying to come up the amateur ranks, different path. Rosie, similar, later than myself. But Ella, what is kind of the path that you see surfers taking from the junior ranks, let's say the NSSA, the amateur levels, all the way to the CT? What's the ideal path that you think a surfer could take?
I think definitely starting with the local amateur comps is the call, the NSSA, the USA surfing events, and then transitioning into the pro juniors and getting to surf some highly rated pro junior events like this one. And then there's a couple years where you compete in the pro juniors and the QS at the same time. And then based on how the QS goes, hopefully make the jump to the Challenger Series. That's one of my goals for this year. Hopefully get a good result in Pismo and Barbados and the last few events we have, and then make the jump to the Challenger Series, and then hopefully to the World Tour and Olympics from there.
Oh, it's easy. You just made it sound very easy.
Yeah, super easy. Not at all.
I do like this new, the new funnel system where you qualify through your region, and it alleviates you having to travel to 14 different destinations following qualifying series of points all over the world through the star tier that we used to have. And then you qualify in your region, you get a seed into the Challenger Series, and if you win this Pro Junior, you get a seed into the Challenger Series. I just feel like it gives you opportunity to really focus in on your regional events. You have your year in front of you. It's clear what you need to do. Do you like the new format change?
I do. I think it's really nice being able to focus on your region. You save money, you're not traveling halfway across the world and then traveling back halfway across the world. It's nice. You compete in your region and then you get a lot of practice. You get a lot of heat times, and then you make the jump up to the Challenger Series. And I feel like that's another great stage to practice, and if you're doing well, you're surfing more heats, and looks like we have Red up and riding.
Yeah, it's all a great experience for sure, as we see Adair now flying down the line, looking very comfortable in the lead for now. He could have a good section to work with here. Bangs it, but can't come down again, so that end section wreaking havoc for Adair. And he looks out the back now with under 4 minutes to go. Tommy Coleman almost in that combo spot, needing a near perfect 949. That wave could be out there. Is it this wave? Big slash to start, comes around this section, throwing tons of spray. Tommy Coleman trying to surf for a 949. now I'm seeing a little bit of Ian Crane as well.
Yeah.
If you're being compared to Ian Crane and Corey Lopez, you're doing something right. Tommy Coleman could have put a big number on the board, and so that will make things interesting. You got 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. That looked like a score. I'm a very amateur judge, but I want to say between a 6 and a 7-ish. 3 big turns all the way down the line, served it perfectly. So if he can drop that 7, he's going to be right back in this heat.
Yeah, he's back in the picture. It's all about this paddle out now. Yeah, good wave from Tommy. It's just like, it's hard because you watch these guys that have to kind of surf into rhythm, and I feel like Tommy's been that guy that's just been handbraked out of that rhythm, out of that that rotation where Dur's had a lot of open face to work with, and Tommy's only really had his campaign started on this wave. Good first turn, solid amount of spray. Second turn, another cut through the mid-face. That's where it gets a bit more critical. So 3-turn combo, pretty similar looking maneuvers. And then Dur on this one, does he improve on the 5.83? That's also a question we've got to think about. Floats that. What does the finishing maneuver look like? That's kind of what's been.
That was that
Oh,
fall.
yeah, he fell. So I don't think he's going to improve on the 5.83.
So twice now, Dur has failed to complete his wave, leaving the door open. You know, he left some space right there for Tommy Coleman, who's impatiently waiting for his score as he tries with everything he has to get back out there. This is not a well-timed 8-wave set to come through for Tommy Coleman, who's trying to fight his way back out through this lineup. You see on the lower right side of your screen right there. Meanwhile, Ador's out the back. He does have priority, so he's got another chance potentially. With a minute and a half to go, Ella, do you think Tommy has time to get back out there to the takeoff zone?
I think if this set lets up, he might have a chance to make it out a little ways and grab one in the middle, but this set is just landing on his head.
Oh, he's getting pounded. That's such a bummer too, like you're like right there, because that just holds you in that little zone too. It's just like, what do you do? Nothing. Like there's no like little sneaky edge way that you can get pulled out. Like the sandbar is so set in at the moment.
Oh, it's just relentless right there. You can just see the frustration. He's over it. The score comes through a 5.57, so it was a decent wave, but maybe hampered a little bit by the similarity of the maneuvers down the line, even though they were great turns, kind of 3 of the same turns.
And Adur's out the back.
Dur now with the potential victory lap. He's going to make that one. Tired of falling on that inside section.
Yeah, that was solid. That could be improving on his 5.83.
So
Not like he needs it though.
38 seconds left. Tommy Coleman did put up a fight. Got one solid wave, a 5.57, but you tell he's coming in pretty frustrated. Things did not go his way, but for Dur, I would say he slipped one through right there after a couple falls that could have been meaningful scores. He did get a 7.33, backed it up with a 5.83. Dur gets the win. Ella, thank you so much for joining us. Can't wait to see how the rest of your year unfolds. And, you know, if you see Rosie and I at the SAMBAZON spot, what do you think?
For sure. I'll help you guys out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Ella.
Yeah, for those of you out there watching, be sure to follow Ella's path around the world and back. I'm very confident that she's going to have an amazing year in 2022, and we'll see a lot more of Ella McCaffrey in the near future. So for now, the future holds one more heat. It's going to be round 8. Ryan Kainalo and Tide Lee Ireland coming up. We wait for the final scores to drop through for Dur, and he just adds the icing on the cake. An 8-point ride, making for a 15.33 heat total. Dur Amatreyan comes through victorious. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the last heat of the day. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back. Here we go, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, straight into
Yes,
the
that time
pin.
again. Leveling up,
He's
doing my
coming
thing.
out.
Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off. 'Cause it's that time again.
Well, safe to say a lot of surf fans out there might be tired of me saying GOAT 1,000 times. But guess what? Might be saying it again. Kelly Slater will be back. That's right. Pipeline is just around the corner, Rosie. I can see it on your face right when you saw that wave. You lit up. Are you ready for Pipeline and the start of the 2023 Championship Tour?
Oh, it's going to be another good year. Feel it. I feel it.
Well, it's going to be another good heat as well here at the World Junior Championships. Ryan Kainalo representing Brazil, Tide Lee Ireland, South Africa. Both these surfers did really well in their opening heats. Just, you know, when you get second and third in those first qualification heats, got to go back to the drawing board. Well, this is the drawing board. Seaside Reef, low tide afternoon, wild conditions, but nice and clean if you find yourself the right gem. And it looks like Ryan Kainalo started with a decent score.
Yeah, Ryan's starting off this heat, opening the exchange. Cool thing about Ryan, he's got the turns, he's got that whole package, but his air game is pretty solid, super progressive. Good finish on that wave. And it's interesting watching the progression of the day, because I feel like that person that's really started off with that first strong opening wave generally has gone on to win the heat. I mean, that it's been such an advantage to get a good wave right off the bat and start with that strong score. It always is, right? But today especially, just for how long the paddle outs are taking.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong start has been the difference maker all afternoon. Ryan Kainalo from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. He's going to come through at a mid-range score, but a great start nonetheless. He's riding a Paisel Brazil surfboard. He spends a lot of time on the North Shore of Oahu. This December, actually announced that he's been working with Dr. Helo Carvalho. Obviously, the body, the skills, they're all there. Now he's working on the mind, so it's cool to see. You know, we talked about surfers leaning into some of their resources that they have. Well, Ryan Kainalo is doing that. 25:57 on the clock. Adore, a Maya train, comes through with a huge victory in the afternoon, taking out Tommy Coleman. He's on the glass now with AJ.
Cote, the word that Adore used to describe this heat was tricky. The conditions making it very challenging. How did you figure out how to surf your best heat?
Oh yeah, it was really tricky. There was a lot of bumps on the waves, so I had to figure out a way to kind of go into those waves and make as good maneuvers as possible. And I made a few mistakes in the end of the wave, which I was kind of bummed because I missed a couple big opportunities. But at the end, like, I was really thinking on that last maneuver, and I finished it, so it went well.
It was a good way to end the heat. I know this week has been a lot of fun because you're here with two other surfers from Basque. You guys are all staying in a house together. How much fun are you having with your teammates, I guess, if you will, doing this competition?
We have a great group of Basque surfers, and we are a small community, and a lot of Basque surfers are here, so good thing. And we made a group all together, and we're cheering on each other all the time, watching all the hits, and we're having a great time.
Is there anything you want to say to friends and family back at home?
Ja, eskerrik asko ikusten aizaten danai ordu hauetan, manga hau pasadeo, así que hurrengo rondan ikustega. Eskerrik asko.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
You can feel the stoke. And I like that he mentioned identifying that he did make a couple mistakes, but he shut me right up with that last wave, finishing strong with an 8-point ride. So a solid performance from Adore. Keep that name on your list of favorites. The way he's surfing, he is looking like a lock to make that final day, but of course a lot of surfing still to come. As we see now, Tide Lee Ireland, surfer from South Africa, being coached right now by Jim Hogan. So he put Jimmy Hogan in his corner. Actually, Jim Hogan sought him out. Loved the look of Tide Lee's surfing and jumped into his corner. So cool to see an international kind of coalition of surfers helping each other out. First scores come through. Ryan Kainalo with a 5.83. Tide Lee Ireland, a 3-point ride. So solid start for both surfers. They both got a number on the board and plenty of time to go.
Yeah, lots of time. And Tide, that first look at his surfing, I mean, he's a good surfer, good style, solid on the rail. I mean, him and Jimmy are probably, like, that's what someone reaches out to you, someone in, like, Jimmy Hogan's stature, like reaches out to you and wants to coach you, like that's really cool. That's like a step in the right direction for your career.
Yeah, just helping to build that, that base. It's not just strength, it's not just skill, it's consistency, it's commitment. Well, we've never seen a world champion in surfing that just kind of did it for fun, half speed. Every world champion has been fully committed to the craft, and that's what it takes. I mean, the hard work that these surfers do behind the scenes, I'd say now more than ever, goes all the way down to this junior level where they're probably doing a lot of similar workouts, mind, body, soul type of workouts that we see surfers on the championship tour level are doing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think the internet has really opened up the aperture of like what everyone's program can look like, and it really gives you like information at your fingertips. And I think looking holistically at your body and your approach as an athlete and looking after all of the areas that can help you improve is so important. I mean, listening to Griffin talking about meditation as well as like Ryan Callanan, like there's so many aspects that you can look after and improve upon to help your surfing and to help your competitive approach.
Yeah, I mean, you want to match what your peers are doing. You want to take one step up. I think Griffin is a perfect example of a surfer that's done that. Kind of doing all the same things physically, and he's probably thinking, what else can I do? And then the meditation came into play, and he starts winning events. And I'm sure there's a lot more people meditating on the championship tour now because of that.
Yeah, I mean, isn't he selling journals? Like, people can tap into like what's out there, and like you said, the physical fitness, like the regimes that you can do, like that stuff is easy to kind of tap into, but it's also about like really fine-tuning it and trying to level up on your competitors, like you said, to get that edge.
Yeah, it's that checklist. You look at, all right, what's Kelly Slater doing? I got to do all of that and more.
But within yourself too. I think sometimes like if you're looking at and comparing yourself to everyone, like, oh man, you can get burnt out so quickly. Like surfing's fun.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, you're right. I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, and it's also such an intuitive sport too. I feel like it's one of those things that you partake in, and it's a totally different feeling and a totally different your perception on it, and the way you ride waves is your interpretation. So
right. And some people are just born with a little something different. John Florence, I don't think he stretched
Dane Reynolds
ever. He didn't even, bend over to touch his toes before he surfed until he's about 22 years old. There's just natural freaks out there that they don't necessarily have to work as hard as other people.
And when they do, then it gets scary.
And then they just get twice as good. No worries. All right, we got Tide Lee Ireland now. Luckily, he's on that bright pink board.
Oh, that was cool.
Wise color selection for the afternoon. Didn't quite right out of that last turn. He'll get back to the drawing board. Started with a 3. That'll probably be right there in that frame score-wise. And now it's time for that long paddle back out. You've been down here at the beach all day long, waiting your turn. Your turn comes, and you're going to have to work for it. This is not happy hour yet.
No. It is like being that last heat of the day, like the waiting, the anticipation, like the energy, like having to like maintain is all like how you manage that is important. This wave, Tide, it's a little bit of a lateral cut through this wave. Like it doesn't really bowl up for him to attack the lip. Like his flow is looking so good. It starts to double up right here. He has that another cut backing maneuver to stay in that power source. Right here, that little tail drift was so cool. He doesn't ride out of that. But that was the move. Like that last move was what was going to set that wave apart.
Yeah, it's a 3-6. I would say it would have been a 5-6 at least, because that last turn was pretty dynamic and, right on the edge. I feel like the inside closeout section right now is almost an uphill landing. The tide's sucking out so fast. We saw Dur 3 times fall in that inside section. We just saw Tide Lee fall in that inside section. So, kind of the water all coming together right in that zone. Luckily for Tide, set didn't come in, because we've seen in the past 3 or 4 heats surfers that, either fall on the inside or have to pull out, and they just look out, and it's like, you're looking at 15 waves right on your head.
And you know when you like identify that inside section and you're like, okay, I'm gonna hit it, and like you eyeline it, you know the section you're hitting, and in your peripheral you're just seeing like that
There's
trough.
white water behind you.
Yeah, there's the white water, but then also like the troughs that you're gonna have to like get through. It's you gotta like have your spidey senses out.
Keep your knees bent.
Yeah, absorb, shock absorbers.
2 scores for tied, a 3 and a 3-6. Ryan Canelo with a 5.83, so pretty even so far. Inside of 18 minutes here in the last heat of the day. Give a lot of credit to our judges throughout the day. I feel like the scores have been right on. We haven't been debating anything score-wise. We've only had one priority mistake. And good clean surfing, pumping swell. This is one of those events where, you know, we're kind of, right now, I feel like we are building momentum towards the crescendo of this contest. We're pretty much halfway through now. And no nerves, because we know we've got a long waiting period left and plenty of swell. Kind of the best case scenario, I would say. So if this thing can wrap up, you know, before or on the weekend, locals are going to be excited as well, because, you know, they would have had to wait till Monday to surf out here. But if this thing wraps up, free for all.
Yeah.
Back to normal.
Yeah, stoked. Thanks to the locals at Seaside. It's been so fun too. Like even walking through the parking lot, like everyone's been so friendly. Is that the usual vibe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Friends on land. Competitive in the lineup.
It's, again, you know, you can't have a secret spot with a 400 spot parking lot attached to it.
No. Well, I think too, it's just like you have to have a certain amount of, like any traveling surfer, like when you get to a new wave, you have to have respect for the locals and definitely like figure out the lineup really quickly, like who's going to get the bombs, like those people, like it's automatic.
Yeah. And you also don't want to give visiting surfers a reason to have any extra motivation to beat you when you go to their hometown.
Yeah.
Just be cool to everybody. And then when you go to Hawaii or you go to the Basque Country, they're like, oh yeah, you were actually nice to me at Seaside, so we're cool.
We're cool. Oh,
Speaking
nice.
of cool, that was a cool looking turn.
That
Ryan
was a cool.
Canelo. Just trying to get a .77. I mean, probably quadrupled that. Great looking wave. Kind of found that little mid-size set wave. Made it work. We're at the halfway mark, 15 and a half to go. This was that last wave from Ryan Canelo.
Yeah, I feel like Ryan's wave choice has been really good too. Like his wave selection has been pretty spot on. It does get a little flat and funky through this inside section and frothy through the middle part of it. But this end maneuver there, that deep bottom turn, just an easy flow.
And the score comes through, 5.57. So a nice incremental raise there. In the requirement for Tidley Ireland, he now needs a 7.80. So you kind of have, you know, you kind of look at the mirror here. Ryan with 2 5s, but Tidley with 2 3s. So the momentum definitely with Ryan for now. Out the back, Tidley does have priority. And I feel like we've seen priority come into play just a little bit more with this tide drop. It's condensed the takeoff zone a little bit. You know, we've seen a little bit more paddle battling with this low tide in the afternoon, which is something I'm sure surfers will be taking note of as we get further through this event. Next round's coming up, which we'll know shortly what the call is going to be for tomorrow. But with the next rounds coming up, that's when you start to see your top seeds, your winners from day one going up against your winners from day two. So that's when momentum meets momentum. Bam! We're going to see some action, Rosie.
Yeah, this is going to be fun because those surfers that won their first heat, they've been on ice for the last 2 days. Like they've been just chilling, hanging out, waiting to see who they're going to be matched up with. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think that round gets reseeded.
Yeah, it's just winners versus winners.
Winners and
and
winners.
I can't tell you in what order. But I saw Levi Slauson just now holding his wetsuit, looking at his watch. Come on, time, let's go. I got to get back out there. He would have already surfed out here 3 times today. So this
is he a frother? Is he like always out there?
Medium froth level.
Medium.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a group of kids that no matter what time. Not that I try to avoid them, but you try to show up, and when the crowd is as thin as possible, and there's kids out there from
Dawn to
6
dusk.
to 6. So you definitely have a frothing crew out here. All ages, though. We still have some older surfers holding things down. But luckily here, there are generally 3 breaks that you can choose from. And it's funny, within those 3 breaks, then you kind of have like the locals of those specific peaks.
Yeah.
You'll be surfing this inside section going like, what are you doing in here? You're the reef
you're that guy. Come
Go
on.
back out there.
You can't do that.
So 12.5 minutes to go here. A little bit languid in the start here. Both surfers have scores on the board, but nothing jumping towards that excellent range just yet. I think they both have put up well-surfed efforts. But now's the time you really want to lay things down. I mean, regardless of the time, the judges are always on top of it, but you want to do something a little extra special to kind of regain the attention. Will it be Ryan Kainalo pushing through, setting things up? Again, just kind of pushing a nice turn, but waiting for this wave to get a little bit more critical. Pretty impressed with the ability that these surfers have to throw so much spray on a flatter face wave. That wave was kind of one of those like medium bowls. Wasn't flat, but it wasn't barreling. So nicely done all the way through. Loved the look of that last turn. I feel like it's going to be right there in the range of the scores that he's holding on to right now. Maybe a little bit above because that last turn was really good.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to edge out one of those 5s. I think the thing with Ryan, like when you watch him, he's sticking close to that whitewater. Every time he completes that maneuver, he's making sure to just get like Velcro back onto that whitewater edge and wait for that wave to stand up. And this section was so well read because this has been a tricky one for the surfers where it kind of like goes a little bit flat and then you've got to push out to meet the lip line, and oftentimes we've seen the surfers get obliterated, but he read that section so well, the way that he timed that move.
Yeah, watching the replay, that last turn was really nice. I think he's going to be well above and beyond the first 2 scores he's dropped. Watching him surf, see shades of Ricardo Christie. I'm not just throwing out random names here. Maybe it's the hair. I don't know, style-wise.
Yeah.
Ryan's from Brazil, so I don't. The Brazil-New Zealand connection might be pretty far apart, but maybe not inspired by. But you can just see style influences in all these surfers. Score comes through for Ryan Kainalo. That last wave was above and beyond a 6.73, so the judges liking the look of that last turn. So it was a really similar wave until the very end when he was able to put it on edge a little bit more, and that was one of those turns that as a surfer you see someone do that and you think, wow, that probably felt really good, because there was no hitting the lip and kind of like sliding. It was just perfectly done, perfectly placed, and it came out of it with speed. Those are the turns that as a surfer that just feels so nice.
Yeah, there's like no reverb through your board. Like when you like hit like a little thing, you're like, oh, that didn't feel good, didn't feel great. But when you do get that like slide free feeling, that's nice. Like that none of your rails clipped on that wave.
Yeah, and he was right up there in the critical section, and then couldn't have timed it any better to get the turn straightened out. He was in front of that whitewater explosion, and you saw that when he was kind of going straight in the whitewater, it was looking like he was going uphill with the water sucking out at him. That's why I think we've seen so many falls on that inside section. So wise decision not to go up into the lip and attack that way, but just stay right under it, right on that razor's edge, and right out clean. Judges agree. Kainalo extends his lead. Now tied Lee Ireland needs an 8.96. Could be on a pretty good looking wave here. Lots of open face to work with. He's going to want this thing to pulse up a little bit. Give him a punchy section. It's not going to happen, so he gets back out there. Unfortunately, he just handed over. It was like the handing over of a board and brew sandwich to your friend. Here you go. There's priority. You're up.
Man.
That one's got to hurt.
That was just when I see him get to his feet, I just want to see him surf more.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
It's just like it's fun. It's fun seeing him stand up on a board. He's got that kind of style that is very intriguing. Like, what's he going to do? Like, he's so smooth through those lateral turns. Like, what about when a big section comes?
Yeah, I believe he's riding Timmy Patterson's surfboards. And anytime you see someone's connection with their board that looks just magical, might have to wait for him to come in. Like,
get some paws
ask
on it.
permission. Can I touch your board? Gotta get consent if you want to grab someone's
check
surfboard.
your dims?
Under 8 minutes to go. Tide Lee makes his way back out into the takeoff zone, where he's going to be greeted by Ryan Kainalo. Maybe Ryan will say thank you for that one. I wouldn't say it's a huge priority mistake because it looked like a decent wave. But he's got to figure out a way to keep pace with Ryan, because now Ryan has that luxury of getting a little bit looser on his next wave. That's when things get dangerous, when the surfer in the lead has priority, has a little bit of confidence built up from the previous waves he's surfed. This is where, you know, in the past few heats we've seen surfers really start to push the scores up. You know, having a premonition of a possible 8 or 9 in Ryan Kainalo's future, just because you can see the momentum building.
Yeah, that's
We'll
true.
see.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, look what Adair did. The way that he built, like, this is like kind of taking that blueprint from Heat 7 and you're just like throwing it over this one. Adair, I think, on his last wave got an 8. I mean, Ryan's building in that direction.
6.5 on the clock. Surfer's getting a rare little respite from the wildness that's been happening throughout the entire day. Have a chance to sit there, reflect, and know that within the next 6.5 minutes, they could be one step closer to a world title. We will be crowning World Junior Champions within the next few days. What does the trophy look like, Rosie? Is it just like
a mini cup?
I think it's a little bit smaller than the big kids cup.
And I think at the WSL Awards, don't they award the...
Yeah, you get to wear a tuxedo.
Yeah, they get to do the whole deal.
And you get to be on one of the best lists ever put together of surf talent. Here's a look at how Ryan Kainalo has controlled this heat from the jump. This is a 5.83 to start.
5.83, smooth surfing from the Brazilian. Had such a good tempo with this end section too, just stomping all over it with authority and building throughout this heat.
This is the surfer we want to see more of, Tide Lee Ireland. His waves just haven't been as good as Ryan's waves. I mean, it's as simple as that.
It is. It's pretty black and white when you watch this recap. He just hasn't had the same opportunities out the back on his waves. Found this cool little fin free throw there, falls down on that encounter, and then Ryan finding another wave. Just looking at his wave choice, looking at the way that he's controlled this heat from the get-go, just such smart surfing, and coupled with a really good intuition on this end bowl and how he's attacked this section, really good timing.
Don't mind watching that last turn again, over and over. So nicely done. And back at it. He's having no problem with that inside section. I don't know what all the surfers before him were having trouble with. Ryan Kainalo is powering his way through, no problem. And with the fist pump, tells me he did something good on the outside as well. So we saw the big finish. Ryan Kainalo's feeling confident.
Let's look. So he's trying to get rid of that 5.83 as his low score. Good crispy little top turn there. Another bang out the back. And then he comes around this section. This is so interesting, the way that he kind of gets around this whitewater. Like you said, he's had no issue with this inside section. So lands on his feet. So 3-turn combo. Does that edge out the 5.83?
Let's just rewind it a little bit. Remember when we were talking about him throwing up 8s?
Yeah.
Could potentially happen right now. It's going to make us sound really smart.
Yeah, that's going to be... No, I think that was way better than the 5.83.
It was 6.93.
Okay.
I mean, it's close to an 8.
Yeah, well, I think really the point is just the fact that he's built in this heat.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he's just got more comfortable. He's letting out a little bit more of his leash.
Yeah, and now, again, just adding padding, right? So started with that 5.83, backed it up with a 6.73. He was looking good, and now he's looking just that much better. He's just put Tidley Ireland in a combination spot as well. So you kind of factor those things together, and now he's just in a free surf, hoping for a big section where he can just really finish his day with a bang.
That's such a horrible thing to hear from the beach announcer, that you need 2 waves to eclipse. Yeah, the combination situation. It's heartbreaking. You just feel your heart kind of just drop into your toes.
Especially with under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It's stranger things have happened. We've seen a Hail Mary or two in our day, but 99% of the time, if you're comboed with 2.5 minutes to go, your run is done. Ryan Kainalo, just stay out of the way. Do not risk anything in the form of interference. That's really kind of the only thing that could take him out of the lead right now as the clock keeps going. And you can see they are staying plenty far apart.
Even if he scrapped one of his scores, I think he'd still beat Todd, though. Yeah, that's hard. I'd like to see Todd get just a wave and just like open up with his surfing, though, because that's been the thing that's handbraked Todd in this heat, is just that wave selection.
And they looked so similar when they took off, didn't they? Both waves kind of had that same feel. Ryan's bowled up down the line, offered plenty of sections. Tides just flattened off through that inside section, and you know, the rhyme and reason of first wave, second wave, it's not really happening right now. It's pretty random, sporadic which waves are actually good. We'll have to ask Ryan which waves were good when he was sitting out there.
Well, I mean, I've listened to 3 locals in the booth. We've had yourself, we've had Rob Machado, and we had Ellie in this second last heat, and you guys have all reiterated the fact that this is not like your typical seaside.
Right.
Like the way that the sand's formed and everything, like it isn't what you would be used to on any average day at seaside.
Yeah, it's true. And I think that's maybe playing into the favor of some, you know, visiting surfers. We only have a handful of seaside locals in this event anyway, but I think it definitely equalized the field. You know, Huntington Beach, for example, like you know, while it can vary a lot size-wise, I mean, you know what you're going to get, right? You're going to get a big outside section, have to make it through the middle, and then the shore break. So, and then the variances that you can have within that framework, of course, is huge. But you know, here at Seaside, big left, you know, try to get a turn out the back, and then whatever happens on the inside. I love waves like this. You know, surfers, you know, when you can take off on a wave and really not know what's going to happen, that makes it that much more exciting. Makes it nerve-wracking in a contest, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the hidden hope.
Well, with a huge performance, Ryan Kainalo controlling this heat from the get-go. 5.83, 5.57, threw those scores away, dropped to 6.73 and a 6.93, got the victory. We do lose South African surfer Tidley Ireland, and that's going to be it for heats this day, but definitely not it for this show. We've got an epic post-show. The future of surfing is about to unfold in front of your eyes. Stick around. We'll be right back. The official WSL post-show, hosted by Kaipo Guerrero.
its prime. I'm not talking telling on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade, now I'm going all American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
And welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. North County, San Diego's where we're at, and we had another exciting day of competition for the best 20 and under surfers, both men and women in the entire world. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with the wonderful Rosie Hodge and my sobrino, Micho Salazar.
Buenas tardes, Kaipo.
I'm going to start with you, Rosie.
Yes.
Thoughts on today?
Amazing. I think it was, this elimination round has been hectic. I think the conditions were super tricky today. The juniors handled it so well. I'm just so impressed with how mature everyone is.
Yeah. The maturity level, the pace to surfing is really impressive. Bright future for pro surfing, both on the men's and women's sides. Your thoughts, Mitchell?
Yeah, it's good to see the conditions improve throughout the day, too. I really like those mid kind of day heats. Obviously, some great performances out there, but I think the real story today was Alan Cleland Jr.'s performance. He was the standout by far.
Great performance by Alan Cleland, but, on the women's side, we ended that women's elimination round, heat number 8, and we saw fireworks, Rosie, from Sierra Kerr. Let's take a look back at this heat.
Yeah, Sierra was unbelievable, but I will say this, she was up against Pua, and she was not having it all her own way. Like, it wasn't like Sierra came through and she just had everyone comboed against the ropes. Like, she had to build her way throughout this heat, and, it was Pua had some incredible turns. This one right here, like, on this wave, just that stab in the lip on the rail. Super impressive.
Yeah, Pua Makamai DeSoto looking loose out there, and it was a tight heat, Mitchell, until this wave.
Yeah, and she had a 6. I mean, she started off well. Sierra had a 5, a mid-range score, but then it was the 917, the highest single wave score of the entire event so far. A couple of setup turns, but then the huge finish right there. We're talking about a surfer in her mid-teens right now, goes straight up into the lip in a double overhead wave. Obviously going to get an excellent score right there.
And appreciation from our athlete zone. And that was big. That's a big statement. You can see the numbers there, 9.17. It was a tight heat until that, 6.33. Pua Makamai DeSoto, 6.1. Rosie, she did put up quite a fight, and she's got a bright future. She's got years still in this juniors division.
Yeah, no, Pua's a bright, keep a spotlight on her because she's going to do big things. But Sierra Kerr, the 917, the best single wave of this event. Yeah, she's put everyone on notice.
Yeah. So, Mitchell, you talked about Alan Cleland Jr. as the surfer that impressed you the most. Let's take a look at Alan's heat against Lennox Chell. And Cleland Jr. on that Timmy Patterson versus the Australian Lennox Chell, but it was all on the backhand here of Al Jr.
Yeah, he had a couple of high 8s right here, and I just think he found his rhythm in this heat, was able to really capitalize on these vertical sections that he was able to hit right at the end. Got a fresh cut, and obviously it seems like it's working with the speed. And Chell had a couple decent scores too. A high 7 right here for really this one turn at the end. It took him a while to come around the section, but he put up a good fight. Look at that late maneuver right there. A lot of commitment, a lot of risk, but it was this guy in the red jersey that just was in complete control after he dropped his first eight, Rosie.
Yeah, just amazing surfing and good connection with his equipment. He said that he's on the Timmy Pattersons and they're feeling so good under his feet, and yeah, he was kind of on the peripheral of our list of favorites, but now he's just got all of our attention.
Yeah, Al Cleland Jr. sliding through. Let's take a look at the numbers here. 8.97, 8.83, an excellent two-wave heat score of 17.8, representing Mexico. And he's moving on into the round of 16 when we resume competition. That was a big one there for Al Cleland Jr. Well, we have another surfer that I want to hear from. And, you know, the Brazilian storm, it's so big, but it keeps on. It's more and more low pressure because it continues to intensify that Brazilian storm. And a new lightning bolt in that Brazilian storm is Ryan Kainalo. Ryan just won his last heat, and Ryan is with AJ.
A lightning bolt indeed. In the booth, they were talking about how impressive it was that you put together every part of those waves from the outside to the inside section. What were you focusing on to make sure that you could utilize every section of the wave?
Yeah, this wave needs to be good turns, and the first one I think give the score, and I'm pretty happy just to be here, and I want to make more heats and stay in the best. And yeah, I'm gonna try to make one more heat tomorrow and step by step. And my board's so good, and yeah, I'm pretty happy.
What about your heat today gives you confidence heading into tomorrow?
Yeah, my first heat, I didn't have the expectation like to be good turns and good waves. And this heat, I have to focus like in the full day to pass the elimination round. But I make it, and I'm so confident for tomorrow. I'm gonna try my every boards to be the best possible.
Você quer dizer alguma coisa para a família e amigos em volta?
Sim, eu estou muito feliz. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que estava assistindo, todos os meus patrocinadores, todo mundo estava torcendo, meus treinadores físicos, meus nutricionistas, psicoterapia esportiva e minha família. Obrigado.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
All right, yeah. So a great interview. We'll see Ryan Kainalo again, and you know, AJ saying, "Hey, is there anything you want to say to your friends and family at home?" And Ryan responding, giving thanks to all the support that he's getting all the way back in Brazil. We got a lot to look forward to, gang. And for that, Mitchell, let's take a look at our surf line forecast and see what the future may be bringing us here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Wow, a lot of action, Mitch.
Yeah, it's been nonstop the last few days, especially, you know, the last two. Bad weather yesterday, though. Much better weather today. The sun didn't come out, and, well, we got 6 to 8 feet, 6 to 10 during a certain part of the day, and then it drops afterwards. But to me, the winds are really the best thing about it. Light offshore, then a slight onshore afterwards. Tomorrow looks great, though. I think the drop in the swell is going to be more convenient for this spot.
Rosie, look at Friday, bombing 22nd interval, 6 to 10.
Offshore winds, like, that's looking really good. And as we look into, you know, Saturday, Sunday, well, I mean, Saturday is still green on the forecast, so there's opportunities today, tomorrow. Let's see what the call is, but it's going to be non-stop, action-packed, big swell.
Yeah, it has been. Hey, it's been a wild couple of weeks for the west coast of the U.S., especially California. Tons of surf, and that trend is going to continue. That makes us happy. You know what else makes me happy, Rosie?
Top 5.
You got it. Let's roll in today's top 5, and we're going to start it off with moment number 5, which was a pretty predictable moment in my book. We knew she was one of the favorites in this event. Kira Pinkerton at number 5, bro.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton started off the morning, and it was just so much fun watching this woman tackle this break because, you know, watching it from the car park looks super tricky. Kira goes out there, she took a step-up board, and it just looked so comfortable under her feet. She looked really in control of this whole heat.
Yeah, I think the level of comfort that she presented, very few women out there really had up until the last heat of the day for them, which was Sierra dropping the 9.17. But I agree with you, she'd be the only surfer in history to win this event twice, too, if she does cap it off at the end of this week.
Number 4, Mitch, Jet Chilling with a strong heat at Seaside.
Yeah, way better than the first round. And, you know, to me, I was talking about some of the favorites. I just think the ability of this guy to be able to get up into the lip quickly like that, present those kind of turns, and add speed to it is going to make him one of the favorites moving into the last 2 days.
It was good for me to see the way that Jet brushed off the disappointment of the opening round and the way that he fought through this round and really built throughout this heat to match bigger scores and to see the momentum that he's going to carry from this win. Makes him an exciting pick for this event.
Yeah, Jet Chilling fulfilling his potential. His good friend, Cade Matson, at number 3 with his performance today.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and guess what? Mr. Hyde showed up today, definitely posted some of the biggest scores we've seen all event long. And after being out for 8 months,
It's turns like those that got him runner-up last time this event ran. And I said it at the beginning of the event. This is my favorite to win the whole thing. I think his size, I think his backhand surfing here at Seaside Reef is going to give him the victory at the end of this one.
If you think about Cade, 8 months out of the water with that back injury with operation, this is his first test of his ability coming back into the professional realm. So for him, this is a huge confidence boost.
Big confidence boost for Cade Mattson and Mitch's pick. And I like the pick, but you know what? At number 2, I'm going to give you a guy that I'm picking. Al Cleland Jr., Rosie on the backhand, Tippy Patterson looking smooth as silk.
Yeah, Al Cleland has just grown into himself so well. The guy is just super talented, really confident. Like his post-heat interviews, just the wisdom that he's giving us. He's got this spark about him. I like that pick, Capo.
Yeah, and he's got maturity too to go along with that. I think his career best performance at Haleiwa, the last event he served. First time ever a Mexican surfer has been in the World Pro Junior Championship, so just a big feat itself. But to be able to post the heat total that he had today and really demonstrate that he, as of right now, is the #1 pick to win, he's obviously looking great.
What about the future of women's pro surfing? A bright star, #1, Sierra Kerr, Rosie.
Yeah, this is such a good pick for today's top 5. Sierra waited for this wave. She knew what she wanted, and she went to town on it. It was just so great to see her. We all come in with expectations on Sierra because we know what she's capable of. But to see her get into that 9-point range in this elimination round, man, she's going to be dangerous in this event.
She can solve a Rubik's Cube in under 90 seconds too, but that's not even the most impressive thing about her. It's surfing like that, and really we're talking about attributes that a lot of people didn't even know she had. Most people think beach breaks, airs. Guess what? When it's pumping and big out there, she's also charging and dropping 9s.
Wow. Well, that's a lot to unwrap, and it was another great day of competition. We're down to 16 men and 16 women when we rejoin competition. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Mitchell.
Thank you, Capo.
Thank you guys for watching, and remember to tune in. Check it out, worldsurfleague.com tomorrow morning. We're likely going to run, but check in for the update. And with that, I just want to tell you guys aloha and enjoy the end of the day highlights. It is a crisp morning here at Seaside Reef, North County, San Diego.
Waves are absolutely firing. It's going to be the best World Junior Champs ever.
We are in this elimination round. One-on-one matchups, and the loser goes home.
How about that timing right there? Right in the pocket.
Luana Silva with a scorching turn off the top.
Kira just attacks it right there, and then staying low so that she's able to ride out.
Janire Gonzalez Extabari on to the round of 16, upsetting Ebe Leula Wong.
Sierra Kerr versus Puamakame de Soto. This is my heat of the day. 917, our biggest score of the event. No surprise it was thrown down by Sierra Kerr.
We're going to start up the men's elimination round right now. Here's Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. teetering on the edge. One more snap, backhand float, airdrop to the finish. He got his number, and he just turned the heat.
As we see Jet, so critical and just nailing it.
Cade Mattson has no problem throwing around water. And that's going to be it. Cade Mattson with a dominating performance, an 8.93 and a 7.5. So far, the San Clemente Cyclone has come correct to Seaside Reef.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.